So we'll start off then, gents, with Tuesday's Champions League action. And we've got two matches kicking off at 5:45, and they're quite tasty ones as well. Borussia Dortmund against Newcastle, Shakhtar Donetsk against Barcelona. John Driscoll, let's start off with Borussia Dortmund against Newcastle. Dortmund beat Newcastle at St James's Park 2 weeks ago in the reverse fixture of this one. And both of these teams still very much in contention for a progression from a very tough group.
Well, it's all the way through. I was saying that Newcastle have got a good chance in this group. It was described as the group of death, wasn't it? And I'm not massively convinced that the winner of the tournament will come from this group. PSG will have a chance, of course. I've got to claim some credit while we're about it. We don't claim that much credit. We don't get them all right. But I've got to say, I was slightly fearful for Newcastle going into that previous game because it had gone so well against PSG. PSG played into Newcastle's hands, awful kind of game plan, awful attitude, and deservedly got hammered. It was going to be different because Dortmund don't have to. At St James's Park, they didn't have to come at Newcastle. They could soak it up. They could let Newcastle punch themselves out with their whole Geordie fever and all of this kind of stuff, and then pick them off. And they did that really efficiently. They won the game. They deserved to win the game. Different dynamic this time around, though. So it's interesting again, isn't it? The two teams are on the same number of points. Obviously, if it's a draw, it's a significant one for Dortmund because that would give them head-to-head over Newcastle. Cagier again, I think, than the previous game because it will be interesting to see how Newcastle react to that. So in betting terms, I think we're going a low number of goals. Newcastle are probably at their better. I mean, Isak's been injured. We'll see how he is, but Newcastle are a stronger defensive team than I think they are an offensive team still. I think that's where Eddie Howe started his work, and it makes perfect sense. They had a lot of success being that way round last season. And obviously Dortmund got a proper chasing in the Klassiker at the weekend. But they often do. So they have to bounce back from losing against Bayern Munich. Fascinatingly set up. And like I said, I'm erring for a fairly cagey game.
Fairly cagey from you then. I mean, the compilers here, the Sportsbet.io boffins, can't really differentiate between the two sides. It's 2.57 for Borussia Dortmund, 2.6 for Newcastle, 3.6 the tie there, Gavin. So they can't decide. Can you?
No, it's tricky because Newcastle have had this. I mean, we're in unknown territory with Newcastle in the Champions League, aren't we? With an Eddie Howe team, Eddie Howe's it's his first Champions League campaign. He's learning. They haven't got a big squad, Newcastle. They've obviously spent a lot of money in the last 18 months, and the squad has improved dramatically. But there are injuries. We have the whole Tonali situation, which is unfortunate, and that weakens the squad. He was a guy who was going to come in and make a big difference, and provide some sort of European know-how. And there isn't a lot of know-how in these situations, and that really showed against Dortmund in the previous game because Dortmund, I mean, they took a hammering at the weekend. I mean, it was all about Harry Kane, wasn't it? But Dortmund took a hammering at home. But we said this before about Dortmund. Their league position has been slightly misleading. They're still in the top four in the Bundesliga, but their performances haven't reflected that. And they obviously lost Bellingham in the summer. They haven't reacted that well to that loss, the last minute loss in the Bundesliga race in the last game of the season. So it's been a tricky season for them, and they had a game plan in that last match, and Newcastle showed their inexperience. I think really not being able to break it down. There's a lot of pressure we talked about before about to perform at home for Newcastle. I think what will happen in this game is what happened in the Milan game. And when Newcastle went to San Siro, they put on a very strong defensive performance, and that is, John said, Eddie Howe's strength. So, I mean, this could even be goalless. I mean, it could even, it could be a very low scoring game. So that's where I'm heading with this. There isn't a lot of value there, but it's not going to be a goal fest, I don't think. Certainly after Dortmund's hammering at the weekend, they'll just want to try and shut up shop and be cautious and know that a point will give them, as John said, the head-to-head advantage. So I think it's going to be cautious on both teams. And Newcastle have got those absences and injuries. I think we're heading to defensive territory on this one.
I mean, you said the same as us when we've been live on Clubhouse TV. We've been talking about Newcastle's home performances being their strength in Europe, and maybe being cagey on the road and trying to nick a point here and there and get themselves through the group of F or the group of death or whatever it is. John, in terms of the best bet here, I mean, you're going unders, presumably, from what you've said. Where would you take me if in the market?
Under 1.5. What? I haven't got the prices to hand. So
under 1.5 is 4.33.
Yeah.
Which is a good price, isn't it? I mean, basically, the comparison, this has got goals in it. But I agree with you. I think Newcastle will be parking the bus, metaphorically speaking. Are you in the same boat, Gavin?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, I think Newcastle had a pretty bruising game as well on Saturday. I mean, there was the whole VAR nonsense, but it was a tough game as well, physically demanding, and they've got to go again on the Tuesday afternoon. So I think Eddie Howe's natural instinct is to be cautious, particularly away from home in a situation like Dortmund, where like the San Siro, it can be quite an intimidating atmosphere. Certainly the crowd will be up for it after the disappointment of Saturday and Bayern Munich, the loss to Bayern Munich. So yeah, I'm going to be cautious, and that's actually there's some value there, isn't there, on that? Yeah. So under 1.5.
That's a good price, isn't it? For under 1.5 goals at 4.33. I don't think we need to go any further than that. And the other game that kicks off early is Shakhtar against Barcelona, the early game on Tuesday. And Barcelona could guarantee themselves progression with a win in this fixture. And John Driscoll, you're a La Liga expert. Barcelona's form this season, is it going to be too much for Shakhtar?
I mean, they don't blow anybody away, Barcelona. It's very much 1-0 to the Barcelona. And the old, Xavi grew up watching Arsenal VHS tapes from the early 70s. And one day I'll turn Barcelona into a 1-0 team. So they won at Real Sociedad at the weekend, didn't play particularly well. Lewandowski's back from injury, but looking at his age, I'm afraid to say. But they've won every game in the Champions League so far. There are not many teams in that position, four giants basically. They beat Shakhtar in the first game 2-1. I think does the Ukrainians a bit of a favour, that scoreline. I think it was more comfortable for Barca than that scoreline suggests. And obviously, it's a fascinating story, but you're not going into. It's not like a normal away game, is it, when you play Shakhtar at the moment for obvious reasons. So I think Barca probably got enough to do a job. They're okay. They're not. We're not at the glittering Barca stage yet of the Pep team or the Luis Enrique team. Given their financial restrictions, they've done a good job to put a squad together as strong as it is. They keep throwing in kids who just turn out to be fabulous. Lamine Yamal is the latest off the production line. A number of tremendous, very young players playing. So they've done a good job, Barca. I think they'll be too good for Shakhtar, but again, I'm not going goal crazy. This
would be Barcelona's first knockout qualification for 3 seasons, Gavin. We kind of think Barcelona as a European giant, but they haven't really been that in recent times. So this would be a little bit of a feather in the cap, wouldn't it, for this squad?
Yeah, and there's been so much upheaval at the club over the last 2 years. It was always going to be that way with Messi eventually leaving at some point. So there's been a lot of changes. There's still some quality, a lot of quality in that team. And as John said, the youngsters that keep coming through, quite incredible, really, that they can do that. And there was Fermin Lopez, the midfielder, scored, was the man of the match against Shakhtar in the last game. Another kid who's come through from virtually nowhere. So there's a lot of talent, a lot of ability in the team. I mean, I think this is it's a tricky one to call because Shakhtar is such an unknown quantity at the moment. The whole of the Ukrainian league is an unknown quantity at the moment because they're playing in so many different venues. This one is going to be in Hamburg, isn't it? That's where they're playing this season. Their home games, having played in Warsaw last season. Shakhtar, so it's a really strange situation, and Shakhtar actually beat Dynamo Kiev at the weekend, and they in the Ukrainian league. But the Dynamo Kiev, the traditional powerhouse of Ukrainian football, the coach left, announced his retirement after that game. Lucescu, the Romanian coach. So Shakhtar have also changed coach in the last a few weeks. The first game they played against Barca with a new coach, so there's a few changes there. So there's a possible bounce there a little bit with a new coach coming in. So there's maybe a little bit of opportunity there for Shakhtar to do something in this game. In that Barca, it's not an easy trip for Barca. It's not an easy trip for an inexperienced team of inexperienced youngsters in there. So it's possibly going to be cautious from Barca and from Xavi. They would be happy with a point. A win would guarantee them qualification for the knockout. So, but there's no need with the group stages to go all out like that and grab the win, because they will qualify. So
they're going to get through anyway, aren't they? Shakhtar won 2 of the last 7 head-to-heads against Barcelona, but I don't know if I can see it happening on Tuesday night. Your best bet, Gavin, for this one?
I think it's going to be low scoring. I mean, I think Barca to win under 1.5 would probably be where I'd be heading with this. I think it's quite it's going to be quite cautious, and it's a hard one to call because it's effectively been played on at a neutral venue in Hamburg, isn't it? So it's a tough one. But I'd be going low scoring, Barca to win and low score.
Well, under 1.5 double would get you some good money because it's 6 the price for under 1.5 in that game. John, are you thinking the same way? Maybe a slightly cautious affair, unders play?
Yeah. So cautious, narrow Barca win. Don't know how. Yeah, it boxes you in a little bit, doesn't it? If you go that narrow, so it sort of leaves you. I'm not necessarily convinced 1-0. They've won a lot of games 1-0 in the last couple of years.
Well, even under 2.5, John, is 2.75.
Yeah. That's so. Yeah. I think I'll take that. I don't know. I think I'll just go a little bit more cautious, and just give Barca a 2-0 in there as well.
John Driscoll, the Eddie Howe of this podcast, then a cautious defensive approach from him.
Covering every game of the English Premier League, Champions League and Europa League, live as they happen. For the best live bets, this is Clubhouse TV with sportsbet.io. Please gamble responsibly.
Ciao, bonsoir, buenas, hello from me, Simon, and this man, Pete Farries. We are with you here on Clubhouse TV with sportsbet.io on a Champions League Tuesday. We are a live tipping service, and we'll bring you the best analysis for 8 Champions League games tonight. We'll try and keep across all of them. 2 in the early round, 2 in the early window, and 6 later on. Some cracking games, including Newcastle's trip to Borussia Dortmund. We'll get into those in a short moment. But first of all, start by asking Peter, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you? Can you hear me okay? Hello?
I can hear you okay.
Can everyone hear me okay? Good. Just maybe it's a button that I've not pressed on my headphones. It's probably that. And what a professional start to proceedings from myself personally.
You are definitely peaking here on the desk, so there's no issues there with sound.
To be fair, I'm so loud that people can probably hear me.
I think it's the content that we're probably a bit more concerned about, because you're just rambling at the moment.
Well, actually what I'm doing, Simon, is checking that everyone will be able to hear the content when I begin to distribute the content.
Okay, we've got off on,
honestly,
we've got off on the wrong foot again.
Sick of him already. 3 seconds in. Yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight. Obviously, Dortmund, I backed Dortmund a couple of weeks ago to beat Newcastle. They were 5-1. It always seemed like way too big a price. Obviously, Dortmund's form's dropped off a little bit. They got spanked by Munich in Der Klassiker at the weekend. But I still don't think Newcastle are that good. Plus, they had the emotional game against Arsenal. That would have drained a lot sort of mentally from them, and they got injuries, key ones as well. Dan Burn, who'd have thought would have said this a few years ago, key injury to Dan Burn as well. So I've got some thoughts there. Shakhtar are an interesting one. They played really well in that 2-1 loss to Barcelona. They probably deserved a draw in that game. And then tonight, obviously, some really good ties. Porto Antwerp's obviously an intriguing one. Lazio are a phenomenal price, I think, at home against Feyenoord. I think they're a really, really good price tonight. Just over 2 tonight, Lazio. That looks remarkable to me. And I think Celtic are going to get absolutely leathered. So, I mean, all in all, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Pete's given away all his best tips already. We're only 2 minutes into the show, but do stay with us for more of the same, more than that, and also your chance to win free bets here. The usual rules are in operation tonight. We have 10 times 10 USDT free bets in the early games, two games. So we'll do something that features both matches: Borussia Dortmund versus Newcastle, and Shakhtar versus Barcelona. And then we'll have another round of free bets on offer for the late games later on. So do stay with us for details on that, and let us know, okay, where you're betting tonight. We love to hear where your best bets are, what your opinions and thoughts are to the games, and stick them in the usual channel, which is the Telegram channel, Clubhouse TV, and we'll read them out and join in the conversation throughout the show. In fact, a few of you are already been in touch, welcoming us to the show. Genetics with his usual welcoming phrases. Sasai, the Grand Wizard of Mon, the Quizmaster Guru, and Pete, the poised Duke of Betterton, stern iron fist ruler.
Yeah, I'm pretty stern.
But Viv says it's hello, Brian Cox and Aidan Markram.
I don't look like that guy, and we've had. I don't mind, but I don't look like that guy.
I think you look a bit like him. Yeah, I see what Viv's talking about there.
We did this a few weeks ago. I think it was me and Jack, and I just do not think I look like that man. But anyway, I also don't care, so it's not the end of the world.
So hello to Jeremy PWR, as well as Navidart and Lolo Jones, some of the early correspondents here on the Telegram channel as we bring you coverage of tonight's Champions League games, which are now just 10 minutes away. Okay, so let's have a look at some of these games then. It's revenge week in the Champions League, isn't it? Because these two sides, all of these teams played the reverse fixture just 2 weeks ago, so fresh in the mind, some battles renewed. I did some research, Pete. I'm going to be interesting for a change now.
Yeah, you said this. So just before we came on air, normally we'll just have a quick chat. Okay, so we'll do this with the free bet. And Cy just looked up and just went, I'm going to be really interesting today.
So last season, it happens every year, doesn't it? The Champions League fixtures come out and you get your 6 fixtures spread out across 3 months, and then right in the middle are the reverse games.
Yep.
Okay. So I always wonder, what are the chances of teams overturning a defeat from 2 weeks? You know,
right.
When it's right in the middle of a Champions League group, you got, one team wins convincingly, and then you play again 2 weeks later. All right, it's maybe away or whatever. But how many of those results got overturned? So last season, round 3 of the Champions League last season, there were 16 games, of which 14 were won, and there were 2 draws. So of those teams, those 14 teams that won in the third round of the Champions League, how many of those teams lost the 4th round in the reverse fixture?
Right.
Asking you a question, of the 14 teams.
Half?
1.
Right, okay.
That was Juventus, who lost to Maccabi Haifa, having beaten them in round 3. They went to Israel, lost to Maccabi Haifa. So of the 14 winners, there were 7 repeat wins, 6 draws, and only 1 loss. So basically what I'm saying is, if you lost the first game, based on last season's form, there isn't much chance of overturning it 2 weeks later.
Right.
Which plays into your Borussia Dortmund play.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting stat, and I wish I had bothered to do that much work. I think that's should we call it the Barlow Revenge Theorem?
Okay.
We'll call it the Barlow Revenge Theorem. Yeah, I really like that. I think, look, as Cy will know, Cy and I have worked together for a long time. I think stats are important. I think they inform what's going on, but I am not a huge statistical bettor particularly. I like to know, form lines and everything, but historical stats to do with other teams, while interesting, it's not my kind of jam when I'm putting my bets together. What is my jam is a Newcastle side who had a ridiculous game against Arsenal at the weekend, who have had key injuries since then, including to Dan Burn. I mean, if I go through the starting 11s of these two sides here, Pope in goal, Trippier, Schur, Lascelles, Livramento, Hall, Willock, Guimarães, Longstaff, Wilson, Jolinton. That's the Newcastle team line of team. That's the Newcastle team / lineup. How long are we in? For Dortmund, Köbel, Hummels, Schürrle, Ryerson, Schlotterbeck, Sabitzer, Brandt, Ushkan, Nemetcha, Fulkrug, and Adeyemi. I am absolutely all over Dortmund tonight.
Yeah, their 11 is much closer to their strongest 11 than Newcastle's.
Absolutely, and I think I wouldn't have thought I'd said this a few years ago, but without Dan Burn, Newcastle are undoubtedly weaker defensively. You actually even saw it in the Arsenal game the other day. I thought that Arsenal got more into the game as certainly going forward. Not that they were particularly great. I think they only had one shot on target, but they still were very decent in that game at times. And I think once Dan Burn had gone off, that was the main period of their goodness, if you want to use an awful bit of English. Listen, I'd love to be smart about this. I'd love to be kind of like Sai's being really clever with stats, but 2.66 for Borussia Dortmund, the Signal Iduna tonight, looks absolutely belting to me. I think we're possibly both in a similar vein of feeling like unders is the play.
Oh, yeah, I think so. So the Asian totals here, you can get under 2.5 goals at 1.91, over 2.5 goals, also at 1.91. I know where I would rather be, and it's with the unders.
Yeah, I think I would. I mean, if I'm honest, I'm not going to play that market because overs wouldn't massively surprise me, but I think unders makes more sense if we're looking at it like that. I think unders does make more sense. But yeah, I'm just absolutely... I do not want to back Newcastle. And listen, I've got friends from Newcastle. I was in Newcastle the other day. It's a place that I used to go to an awful lot in my early 20s and adore the place. But I don't think they're a very good football team. Everyone keeps telling me how good they are, and I just don't see it. I don't see it. And maybe I'm wrong. It's very possible that I'm wrong in this. I just don't think they're very good. I think they're fairly well organised, but I don't really care about them at all. I don't think they're that good.
They look good against Manchester United, but plenty of teams do.
Me wouldn't do too badly against Manchester United.
I noticed that Tino Livramento had a great game at right back that day. It seems to be playing a little bit further forward in this lineup for Newcastle today.
Which, again, is interesting because it informs and tells you where Newcastle's selection issues are. I mean, Livramento is a very decent wing-back, but again, having to move him slightly further forward, all these little things tell you that Eddie Howe is having to make certain decisions he probably wouldn't have had to make or would have wanted to make. So Dortmund, for me, at all ends, I mean, 2.66, I adore that. I have no worries about that whatsoever.
No, we're firmly in agreement there that Dortmund are the value and Dortmund are the bet for the game there, 2.66 to beat Newcastle. Let's have a quick look at the other one then before we get underway. That is Shakhtar Donetsk versus Barcelona. Situation in their group is that Shakhtar are third on 3 points. Barcelona are top with 9. So Barcelona perfect, 3 from 3 so far. But do they trip up tonight in Poland? No, is it Poland?
It's in Germany tonight.
In Germany
Hamburg tonight, yeah. But besides, right, they do play a lot of their football in Poland, of course, Shakhtar Donetsk. Rysnik, Rakiecki, Matvienko, Bonda, Golokoshielewski, which I think I've got right, Stepanenko, Zubkov, Krivsky, Sudarkov, Shikan and Nerveton, whereas Xavi's gone to Stegen, Alonso, Joao Cancelo, Christensen, Araujo, Gundogan, Oriol Romeu, Xavi, Lewandowski, Ferran Torres and Rafinha. I think Barcelona do win. I'm not, again, that's not a hugely controversial statement to make, but I think, as they did last time, Shakhtar Donetsk could score here. So I kind of pretty happily, or at least I would be if my computer was working, would be. I'm pretty keen, to be honest, on Barca and both teams.
Barca and both teams. So both teams to score in the match is 2.04 result, and both teams to score. Barcelona and yes is 2.88. So decent boost that from the two on offer for both teams to score. Barcelona to win and both teams score 2.88. Barcelona to win are just 1.26 flat out, 7.2 for the tie, and Shakhtar 9.2. Is there any small chance that Shakhtar could maybe take a lead in this game, first goal, or lead at half-time?
I'm not against that at all. I mean, obviously, when these two teams met the other week, they had to score. It wasn't even that late, was it? I think it was like 63rd, 64th minute or something. Having been 2-0 down, it was the first half where Barcelona did the damage, and then Shakhtar, as I said, were much better in the second half. I'm not against that. Again, I can't. It's not a market I'm desperate to sort of get involved in, but I'm not against it. Anyone who plays it, I mean, fair play and very best of luck to you. And if this computer doesn't work, you're about to see a man put up bets and then lose his mind and smash this monitor into tiny pieces.
He's going to lose his marbles. While we're waiting for Pete to lose his marbles, we'll talk about the free bet condition for these two early games. We talked a little bit about it off air, and we settled on, well, because the Newcastle game, we don't think it's a high-scoring game. We've ruled out goals for that. The Shakhtar versus Barcelona game feels a little bit sort of, I don't know, could be over 2.5, maybe not. Could be both teams to score. Yeah, we think that. But anyway, we've gone with cards because the two referees for these two games are card monsters. The teams involved, well, Barcelona have actually, of all the four teams, Barcelona have got the most yellow cards in the Champions League of these four teams, 11 so far. Shakhtar have got 9 from 3 games, so an average of 3 a game, and then a little bit less for Newcastle and Borussia Dortmund. But the two referees involved have got tremendous records for dishing out cards, particularly Mr. Alejandro Hernandez of Spain, who's in charge of the Dortmund versus Newcastle game. So in his last few games, this referee has issued 6 games. The last 6 games, he's issued 4 reds. He's issued 12, 18, 24, 34, 42 yellows and 4 reds in his last 6 games.
Well, I think the important thing, like you were saying, Si, is that domestically, card levels are higher because referees are then told in UEFA competition just to try and calm down. But even then, if you're a Spanish referee and your level is 9 or 10 and you're told to calm down, you can still only probably come as far down as 6 or 7.
Yeah.
So I think it's a perfectly good way in. I like it.
So the way in is we need a red card in either of the early games.
Yep.
And if we don't get a red card, as long as we get 8 yellows, it will still trigger the free bet condition and the question that will hopefully result in 10 of you lucky viewers getting the 10 USDT free bet tonight. So let me repeat that one. Give me a thumbs up in the Telegram chat if you like what we're doing here tonight. It's a red card or 8 yellows across the 2 games. So if we get a red card in the first minute, that's great.
Done.
If we don't get a red card, we're just waiting on the 8th yellow card across both games to trigger the free bet condition. By the way, referee for the other game, Shakhtar versus Barcelona, is from Bosnia, and his last Champions League game, well, his last 2 Champions League games, he's issued 2 reds and 7 yellows. So again, there's a good chance if that referee follows his usual pattern, then we've got a card happy. We've got cards coming up anyway in these 2 games.
Yeah, I think that's nice, and the idea of, I don't think 8 cards over 2 games is that many, really. In the scheme of what we've got here, and the teams and the players we've got, Bruno Guimaraes, of course, already on a booking from the other week. That might help. That might mean he's more likely to get booked, or it might mean he's less likely to get booked. I don't know. We'll find out. But I think it's got a really good chance. And remember, you will go into the bin of dreams, everyone.
The bin of dreams, yes.
Yep, that I created using pure skill earlier on.
That's right, yes. So we're doing a draw for the early ones. We might do first 10 for the late ones.
Can I just very quickly, Lolo's been in touch on the Telegram saying, when will the broadcast start on Telegram? I can't watch on YouTube on one phone at the same time. Lolo, we have prodded the people. We don't put us live on Telegram. We put us live on everything else. If we're not on YouTube, then it's our fault. But we don't put us live on Telegram. So it's being hopefully worked on. Serious apologies. Nothing that me or Si can do at the moment, but we will try and get that sorted.
Jeremy PWR's back in Newcastle. He's going against you tonight, Pete, and he also says, dang, that is so many cards, talking about the condition of 8 or the red. But there's a few thumbs up in the Telegram chat from Timo, from Genetics, Navidart, Slissy. Okay, so a bit of a general sort of approval for the free bet condition for these games. We've got more free bets on offer for the late games as well, so we'll see how we go here before fixing the condition for those 6. We're just about to get underway then in Germany. Newcastle in an unfamiliar sort of green and white strip tonight. Of course, we know Borussia Dortmund will be in their familiar yellow and black, and already a decent start for Dortmund on the attack around the edge of the Newcastle box.
What's going on? Genetics, why don't you like the bin of dreams? What's going on, mate? What's happening? Why don't you like the bin of dreams? I don't like to hear this.
Some guys always seem to be first through, don't they? With the when it's fastest finger first. And Genetics, I think, is one of those who has either fast connection or some kind of. He's basically hacked the internet.
He's a wizard, effectively, right? Is what we're saying.
Yeah.
I can't prove that, in a court of law, for example, but he's possibly a wizard.
But then the last time I was in and we did a free draw, so all the entrants just were put in a hat and we drew it out. And Genetics came out third, I think. So he wins either way, basically.
Well, hopefully someone will win with the free bets. I think we'll be fine for that, by the way. I think that's a really low. I think it sounds harder than it is, that market. I really do think that sounds harder than it is. Shakhtar and Barcelona then obviously live. That's over on our screen here, and we've got Dortmund, Newcastle in this one as well. And just the fact that I'm a Middlesbrough fan does not make me anything closer to unprofessional or objective. No, subjective. It makes me objective. I am objective in terms of Newcastle. I just don't think that the thing with Newcastle is they're still going through that phase of we're buying a few. They've actually, I will say that the new owners have run it very sensibly. I will definitely say that, outside of all the other stuff. In terms of, they've not kind of done what a lot of new owners do, which is go in, buy 1,000 new players, spend £1 billion, or, Abramovich at Chelsea, Todd Bowley at Chelsea. They've gone in, they've managed it sensibly. Some big price signings, but just a slow evolution of the side. And I think that's smart, but I think Dortmund will win tonight. And I mean, listen, they were atrocious against Bayern. Defensively, they were abysmal against Bayern in Der Klassiker. So they need to do a bit more here. It could be a chance for them down this left-hand side early doors, in fact. 2.66 Dortmund. Their first goal, 2.06, I think is very nice as well.
Yeah, I didn't mention the situation in Newcastle's group earlier when I gave the Barcelona group out. So PSG are top with 6 points from the first two games. Then Dortmund have now leapfrogged Newcastle into second as a result of the win at St James's Park, both on 4 points, but the head-to-head obviously puts Dortmund on top of Newcastle. They are kind of joint second there. And then you've got AC Milan, rock bottom in fourth, 2 points from their 3 games. Who would have thought that it would be Milan, last season's semi-finalists, the whipping boys of the group? Yeah. Not whipping boys, sorry.
No.
They're bottom, though, aren't they?
But at the same time, I know that things have overall improved for AC Milan over the last few years. They've just turned a profit for the first time in something like 11 years, haven't they, AC Milan? It's something, and it's not even that big a profit. It's just the first time they've done it. Third in Serie A at the moment, going well enough. But it's not a surprise that they're bottom of anything, really. Still, they've still not breached that level of kind of they're a powerhouse again. They are a better side than they were a couple of years ago. They run more smartly than they were a couple of years ago. But I mean, this is a side who were beaten by Udinese at home the other day at San Siro. They've obviously lost to Juventus recently. There's no shame in losing to Juventus, but it still shows you that they're not in the next stage of kind of moving forward. Plus, Mike Maignan, who is their goalkeeper, is, in my opinion, absolute garbage, and therefore should be opposed in every way, shape or form.
Oh, I don't know. He's okay. But yeah, maybe he's not quite elite Champions League standard. By the way, they play at home to PSG tonight. That's one of the 8 o'clock kickoffs. 3.00 for Milan, 3.60 for the tie, and 2.30 for PSG, who I think had a good win at the weekend, didn't they, in Ligue 1. Not top of Ligue 1, though. That's Nice at the moment.
Yeah, Nice, sort of a bit of a surprise, obviously beat Montpellier the other day, PSG 3-0. It was a pretty comfortable victory as well, but Nice have been absolutely remarkable. They're one of the few teams in Europe's top divisions yet to lose in the league.
Yeah.
And that's not a French Toulouse pun. They just haven't lost yet. They've been really, really good, and I think the fact is that Francesco Fagnoli has been looked at. I mean, there was some suggestions he might go to Italy and take over one of the big clubs. It's still very early days. They don't concede, Nice. They're very good at that. Dortmund coming forward here, by the way. Remember, 2.06 Dortmund first goal is definitely one of my early shouts in this as the ball goes out for, I think, our first
corner. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was nice play to move the ball across to the right-hand side, and they took on... Well, it was Sean Longstaff back there, so he was covering for, presumably, the left-back had gone walkabout. Is it Lewis Hall playing left-back tonight? He'd gone up there and been caught out with that ball behind. Anyway, corner. Let's see if Dortmund can create an opportunity from their first corner. Like we say, for the free bet condition, we're on cards, either a red card or a total of 8 yellows across these 2 early games, but as yet, no cards, and that corner has come to nothing for Newcastle as well. There is a corner in the other game at the Volkspark Stadion in Germany, where Shakhtar and Barcelona are at 0-0, and it's a Shakhtar corner here.
It is, yeah. Just very quickly, so sorry, I think some people are getting some issues here. I'm not entirely sure what's happening. We don't appear to be on Kick. We were on Kick when we first went live because I checked it with Sai in the studio. We are on YouTube. That is fine at the moment. We are on YouTube. That is apparently working. And seems okay. But
I can see us on Kick right now, so
I can't.
I've clicked on Kick and I can see you. Your hand is doing that, so that was literally seconds ago.
But I can't see us on Kick. So we have got a message. Look, something's amiss. I will text Gav, and Gav will have to just pull his finger out and get it fixed. But we've come back on Kick now. That might have just been a temporary outage then.
We were kicked off for a second.
Well done, Si. Enjoyed that. A great deal.
Sorry, sometimes it's just not worth saying. Sometimes, are they?
No, but it's still it's nice to be in a room with you anyway.
Okay. Where are we going to get this first goal then?
I still think Dortmund. I mean, look at the space Dortmund are finding here down the right hand side. That's a very good first touch. Don't strike it from there.
Is that Julian?
I mean, what on earth? I mean, you've got it's 3 on. You know, yes, okay. Newcastle have got the numerical advantage, but look at this here. I mean, you are still. I mean, it's almost 3 on 3, and that's the option you take. That is the option you take from a narrow angle. Terzic with his thumb up, but I would be livid if my player did that, because it's just such a dumb decision. That anyway, Borussia Dortmund first goal 2.04. I think looks very, very good.
Yeah, I forgot to realise that Marcel Sabitzer is now playing in midfield for Borussia Dortmund. Of course, he had a loan spell at Manchester United last season, and he was okay in patches. To be honest, he never really sort of did enough to make you think they were going to sign him permanently. I think, to be fair, I think Bayern Munich were asking quite a lot of money for him on a permanent deal, although it seems like they've been quite happy to send him out to their biggest rivals domestically in a bizarre move.
Well, I think that also comes down to Bayern's attitude on Dortmund, which is perhaps they don't necessarily think of them as
no, they don't.
Scary rivals anyway.
Even though they almost won the league last year, and it took a complete capitulation or a bottle job on the last day of the season for Bayern to keep the run going.
And fair play to Dortmund for sticking with Terzic as well, by the way, off the back of that. Barcelona starting to grow into this game against Shakhtar Donetsk, who are defending pretty well, but you do feel the pressure is starting to just roll a little bit more over Shakhtar Donetsk here. I stand by the both teams to score, by the way. I think that is still going to land, but let's go with the first goal. In fact, you could go the first goal double here. I mean, 1.22, it's not going to bump your price up massively, really. But I think you could go with the Dortmund-Barcelona first goal double and not have it be the worst bet you've ever placed. Let's have a little look here. First goal double. Let's eliminate that. Barcelona and Borussia Dortmund as a double there, I think could be quite a nice way to go. First goal live, that is. And actually to win the games as well is fine.
Just looking at the corner situation in the Shakhtar versus Barcelona game, and it's 1-0 so far for Shakhtar, but price for the race to 3 looks interesting to me, and it's Shakhtar, the home team. All right, they're not actually in Ukraine tonight or even anywhere near Donetsk, but 2.4 to win the race to 3 corners when they've got the first corner in the bag, and Barcelona are yet to get one. Now that price for the race to 3 will be predicated on the match price, on probably what happened 2 weeks ago at Camp Nou. Different game this, and we already see that Shakhtar have got forward, got the first corner, and they're 2.4 in a very winnable market there in the race to 3. So just keep an eye on that one. Barcelona are 1.5 favourites in the race to 3. When you get to race to 5, race to 7, fair enough. Barcelona deserve to be favourites, I think, the more corners there are. But that's a short race to 3, and Shakhtar already 1-0 up on it. Can't believe that price is still there at 2.42.
No, I think that's a very nice way to go. Booking, Lewis Hall.
Yes!
Has been booked, so we are 1 card in already. That's a very nice start. Lewis Hall booked for Newcastle there. And the man who was a bit of a surprising signing, I suppose in some ways, has started us off very nicely indeed.
Comes from a family of Newcastle fans, even though he's a southerner. Played at Chelsea's academy and been at Chelsea all his career until the Newcastle move came about. But yeah, apparently a family of Newcastle fans down south. And again, I think it's a really shrewd signing this from Eddie Howe's point of view, because he doesn't just go out and spend money on mercenaries. I mean, obviously there's a few in there that you're thinking, that they would have signed for anybody. But Dan Burn, brought back to Newcastle, boyhood Newcastle fan, bringing Anthony Gordon, good young English player, in Lewis Hall from a family of Newcastle fans signed. They've got that sort of local connection now, haven't they?
They're solid sign. They're solid, yet they're not boring signings. They're young players who are going to get better. Anthony Gordon, I'm not wholly sold on, but
he was brilliant against Manchester United.
Yeah, I didn't see that game.
in that Carabao Cup game.
I didn't see that game, to be honest. But
played as a lone striker, and he just played the role fantastically.
Yeah, I'm not wholly sold on him. Hall, I think, is interesting. I think that's a really interesting sign.
Second corner of the game to Dortmund, and this one's hacked away from inside a 6-yard box by Newcastle.
Newcastle are not defending well at all in this first half. I honestly don't think they are. I think look at the gaps that Dortmund are finding. Can anyone else tell that my computer's not working and I'm having to kind of scramble my way through this?
I can't tell.
Ah, that's good, but I can certainly tell. Look, Dortmund are just finding so many gaps. Newcastle look behind it a little bit, and for me, just undoubtedly, again, I can't reiterate this enough. I think Dortmund win this game. I think they may well win it. 2-0's now beginning to hone itself. Yeah, he's offside. Beginning to hone itself into my view a little bit. I don't mind this at all. I think Dortmund 2.54. I mean, fully sign me up on that. I think that's an absolute belter. That
there are appeals for handball there. Now VAR. Well, it's come off his side. It's not handball, but I can see why Dortmund players were appealing for handball. Referee wasn't interested, and VAR would have had a brief look at that, but it's come off his side, so nothing doing there. We had a little chat, rant about VAR before the show got underway. It was obviously a big topic of conversation today in the UK because of last night's shenanigans in the Chelsea or Tottenham versus Chelsea game. What was it? 4 goals disallowed, 2 red cards, other countless incidents reviewed. There were like so much stoppage time. Are we just getting to the point now where people are really finally realising that so much of a referee's job is subjective? You just can't re-referee games with VAR anymore because another guy in miles away will always see the same incident differently than somebody in the middle of the action.
Look, I've been pretty from the very start on this channel and in my life. I think it needs putting in a bin. I think it needs covering in petrol and setting fire to VAR. I despise it. I think it ruins football. I think it's anti-football. I think it's one of the worst things I've ever seen. I hate it.
Okay,
I think.
Chance Dortmund, first save from Nick Pope. It was straight at him in truth, but it was a good position they manoeuvred. Sorry, Pete. Yeah, I think I agree. I get your sentiment. It's VAR's not working. It's rubbish. Let's get rid.
Well, look, if something is as many of those things were in that the Newcastle Arsenal game of the weekend. If it's so vague that it could go one or two ways, it could have been a push, it could not have been. It could have been an elbow, it could not have been. It could have been a red for Havertz, it could not have been. Ball in, ball out, whatever. Then that's an acceptance that football is a difficult thing to referee, in which case you can't get angry at the officials for getting that wrong. I think it's okay to have a thing in place for you've sent the wrong person off. I think it's okay to have a guy say, sorry, you sent the wrong person off there. I think that's okay.
Yeah.
But I'm not against that because that's just a sort of a mistake and error that should not be happening. But outside of that, I mean, I went to a game the other week. I covered a game the other week. Every time the ball went sort of in, there was 3 goals in the game, everyone went, can I celebrate that? Is that okay?
Yeah, it takes the joy out of it, doesn't it?
And, there was someone on the radio the other day saying, well, that's happened with offsides before. Yeah, but it's in. It's not. It's over. But now it's, hey.
Yeah.
And that's just the worst thing. The worst thing, man. I hate it. It's anti-football. I hate it. I really don't like it. I want it gone. And before I was kind of like philosophical about it. I hated it, but I was philosophical. I'm not philosophical now. Kill it.
It's anti-joy. I don't know if it's anti-football, but it's definitely anti-joy. By the way, hello Anti-Joy if you're watching tonight. Slissy says, was it 19 corners when they last played? The offside derby, says Imari. I think he's referring to last night's Chelsea versus Tottenham game being the offside derby. His genetics corrects me. There were 5 goals disallowed in that game. Wow. I mean, that is just anti. That's just a killjoy, isn't it? Anyway, have we got another corner in? No. It was a good chance, though, for Shakhtar Donetsk. Going to save from Barcelona. So Shakhtar giving as good as they get at the moment in that game. Still goalless, though. And Dortmund on top, as Pete's mentioned. And looking good for that 2.52 or around about to win the game against Newcastle. So we think here anyway. I mean, games change, don't they? Teams can initially look good and get on top and then fall away, whatever. Big decision maybe. A red card could change things. But at the moment, I don't see how Newcastle are going to offer enough of a threat. Another shot goes in and Pope makes a second save in a space of seconds.
Honestly, Dortmund first goal is absolutely the play here. I mean, again, I've been so strong on them pre-match as well. I couldn't believe they were odds against in this game, by the way. It just did not compute with me at all. They're 2.44 now, Dortmund. First goal, Dortmund is exactly 2 on the nose. So even money if you want to look at it in certain terms, but 2 on the nose, Borussia Dortmund to win. I mean, it's That is just a yes. It's just a massive yes. Look at what we're looking at here. What I'm looking at right now is if Dortmund keep playing like this, that unders that we suggested earlier on is in serious trouble because Dortmund, Newcastle look kind of chaotic defensively. And I'm telling you, that without Dan Burn, that is a much weaker, much more poorly organised back line. Dortmund 2, yes. Dortmund to win the match, yes. Dortmund to win the first half, 3.55, say. 3.55.
Red card in the game as well. I'm looking at this matchup between Lewis Hall, who's on a yellow already, and Karim Adeyemi, and I'm thinking Adeyemi's got him on toast at the moment. They get the ball out to him quickly, and he's got no cover. He's in big trouble. Adeyemi will come inside. He's very strong and skillful, and I think he's going to give Lewis Hall massive problems now. He can't stick one on him because he's already on a yellow card.
Yeah, it's... this is a game that I think Dortmund are just going to absolutely run through. Shakhtar Donetsk, by the way, they've had a couple of half chances. You can see what they're doing, trying to counter. They've had a couple of half chances here at Donetsk. I'm sticking to the both teams to score in this.
Yeah, I would. 2.3 now.
2.3 is a very nice price for both teams to score in this game. I am very pro that market. I think that's a really good way in. I'm not going to play the 11 because I don't think they win. So why would I?
Yeah.
But I do think they score. And again, what was it? 2.38 was it earlier on? Both teams to score and Barcelona?
2.88, yeah, which will be a little bit better now.
Well, I think Dortmund... Sorry, to keep Dortmund going by the brain here.
3.75 now, Barcelona to win, both teams to score.
Si's just finished my sentence for me very kindly there. But, I needed it. I needed help. I was floundering and you stepped in like a true hero.
Well, let's just flash up the stats in that game just to illustrate to the viewers that this is not a one-sided game at all. So 2 shots apiece, 67% possession for Barcelona. Well, that's not unexpected, but 2 shots apiece, 1 on target to 0. So Shakhtar have had the only shot on target, and they've had the only corner as well. No cards as yet in that game.
No, I think at the moment it's a bit like the old days. Do you remember when people used to play high cards in Barcelona games, but actually no one ever got close to them?
Yeah,
it's a bit like that.
You can't foul them because the ball's gone.
Yeah, that Guardiola kind of period where everyone's like, right, well, they're up against a minnow. The minnow will try and hit them, but actually the minnows couldn't even get to them to foul them in the first place. It's a little bit like that. Donetsk aren't looking too shoddy at the moment. I will say that. Donetsk are not looking too shoddy at the moment. If I have to do one more of these capture things, show me a sidewalk, I'm going to just, honestly, sigh. I'm on my very, very edge.
He's on the edge right now.
But yeah, so again, Dortmund first goal is my favourite bet overall right now. Absolutely love that. As Barcelona, they want a penalty. They
get a goal kick.
A goal kick instead. Shakhtar Donetsk.
Yeah.
I agree with you, by the way, because I could see what you're doing with your voice. I initially also thought the referee had pointed to the score. The referee, very misleading. Come on, mate. You can't be doing that.
Yeah, it's a nice move from Barcelona. I think Gundogan plays it through, and Lewandowski's trying to round the keeper, but he's taken it away from the keeper and then waited for contact that wasn't coming. So he looks a bit of a nana.
Might also have been a little bit of an offside there as well. But we will see. Keep those messages coming in on the Telegram channel. Matt says, come on, Newcastle. These are there for the taking. Need a win here. Very best of luck, Matt. I've gone the other side on Dortmund here today. I'd say, the fact that you've used these, are you a Newcastle fan? Are you a Jordan?
Yeah.
Are you a Northeasterner is my question. I'm also a Northeasterner, not from Newcastle.
I texted a friend of mine last night, Newcastle fan. He lives in London. He's part of the, what do they call them, London Mags or something like that. I don't know, the fan club down there. And I just texted him, just because I knew the game was coming up today, and I sent him a little message, not thinking he'd be going to the game. Anyway, he texted me back and says, gutted, mate. I was meant to be going to the game, was flying out this morning, but in Sunday League football at the weekend, he broke 3 ribs.
Ow.
3 ribs, and you can't fly. Well, I mean, you can fly, but it's a risk, isn't it? You're not going to be in a.
Is that because the pressure would put it on the brake? Or
I'm not sure.
The overall
I know if you have a punctured lung, they say don't fly with a punctured lung because of the pressure thing. I don't know if it's quite the same with broken ribs, but the pain he would have been in. He spent all Monday in the hospital getting it sorted after the Sunday game. So he was meant to be flying out first thing Tuesday to get to this game tonight, and it just wasn't possible for him.
And to be fair, I mean, in an English hospital at the moment, he probably wouldn't have made his flight on time anyway.
Yeah.
But there we go. Navadat saying maybe Newcastle will surprise us. Mario saying they're looking poor at the moment. Dortmund have started lively, but again, you've got a couple of players out of position here. One or two players out of position for Newcastle. One, they're missing key players. Two, they had a hard-fought, emotional game on Saturday. I think all of that together builds a very nice sort of picture for Borussia Dortmund, and certainly as a betting proposition, 2.56. Then we've just got another corner, and I think the first of the game for Newcastle. Callum Wilson doing some really good pressing in that right-hand channel. Corners-wise, that'll take us to 3. I didn't have a hugely strong opinion on corners going into this game, Si, particularly.
Me neither. I thought low-scoring game. Sometimes you get a low-scoring game with low corners, but equally, sometimes you get a low-scoring game where there are high corners because teams are forced wide into those wide areas, and they're just faced with a completely crowded box getting crosses in. They just, if a team's good at defending corners, then they've got no problem conceding corners as long as they don't concede goals. But that's quite a clever corner that Newcastle just played there. A little short corner routine that worked out quite well. Trippier got in for a cross, but it was eventually cleared by Dortmund.
Yeah, Dortmund just fairly scrappily, but still successfully bringing it clear from danger before giving it right back to Newcastle again. Matt says they just have to stay in the game. Dortmund will get frustrated, and then Newcastle will hit them on the counter-attack. Genetics agrees with you. He says, I've heard that before, Si, about flying with broken bones. I've flown a couple of times with a broken wrist, but I suppose you can't die from a broken wrist. So, Mario says, I can't quite with Livramento. I think Marius is just being slightly challenging. And Matt says Anthony Gordon off the bench in the second half with a wink. I don't rate Anthony Gordon.
I think that it was a sarcastic message about Livramento, as in who's going to get them on the counter attack. Livramento. Well, he's not. I mean, he's not Gareth Bale, is he? But I think he's a fullback who has got scope to play further forward with his range of ability.
It's not like he's not ludicrously out of position. You know what I mean? It's not like if I was asked to produce this show, someone who had no idea what they were doing. He is an attacking player on the wing, but normally that's the international sign for further back.
Yes.
Anyway, that was quite hot. Hello. Anyway, Dortmund 2.66. I know it's boring, but I just keep coming back to that. First goal, Dortmund 2.1. Newcastle have improved last 5 minutes or so, but not enough for me to be kind of all ends up delighted yet. Touching now, look how much space he's got there. Look at the space that he had there.
Adeyemi's roaming around the pitch and finding some nice positions.
That's not Adeyemi's fault for not playing that ball because his back, that was hard. But just in terms of that player should never have had that much space.
He's in again, Adeyemi. They're looking for him all the time.
Newcastle trying to calmly play it clear. Instead, they just give the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Dortmund trying to break their way through. Newcastle might try and hit on the counter, as Matt has said on the Telegram channel. If you've not got involved in the Telegram channel, by the way, do so. Everyone in there is very nice. It's a nice little environment to get your bets in and to chat and to answer the questions. So far, I can't believe how many people have said they wouldn't throw VAR into a fire. What's going on here? Why are you voting so badly? Listen, I know this is a democracy and all that, but no. In fact, I might do another poll and just get rid of no.
Another foul in the Dortmund game, but no yellow card given. Just on the one yellow so far in that game. And I think we're still only on the one yellow across the two games, aren't we? There hasn't been any thus far in the Shakhtar-Barcelona game. But the referee in that game, like I say, he issued 2 reds and I think it's 6 yellows in his last 2 Champions League games. So he's got a bit of form. Here's a chance for Barcelona. They've got a 3-on-3 counter-attack developing in the Shakhtar half, but
1.27 first goal Barcelona, by the way. I mean, it's a fair price, as in it's fair, but it's not one that I'd be desperate to play. I'd look to swing towards something a bit more like to win the first half. Or
it's the same.
Fat in it, basically.
It's the same price that Liverpool were to win at Luton on Sunday. Another team in orange got the they were heading for victory, weren't they? Until that stoppage time equaliser from Luis Diaz.
Yeah, emotional, obviously, for Luis Diaz with what's going on with him at the moment. I again didn't see that game, but I think Jurgen Klopp was fairly magnanimous in saying that Luton didn't deserve to lose that game. So,
Liverpool were poor by their recent standards. Yeah,
I think that side in a year, maybe not this season, but that side in a year is going to be very, very good. That Liverpool side.
Liverpool,
yeah. There's just a couple of naivety kind of streaks, and there's a bit here and a bit there, where you just go, I think they just need another 12 months. Could be a chance here for Dortmund, edge of the penalty area. Nice little header towards the edge of the 6-yard box.
Oh, goal for Borussia Dortmund. You guys spotted it before us again. Genetics went goal and Imarios, BVB. Genetics, Dortmund, don't forget Dortmund. Yeah, we saw it. It's a goal from Nicholas Fulkrug. Pete, you happy?
First goal live, Borussia Dortmund. That'll do nicely for me. That's one of my favourite bets of the whole night, Dortmund. It is I've had a double on Dortmund and another team in the later kickoffs, and it's my big bet of the night. And this is lovely news, I have to say. Not at all surprised. Newcastle, it's a little bit messy. Dortmund do manage to play their way through very nicely indeed. Fulkrug actually does really well here. To just position himself nicely on the edge of the 6-yard box. He was part of what was the build-up. And don't forget, Fulkrug was a bit of a joke a few years ago. He got back into the Germany side, but he was a bit of a joke a couple of years ago. And, it's nice in a way to see him doing well. It's even nicer when you back first goal live and he scores, mind you.
Yeah, so it's a mess from Germany. Let me get this right. It's a mess from Newcastle's point of view.
Yeah.
Cher loses a 50-50. Lascelles tries to donkey kick back heel when he should be booting it into the stands. And with the two centre-backs out of position and all over the place, Fulkrug nips in and scores.
Yeah, first goal comes for Dortmund, 1-0. So that bet is in. It is in your pocket if you played it. And we can go forth from here. Next up, by the way, another Borussia Dortmund goal. That's the next bet for me here.
Okay.
We played them to win the first half. I think that's going to happen. Listen, I don't think this is going to be a 4, 5, 6, 7-0. This second goal might not even come in the first half. But you could play second goal at 2.34. It's probably safer to go to the Dortmund total and play like another goal for Dortmund in that one. But Newcastle have been so shaky in this for me. I think they really have been. They've been shaky defensively. As you saw, Dortmund moved the ball nicely, clever little outside of the boot flick and everything else. But it was still a goal that perhaps I think Eddie Howe will be very angry that his side conceded in the way they conceded it. Because again, defensively, honestly, without Dan Burn, and I didn't think I'd say this years ago, but without Dan Burn, that back line just looks really fractured and a little bit lost.
Does a bit, yeah. Also, I'd say, look at Newcastle's results in the Champions League this year. Against AC Milan, they were never behind. They went there to get a draw. They got that. They were never behind. Against PSG, they were never behind. Against Dortmund at home, they fell behind and they couldn't recover. And here we go, a goal behind after 30 minutes in a very tough away game. I'll go back to my stats from last season. Teams that lost in the round 3 didn't turn it round in round 4, apart from one team, Maccabi Haifa. So one team out of 14 was able to overturn the result from 2 weeks previously. And I think it's not the fact that teams can't do it. I just think it's such a quick turnaround. 2 weeks, the middle games are always so close together. Yeah. What can change over 2 weeks? Players don't come back from injury. You don't lose that many players to injury, or your opponents won't lose that many players to injury over 2 weeks. So it's virtually the same teams playing each other.
And also, a lot of the teams who win the first sort of round of games, well, the first of the two head-to-head ties, are better than their opponents anyway.
Yeah.
So there's that too. Just very quickly, by the way, Nicholas Fulkrug scored the first for Dortmund, as we know. 6.6 to score again in the game. 6.6 to score again in the game, Si.
It's not bad, is it?
Considering the way that Newcastle are being kind of slipped open a little bit on the edge of the 6-yard, not the 6-yard, on the edge of the penalty area. I'd go Fulkrug to score again 6.6, and I'm going to go, do you know what? I'm not going to go for Dortmund to score again. I'm going to go for Dortmund to score next. 2.34 for Dortmund to get the next one. And by the way, very best news, which is not an English phrase or a workable sentence. The Telegram stream has now begun. Lolo, thank you very much for telling us. I would thank Gav, but I owe him nothing.
Believe that is Nicholas Fulkrug's first Champions League goal as well.
Yeah, I think he's got 2 or 3 this season already. So he's in terms of league football.
Yeah, in terms of the Bundesliga, he's been scoring. But it's his first ever Champions League goal because he's obviously not played that much Champions League football, having been at Werder Bremen, Hanover, Nuremberg, Greuther Fürth, Journeyman.
Yeah, of course. For those of Greuther Fürth, a team that I really like. I really like Greuther Fürth.
Yeah, and they play in green as well, don't they, bizarrely?
They
like
do,
Newcastle
green
tonight.
And white, yeah. Ball
corner.
Out for a corner. So I suppose we will talk about the Barcelona game in a second, I promise, folks. But we're at what? This will be corner number 4, won't it? In this this game. So it might be worth looking towards kind of a corners market. But at the moment, I can't see one on my. But there will be one, but I can't see it.
Yeah, they just sometimes disappear when the corner's been given and they sort of re-emerge after the corner's been taken.
I wouldn't be against over 10.5. I haven't seen the price yet, but I wouldn't be against over 10.5. 4 in 30 minutes, that's not too bad. Barcelona try and knock this across. Shakhtar Donetsk going to take a first touch and volley it clear. They've done pretty well here, Donetsk. As I was saying earlier, quite rightly, Barcelona, unsurprisingly, have had more of the possession, but Donetsk have not looked bad at all in this. Chance towards goal by Newcastle, gathered very simply indeed by the Dortmund keeper.
Yeah, that'll probably go down as a shot on target from Fabian Schär, but I don't think the goalkeeper broke sweat in sort of taking the catch there. It was, I wouldn't call it a threat to be in the opening goal. To be in the equalising goal from Newcastle's point of view. There,
no. But again, I mean, this is at the moment kind of as we thought it would go. Not necessarily a bombastic open affair, but with Dortmund on top in this. And 1-0 up and 1.6, Si.
Yes, good, isn't it?
That is 1-0 up and 1.6. I mean, again, I'm not a trader. I don't have the talent or brain or knowledge to do that. But I'd be like 1.2 at this point. So how many is incredibly kind from sportsbet.io.
Have Newcastle come from behind much at all this season? So obviously 1-0 winners over Arsenal the weekend, 3-0 against Man United before that. Against Wolves, they led 1-0 and 2-1, but only drew. They didn't come back from a goal deficit to Borussia Dortmund. They always led against Crystal Palace in a 4-0 win. Against West Ham, they were 2-1 up, but failed to win that one. Against PSG, they were always ahead. Against Burnley, always ahead. This is a team that I don't think have come from behind at all this season. No, they haven't. So Newcastle are playing their 16th game of the season, and they haven't come from behind yet to win or even draw.
Yeah, well, I mean, in a way, you could argue that's good because it shows they're not conceding the first goal very often. You could say, well, fair enough, that's great, that's really good actually. But I'm with you. I think that can be informed. I am just honestly, Dortmund will score again this first half. I mean, I'm really strong on this. Dortmund will score again in this first half. I think first half total. Another first half goal in this, which gives you, by the way, both teams, if you're fancying something pro Newcastle, another first half goal with probably 15 minutes to go in the first half, 2.78 in this one, which again I think is very nice.
The game's getting stretched, isn't it? I mean, Newcastle have to play it that way. They have to chase. They can't just sit back and try and soak up the pressure from Dortmund. They've got to give as good as they get now because they'll be going home with nothing if it stays like this. So yeah, I think that means the game gets stretched. They're not a team that are going to. They're not a team that are going to go hell for leather at this point, Eddie Howe's side. No. But I do think when they're ahead, so they say what I've just said there is Newcastle haven't chased a game yet this season. You said, well, it's actually tribute to Newcastle for going ahead in games.
Yeah.
What Newcastle are also very good at is when they go ahead in games, they shut them down.
Yeah, keeping it. Yeah.
But are they any good at chasing games when I don't think we know. I think it's definitely questionable.
Well, and because we don't know, I think I'd rather go off what I'm seeing because we don't have this huge wealth of kind of good or bad in terms of statistics. I'd rather just go. Newcastle have kind of had a couple of half-hearted charges, but Adeyemi's looking sensational in this game. Down this right-hand side again, Dortmund come. They're creating the chances. They're finding the spaces. When Dortmund are putting pressure on that Newcastle back line, it is all over the place. That's undoubtedly a free kick to Newcastle. And therefore, I'd rather play Dortmund to score next. Or Dortmund 1.63 1-0 up is... I mean, it's just an extremely tasty price.
So, yeah, Dortmund have, apart from one game this season, every time they've led, they've won. There was a 2-2 draw with Heidenheim when Dortmund were 2-0 up after 15 minutes that Heidenheim got the late equaliser there. So that's the only time when Dortmund have led in a game they've not won.
Did they not lead against Eintracht Frankfurt? Or was that... Because it was a 3-3, that wasn't it?
It was... that game was 2-0 Eintracht, 2-2, 3-2 Eintracht, 3-3. So they never led in that game.
Chance again, Dortmund, by the way, right-hand side. Ball to the edge of the penalty area. That should have been on target. Sabitzer. But, again... 2.4. I keep saying this, and I know I'm a broken record, but when I get positive about a market, I get positive about a market. 2.44 second goal. I still love that Fulkrug to score again in this game, by the way. 7. That's the kind of chance we're seeing. We're not seeing balls whipped in as such. We're seeing Dortmund try and play their way through the centre of the penalty area. And that's exactly where Füllkrug will be. So Füllkrug to score another goal. Doesn't have to be the next goal. It doesn't have to be the next goal. 7 for Füllkrug. And, oh man, I think Dortmund at 1.6. Am I boring everyone?
No, it's worth repeating because it does look very good at the moment, and nothing's really changed since 5-10 minutes into the game. Dortmund established themselves with early dominance, and they've just deserved this 1-goal lead. Joe Linton trying to break through from midfield, but the ball goes straight through to Dortmund's keeper, and they look very comfortable, it has to be said. Newcastle have to change something here. Matt said, Anthony Gordon on second half. He's got to come on at half-time for me.
Yeah, well, if you're looking to try and stretch Dortmund a bit more, then that would make sense, wouldn't it? Dortmund just trying to give me another free kick.
Füllkrug is going to get a yellow for this. We need more yellow cards as well, don't we, for the free bet condition.
I'm still not too worried about that. I think they're going to start to tot up a little bit. I'm not too worried. And if not, don't forget them are giving away 10, 20 euro, aren't we, in the second? Is that right?
Not sure about that.
No, do you know what? I've just guessed that.
About that.
I will double check.
Okay.
Just going off rogue there, just decided to twist it around. I don't know if that's true. I'll text Gav, and I've put aside a horrible position there.
Just edit what he's just said out there.
Entirely my fault. I actually don't know if that's true. I've got confused. Gav sent me a lot of texts this week about something else we're working on, and my brain has become spam.
By the way, sorry, only still the one corner in the Shakhtar Donetsk versus... Let's have a look at the stats there. Stats for Shakhtar Barca. Big possession advantage for Barcelona, as you'd expect. It's not quite as much as it was, 67% down to 59. Shots still 2 apiece, so no further shots since we last checked in, and still that one corner to Shakhtar. I mentioned the race to 3 possibility there for Shakhtar on the corner count. It was 2.42. Race to 3 now is 2.54, so a little better, even though there's been no further corners. Weird.
Yeah, Barcelona 1.33 to score the first goal. Again, I think that's probable, but not enough to kind of put that up as a bet. I mean, to win the game, they're 1.43, which I don't think is particularly bad, is it? 1.43. Shakhtar are moving the ball quite nicely, and Barcelona, I mean, I think people forget a little bit. What's up?
Bruno Guimaraes makes a tackle, but he's wafting his elbows and his forearms around again.
When he got away with it the other day. So he gets away with it the other day, they might get away with it today as well.
I don't know, different referee. Referees watch the teams they're playing's games beforehand as well, because they do research on... I think, was it you told me this as well? I don't know. No, I think I read an article where basically, the Stockley Park, where the refs' hub is and all that sort of thing, they study the tactics of the teams in the Premier League to gain a kind of an understanding of what the teams that they're refereeing are trying to do, so they can determine whether there's advantage, disadvantage in certain things.
Goal! Shakhtar Donetsk take the lead. Ball in from the right-hand side. Sorry, Sai. Brilliant cross. Horrifically defended and nodded home. Shakhtar Donetsk take the lead. And that's why...
I've drowned Pete out with a goal sting.
I didn't want to play first goal live Barcelona. This is really poor defending this. I do not know how the goal scorer, who I've not yet seen the number of,
Number 4.
I'm not sure how he has got clear. I think it might be Chican. Out to the right-hand side, there's 2 Barcelona players here. Oh, lads. That is, it's a great header because it's kind of above him as well. It's a really good header, steered past Ter Stegen, but that is the opposite of good defending. How he, with 3 defenders arguably there to deal with him, is as free as that. I mean, the freest of free birds.
Christensen, he ain't no good, is he? He ain't no good. He couldn't make it at Chelsea. I don't think he'd get in Chelsea's team now, and look where they are. But, Sikan, as you quite rightly identified, has got the opening goal, and that puts the cat among the pigeons. So, you said both teams to score. You also said both teams score and Barcelona to win. It was 2.88, went out to 3.75. It'll be a big price now.
Well, it's just Barcelona to win, isn't it? 2.3. Barcelona have come back at.
Oh, it is, yes, you're right. So it's actually less of a price because Donetsk have scored, because that was the tough part of the equation. You're right.
Yeah, 2.3 Barcelona, though. I'm not against that. Shakhtar have done well. And I even said to you, Si, before we sat down, I said, I think Shakhtar might do okay tonight. I think they'll lose. And then we were sort of chatting about something else for a moment. I was like, it's taking everything not to have a little bit on 11 Shakhtar. And, well, maybe I'd have been smarter to do that. I didn't in the end. But They've started okay. Barcelona have been the better of the two teams, but they've started okay.
They're 3 minutes away from winning the first half. So you'd have got a pretty good price on them to be leading at half time. I mean, always risky those bets because, it's all, does it happen in the 41st minute or the 48th minute? It was a kind of, not a freak incident because they've been okay. They've been solid in the game. Yeah. They've not looked like conceding. And they've got an attacking threat. And that attacking threat has produced the opening goal. Now to Barcelona, can they step it up a couple of gears to return some normality to proceedings?
Yeah, Dortmund, just again, I mean, Newcastle, in that kind of pre-final third sort of 10 yards, they just keep losing the ball. Again and again and again, whether it's errant passes, whether it's sloppy, first touch or whatever, they just cannot keep possession of the ball. And it's not awful from Newcastle, but it's just too sloppy. And again, Dortmund now, they can just kind of go, yeah, fine. We can just kind of slow things down and then speed it up at our own sort of leisure.
So Dortmund will be going top of group, is it F?
F, I think, yeah.
Yeah, group F at the moment with this lead.
I do not get, and we had it on the previews the other week, I do not get this Newcastle loving. I just don't get it. It could be a little, Dortmund just trying to play into space there, and it runs through to Newcastle. But look how many Dortmund players around a Newcastle player at once. That is a free kick, I think.
Not given.
Is he not giving it?
No, not given. Get up, Tino, I think. He must have actually, because the cameras are now showing a replay.
Yeah. Listen, it's going to get interesting for Newcastle if AC Milan are able to do something against PSG. Anything against PSG, it's going to get interesting. Because it might be that even the Europa League spots gets a little bit trickier to grab.
That would be a shame. But they are in a group of death, aren't they? And, it's not just a group of death in terms of getting through to the last 16. It's a group of death in terms of even making the Europa League. And, one of these four teams is going to get nothing out of this group. And they're biggies.
By the way, Shakhtar again, brilliant counter-attacking play. Neverton moving down the right-hand side is a really smart ball to him. Well defended, but again, just stretching it again and again. Marios went with a BVB or BVB and Barcelona moneyline double trouble. I think you'll be okay. I don't think it's going to be necessarily easy, but I think you'll be okay. It just might get a little bit nervy for you as well. And Jeremy's gone with Dortmund at 1.610 up. Obviously, that price has now fattened up, hasn't it? Because, time's passed. In fact, no, it hasn't. It's going to thin down, isn't it, idiot? 1.55. Of course it's going to thin down because time has passed, not the other way around. And again, by the way, Shakhtar down his left-hand side. Yeah,
they're getting into some good positions, aren't they? That's offside against Everton on this occasion. But the amount of space that Barcelona's defence are affording Shakhtar, they've got a high line. It's almost as high a line as Aston Villa play week in, week out. And they've been
Or Ange Postecoglou did last night with the 9 men. I love that.
Yeah.
And I love him. And I just love it. I love the attitude of just... And then also... It was so mad that Chelsea didn't know what to do for like 10 minutes. They were like, hang on. What? And they just kept getting caught offside. And obviously, there is a way you can deal with an extremely high line. But it was just really funny to watch Chelsea go, hang on, what do we do?
Yeah.
What do we do when they're all standing on the halfway line, like when you're in school, learning how to play the offside trap? It's amazing. I loved that. I was all for that, and I love Ange Postecoglou as well. I'm a big fan of
it didn't help my fantasy team, though. Ange did it because I've got two Tottenham defenders in my fantasy team, and they both conceded 4 goals last night. So, thanks for that one.
As a non-fantasy player, I could sit back and enjoy the madness enveloping the game. What a match that was. What a match that was. This first half's absolutely flown by the way. I can't believe
it's another Newcastle corner to finish off the half, so they're going to level the corner counter, I think.
Nodded down and nodded into the arms of Kerbal yet again. Joe Linton with another half chance there. I mean, he's done as well as he can do with that. He's got to generate all the power. It's at an awkward angle. He's actually steered it really well. It's just a nice enough pace and height for Kerbal. But that's not actually that bad from Gillinton. That's quite a decent header from that position.
So I think that was corner number 5. Yeah, it is. Yeah, 3-2 to corners now. 3-2 to Newcastle in the corner count in that one. So that's the game with the corners, not the
that's a silly challenge.
Barca game. Yellow card, is it?
That is a dumb challenge from Borussia Dortmund. I think
referee's not giving it.
I think that's a bookable offence. I'm sorry, but that is a...
Oh, yeah.
That's Sabitzer, I think, isn't it? With a
he just hooked his leg through Longstaff's, broken up the attack.
How is that not a booking?
I mean, the referee's obviously deemed that as the ball's within playing distance. He's not gone to ground with any. I suppose he has gone to ground, hasn't he? But it's just. I think the referee's been lenient there on Sabitzer.
I think, Sabitzer's absolutely.
But there is a yellow in Barcelona's game, apparently, according to Genetics. Thanks for spotting that one.
Yeah, I think Barcelona have just been given a yellow card. I was needed to filter through who it was. But, I think Barca have now been... is that Araujo? Yeah, it's Araujo. Oh, yeah, Ronald. That's 2 now. 2 for the night. So we need another 6 in the second half. Or a red. A red at any stage in either game. Half-time in Germany, Signal Iduna Park, and Niklas Füllkrug's goal separates the two teams there. And half-time actually as well in Hamburg. So not a huge distance between Dortmund and Hamburg, I don't think, is it?
No, brilliantly coordinated, those half-time whistles. So let's just run through the prices. Before we head off for our half-time break and a preview of one of the later games, we've got Borussia Dortmund 1.54 now, a goal up against Newcastle United 8.00, and the tie is 3.80. Both teams scoring that one is 1.69, and if you fancy it to, basically Newcastle not to score, both teams score no, is 2.14. In the other game, Pete, by the way, fancy second goal for Borussia Dortmund at 2.68. Is that still the case, Pete?
Yeah, it is. I think they're going to win the game comfortably now. Again, comfortably is 2-0. It doesn't have to be overs on the goals. Newcastle have had a couple of half moments where you go, okay, I mean, Joelinton's header a moment ago was very well steered. It just didn't have the power, which was difficult for him to generate. So I'm all over Dortmund getting the second goal. I like Füllkrug on that 2 market, which is 7 now, I think. And in terms of in Hamburg, Donetsk against Barcelona, I think Barcelona will probably win the game. But it might not be easy with the way the Shakhtar Donetsk are playing right now. Yeah,
2.54 Barca, 3.15 the tie, and Shakhtar 3.05 to hold on. Let's look forward to the late game window then, and the matches that we have coming up at 8 p.m. Here are the previews from the vodcast team, led by James Butler, with Gav and with John.
Some games, obviously some games kicking off at 8 p.m, 6 of them in the Champions League. Can we start, gentlemen, with Man City against Young Boys? City are doing very well, aren't they, this season, as we'd expect? 5 of the top 9 in the Ballon d'Or, which seems to have Messi's name engraved on it for the next 10 years, are Man City players, which kind of shows the stature of that club now in terms of European football and world football. They should have enough, Gavin, for Young Boys on Tuesday evening, shouldn't they? But obviously with Erling Haaland, maybe a doubt with his ankle, that might just change the dynamic a little bit.
Yeah, I think Haaland is obviously the big concern, isn't he, for City ahead of this, having gone off against Bournemouth at the weekend. But that possibly does change the game plan, and it's possible that that things could be shaken up. I mean, there's a few interesting selection dilemmas, I think, for Pep, because this is a chance to bring in some other players, and there's this interesting dynamic, isn't it, between Jeremy Doku's come in and had a real impact, actually, more so than I thought he would do.
He was fantastic at the weekend. Yeah.
He was, and to make that step up from a mid-table French team, really, and as a Belgian international, but with not that much experience, to make the step up has been pretty impressive, and it's left Jack Grealish in an interesting situation, isn't it? Yeah. So Pep's got some selection issues, and it's going to be. I think this is one to look for the team sheet beforehand, really, to see how many changes that Pep does make. They've got Chelsea the following weekend, and I think it's so. I mean, he may have one eye on the weekend, the next weekend, and he may make quite a few changes. There may be some youngsters in there that people might not be familiar with, who make it onto the bench. So there's a possible few wild cards in there. But yeah, you would imagine City to be pretty comfortable. But Young Boys were they scored a very impressive equaliser, didn't they? Earlier, the guy who scored a few times for them in the group stages. He did very well in that game, and they needed Haaland to rescue them in the end eventually in that game. So Young boys, top of the Swiss league. They won again at the weekend 4-1. They're in good shape domestically, but it's another thing entirely, I think, to go to City and get any sort of result. So they will be looking to contain City, and it's one of those sort of cat and mouse games, isn't it, for City, that the teams will sit deep, and they've got to find their way through, and it's whether the players are all on the same wavelength. If there are changes. So, but I think City to win comfortably, it may be the goals will come late on in the game. So maybe there's something to look at in terms of late goals and second half goals.
City are 1.09 to win this. You're not going to get too rich on this one, John Driscoll. 31 though, if you fancy young boys, who are the rank outsiders for this one. I mean, if Haaland is missing, John, we talk about his goals all the time, but what he does do as well is he takes defenders with him, doesn't he, and leaves spaces for everybody else to run into. And without that, the kind of change, maybe a little bit of a change in what Man City have to do up front.
If you remember, cast your mind back a year, the great debate was about whether Haaland had made City worse, wasn't it? Because he, even though he was individually scoring, overall they weren't getting the number of goals when he first arrived. And they had to adapt because before he arrived, they'd been used to playing without a centre forward for a while. I suspect we'll go back there. I mean, but we'll see when this gets played out. We'll see, because they might have said whether he's playing or not. It would seem silly to risk him, given that he went off at half time against Bournemouth at the weekend. So therefore, it opens up the possibilities of playing other people. But I don't think you're going down far in the talent levels, are you, with Manchester City? They've won every game in this group so far 3-1, which is a slightly quirky result. And you know what? If you look at the finishing stats, really bad for City, or they're down with the struggling teams for this group. They basically should have won by more. They've been inefficient in those 3-1 wins. I think their XG against young boys 4.2, and they got 3 goals out of it. So I could see City winning very handsomely in this one. To shake off my newly acquired reputation for being overcautious, I'm gonna say City. I think it's a question of how bold you want to be when you're going up and up those goals in the game. I think they'll be good, and I don't think a few changes will ruin their ability to hammer young boys. One, because the players coming in will be good, and secondly, they might just be a bit hungrier. The rest might be a bit of a physical rest and a mental rest for one or two. Chuck people in, and then it's not a bad game to really let rip. And the young boys don't look a particularly good team. Their stats aren't good. I know they're top of the league in Switzerland, but don't watch a lot of Swiss football. In this competition, they look out of their depth.
3-1 to City in this one. If they're going to do it again, is 12. But I get the impression there, John, that you're going a little bit higher than that, and maybe thinking 4-0, 5-0. Are we going to go really strongly?
They have a tendency to concede, City, don't they? So it's very frustrating if you're on them for a nil, because they concede a silly goal frequently. So I think City in overall goals or something like that. I think I can see a 4-1, a 5-1.
Okay, well, over 4.5 goals in the match is 3.1. So there's a starting point for everybody out there in terms of where you can go with the sportsbet.io on that one. 5 of the matches, we don't have to go through them all forensically, but AC Milan against PSG for me would be maybe the next in line in terms of its gravitas. And AC Milan, not having the best of times at the moment, could be cast adrift with a defeat against PSG. Not scored yet in the Champions League, Gavin. They're going to have to score PSG, you think, against PSG if they're going to get anything from it, you'd think.
Yeah, and it might come down to that man Giroud again, because he's saved them on quite a few occasions. Rafael is not firing as well this season. They've got injuries. There's quite a few people sidelined. And they lost at the weekend to Udinese, so a late goal. So they're not in a great place. And PSG are this enigma that Luis Enrique, I think, is still trying to work out what his best midfield is, and that's certainly the signs are there that he is getting it together. But his natural instinct is to attack, and I think when you've got those players in the front line like Mbappe and Kolo Muani and Dembele, that front three is sort of now established, and it's a fantastic front three. But you need to have a solid midfield to back it up, and he hasn't quite struck the balance right. But I think against the Milan team, who, as we say, aren't firing on all cylinders, I think there's you have to go with Milan. I mean, I think this kid Zaire Emery is astonishing. He was the man of the match in the 3-0 win to PSG in the last round, and he scored again in the 3-0 win over Montpellier at the weekend. So he's a guy to keep an eye on, because he's an extraordinary talent and a rarity in at PSG, and a youngster coming through, because they have been criticised for not tapping into the talent in Paris and the surrounding area and buying in talent. Obviously, that's that's been going on for quite a while. But Zaire Emery is big talent, and I can't see a way into the game for Milan, because of their injuries, because of their lack of firepower and lack of confidence. And I think this will be one of those games where PSG's potential weaknesses and a lack of defensive solidity in midfield, they won't be exposed, I don't think, by Milan. I think this will be one for PSG to sort of hone in on the knockout stages. And it's I think a lot of it will come down to Mbappe. He's the man who steps up most of the time, and if he's in the mood, then I think Milan could be up for quite a big disappointment.
Emery 6.5 anytime to score in that one, so good price there if you fancy him. Moving on to Atletico Madrid against Celtic, John. Atleti kept a clean sheet in only one of their last 11 competitive home matches. Does that mean Celtic can maybe get at them?
Yeah, I keep it's a drum I keep on banging. Atletico Madrid have changed. They are not what they were. They are not the pantomime villains of BT Sport, come TNT Sport is well, Atleti. They're not like that. They attack well. They play some stylish football. Their obvious vulnerability is old defenders. Old, slow defenders that they need to sort out. They've had injury problems, which has been part of the factor in that. But Griezmann has been magnificent this season so far. Morata's been getting goals. They've got very attacking wing backs who pour forward. I think they'll be too good for Celtic. I mean, I thought they'd be too good the first game, and Celtic got at them and got the early goal, which got them on the front foot. The Athletic comeback was halted by De Paul's red card towards the end, so it ended up almost everyone settling for a draw in the last sort of couple of minutes or so. But then Athletic were beaten by Las Palmas at the weekend. Again, All Black is not the force that he was. There were 2 or 3 years of which I would have argued till I was blue in the face that he was the best goalkeeper in the world. He's not now. That's Athletic's problem. So when you, in terms of betting, I think they're too strong for Celtic, but there's the possibility of being generous in terms of the goals for this one.
Okay. I mean, it's 2-2 in the reversed fixture. Atleti 1.32 to win it. To speed up and get through the rest of Tuesday, I'm going to give the points to RB Leipzig. I'm going to give the points to FC Porto against Antwerp. Lazio against Feyenoord, though, is a little bit harder to call. Very quickly, which way are you going on that one, Gavin?
I'm going to say goals. I think Lazio are in trouble. They're not having a great season. Sarri is a great coach, and he has a history of producing attacking teams. But they are struggling this season, and they're in trouble. Feyenoord are punching above their weight. They have this fantastic Mexican striker, Santiago Jimenez, who scored in the 2 goals in the 3-1 win. In the reverse fixture last time round. Lazio got Immobile back from injury, but he was on the bench at the weekend. I think there will be goals. Feyenoord's history in the Europa League last season was for goals. So it could go either way, but I think there will be. I think anything above 3 goals would be worth looking at, because I think that's the way that's this game will go.
Over 3.5 goals in that match, 2.8. If you fancy getting on the goal fest in that one.
Covering every game of the English Premier League, Champions League and Europa League, live as they happen. This is Clubhouse TV.
Welcome back to Clubhouse TV on this Tuesday night, Champions League Tuesday. It's me, Simon, with Pete Farries here.
Hello.
Bringing you the coverage of the second half. It's about to get underway in these two early games. So, thanks to the guys there for their views on some of those 8 o'clock kickoffs. And generally can't wait to get stuck into some of those. I think you were going to take James up on these... assessment of the Lazio versus Feyenoord game.
He sort of ran through, and listen, I will always have a go at James, even if I actually think he's done nothing wrong. But he sort of ran through a couple of them, giving the points to Leipzig away at Crvena Zvezda. I don't think it's quite as simple as that in that one. I don't think it's quite as simple as Porto battering Antwerp either. However, Lazio to me, I think, still one of the best bets of the night. Feyenoord atrocious on the road in Europe overall. Yes, they're playing well in the Eredivisie, but the Eredivisie is kind of a chaotic wasteland at the moment with what's going on for a number of clubs, but obviously more than most at Ajax. Lazio struggling a little bit, if you will, in mid-table of Serie A, but they've not played that badly. And actually, Lazio have lost to some good teams recently. I am surprised. Lazio and Dortmund, as I said at the start of the night, is kind of the bet that I've personally had with my personal cash. I've had that double tonight, and that's colouring it, but I think Lazio are going to easily beat Feyenoord. Right,
just about to get back underway in the Westfalenstadion, and Newcastle are making changes, in fact a double change, so Matt will be happy. He wanted to see Anthony Gordon on. He's on at half-time. So too is Miguel Almiron. We'll confirm who they're on for in a moment, but just to say as well, they're also underway second half in Germany. Shakhtar versus Barcelona, 1-0 to the home side. Sort of home side. Shakhtar 2.96, Barca 2.56, and the tie's 3.2 there. I don't think there's been any changes by either coach in that one.
You called it. You said Gordon at half-time. You called that?
Yeah, I thought he was brilliant against Man United. I didn't see the Arsenal game, obviously seen the controversial incident in which he scored. So a guy who's playing that well and scoring goals, got to be on the pitch for me.
Yeah, well, we'll see, won't we, what he does in the second half here, but side like a manager who's almost definitely certainly better than Eddie Howe has got it right as well.
I'm like Jason Tyndall, aren't I? You know, just there with the good ideas that Eddie Howe takes credit for.
Remind me to tell you a story at full time. I need to tell you a story at full time, which I can't tell on air. But yeah, there's loads of really, really interesting games to come later on. But right now, still going with Dortmund. Still very comfortable with Dortmund.
So
in this.
Callum Wilson and Lewis Hall have come off. Lewis Hall was on the yellow card. So Almiron will go to right wing. Livramento will go to left back. Or maybe Trippier will go to left back, actually.
What a ball that is. Dortmund have got a real chance here. Oh, do something. Do something. Shot into the arms of the keeper. There was 3 better things you could have done there. But either way, strong, confident, smart start from Dortmund. They found the gap. Second goal, 2.62. Like that. I like Füllkrug to score the second goal. 7.3 now, by the way, for Füllkrug to score that. And I think Dortmund are absolutely a brilliant players. A ton of stuff is thrown on the field here.
Yeah, that's...
Chance for Shakhtar! Oh, saved by the keeper. Incredibly tight angle, but what a start to the second half from Shakhtar Donetsk. That is a very, very good stop, but my word, that was...
It's like gold bars, or I mean, they're not really gold bars. They're like cardboard gold bars have been thrown. Oh, okay. This is a protest against Saudi Arabia, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hello.
It is.
This is the Dortmund fans throwing on some kind of protest against Saudi Arabia. Fake gold bars.
They did put up signs in the previous tie, of course, as well. So this is obviously just a further addition to that. So yeah, that's paused the game at the moment. Dortmund fans are protesting. Shakhtar have had a phenomenal chance to make it 2-0. They've had an absolutely phenomenal chance.
Are they a play at 2.96? If you'd not invested already on Shakhtar, they were 11 at the start of the game. We didn't recommend them at 11, but from what we've seen now of 48 minutes play, are they a bet at almost 3? I don't ask the easy ones, Pete.
No, and I don't think there's an easy answer to that. I mean, I still think Barcelona win the game, and I certainly think once Barcelona go level, then that'll kill a lot of what Shakhtar are doing. But at the same time, Shakhtar Donetsk, they're obviously playing for... it's always I always feel a bit sorry for a lot of Shakhtar Donetsk players because it feels like, chance here for Newcastle. Very good stop first time out, and that's a big, big chance for Newcastle, which Dortmund have dealt with, but not comfortably. I always feel sorry because the pressure on Shakhtar Donetsk with everything that's going on is kind of a little bit harsh, I think, at times. But if I'm honest, I'm padding because I don't have the answer. Yeah. I don't know the answer.
I think it's really tough. when I'm in that chair and James asks me the really tough questions, I do exactly the same as you. I pad until I hope my brain comes up with an answer, and quite often it doesn't.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong whatsoever with saying, when it comes to betting of any sort, just saying, I don't know. I mean, a friend of mine, and who Si knows as well, one of my best friends, he gambles professionally. He does it responsibly, as well he should, but he does it professionally. And some days he just says, no, don't have an opinion on anything today.
Yeah.
I'm leaving it. And that's that. And then he'll come back tomorrow. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever in betting, just to say, nope, no opinion today, on to tomorrow. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I will say that right now, I still think Dortmund win comfortably.
Your firm opinion is definitely of Borussia Dortmund. In answer to Viv, in fact, Lolo Jones has answered Viv with the question, why are BVB fans throwing stuff on the pitch? There is a reaction against UEFA in the Dortmund crowd. They threw away the gold bullion model. Okay, so it's against UEFA, not against Newcastle or their owners. Interesting.
No, I don't. I need to look into that. I actually don't know what that is. I feel a bit ashamed for not knowing. But there we go.
Is it to do with the Champions League changes then? So next season
could be a chance here for Dortmund. By the way.
Oh, Brandt stood on the ball.
Did that bounce? Am I being shot? Oh, well saved, low. Is it just me, or did that bounce off something that was on the ground?
It might have done, yeah.
I think that bounced off something that was on the ground. We're not going to see that. Good strike. Good stop as well, to be fair, from Nick Pope, who's a very good goalkeeper. Dortmund's second goal, 2.52, folks. I keep going on and on about it. I keep going on and on about it because I like it. 2.52, Dortmund to score the second.
Yeah. I totally agree with you on that one. There's a bit of litter on the pitch at the end that, in fact, both ends. The end that Dortmund are attacking there. But I don't think it was the litter that put Brandt off. He just tried a bit of skill, it didn't come off. From the corner, still a chance for Dortmund. Not cleared yet, and a shot from Adeyemi's blocked. Another shot comes in. It still might run. And the referee's given offside against Fulkrug. Okay.
Yeah. Barcelona have a half chance there, and then there's a good old-fashioned wrestle as well. Nothing wrong with a wrestle. Christensen just dragging a Shakhtar Donetsk player to the ground. I would say, I think it was a bit of both of them getting involved. Barcelona have just started to up it a little bit. It's still mad that Marcos Alonso, I saw him at Bolton, and he was a joke at Bolton. And then I blinked and he was at Chelsea, and now he's at Barcelona.
Yeah, Spanish international, wasn't he, for a good few years as well.
Yeah, it's just funny. It's just funny. Anyway, Black Dog says, how's the free bet condition going, please? Well, we've not had a red card yet, I can tell you that.
Yeah, so it's two. It's a red card in either game or 8 yellow cards across both games. So obviously no red card as yet. And looking at the yellow card numbers, only 2. So we need 6 more yellows in the second half of these 2 games. But it doesn't take much for a couple of yellow cards to come in quick succession. And it's still, one flashpoint can bring a red in either game, and it's free bet condition landed.
Yeah, and I would say as well, like three per team over these, 3 per game is not a lot. With the second halves, as they are balanced as well, because Newcastle will be chasing it, Barcelona will be chasing it. I think we're in an okay position. Would I want us to be in a better position? Yes, as that litter starts to further encroach across the almost entire pitch now at the Signal Iduna.
Litter bugs all over the place there. I think the Newcastle fans, they're probably keeping it neat and tidy in their end, but not sure.
Yes.
Are you surprised that Callum Wilson went off with Anthony Gordon coming off and that Eddie Howe didn't go 2 up front?
I think Howe wanted a bit more. I mean, Wilson gets his idea. People talk about Wilson like he's immobile, which is not true. But I think he probably wanted to keep a bit of the structure and have a bit more energy up front, which is what Gordon's going to give him. That would be my guess. I don't know is the answer. But I would say that I think he probably just wanted slightly more energy, in which case he's going to have to sort of make a sacrifice somewhere, isn't he? And also, they're not 2-0 down, so you can't really sacrifice a defender, can you? You know what I mean? Like you probably have to find that balance somewhere.
Almiron's been fouled. Is that a yellow card? Referee seems really reluctant to give yellow cards to Dortmund players in the game at Westfalenstadion. I mean, okay, that's not a yellow card, but still.
Barcelona are really pushing Si. Sorry. Yeah. They're really pushing here. I think, obviously, second goal is 1.4. Do with that what you will.
What about 60-minute, 70-minute, 80-minute result markets?
That's not a bad shout at all, That's not a bad shout at all. 60-minute result is 81 because they need to score in the next 8 minutes.
They need to score twice in the next 8 minutes.
80-minute result, 5. I suppose you're just pinning yourself down a little bit unnecessarily there.
You're almost doubling the price by taking 10 minutes off the game.
But
it'd be more than 10 minutes, wouldn't it? Because there'll be stoppage time as well.
Yeah, I think for me, I would probably just play them to win if I'm going to do anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Next goal, obviously, is not bad either. 1.4 for Barcelona to score the next.
Yeah, so I think Newcastle have stepped up a little bit, haven't they, in the second half? We're seeing a bit more attacking threat from Newcastle. They got that cross in from the right, which was pushed away by the Dortmund keeper, whose name escapes me. Is it Kobel? Okay. And although, having said that, Pope has been forced into a save as well by Adeyemi. Dortmund still look like, I would say, just as good a chance of scoring a second goal as Newcastle, if not better. So I'm still very much with Pete in the opinion of Dortmund winning the game, Dortmund scoring a second goal, but I just note that Newcastle are being a little bit more positive now than they were in the first half.
I think they're passing better as well. I think some of the passing in the first half was not particularly good, and I think it's getting a bit better now. So that will be helping them, obviously. Shakhtar at times are still moving it, but Barcelona with a big opportunity here. Edge of the Shakhtar Donetsk penalty area. Still trying to win it, still trying to dance their way through here. Barca, just come on, lads. There's a little bit of dancing required, but there's also a lot of kind of, general passing and movement.
Yeah, they seem to have gone away from the pass teams to death model, and there's a bit more sort of individual, off the cuff style going on about it.
Such an eggy pudding, though, isn't it? There's just no need to be this sort of over the top, particularly when you're chasing and you're in a good position as well. I stand by Barcelona winning this game. I stand by Barcelona winning this game still. Toward 3 now in the market. I don't think Shakhtar hold on. I might be wrong. If Shakhtar do hold on and get the win, I'm going to be livid. Because I said to myself, do you know what? 11 is a bit of a big price for a team who played pretty well against Barcelona last time. Could be a chance edge of the penalty area here. Still with Shakhtar Donetsk. Oh, now that's a brilliant pass. That's a brilliant pass. That's
saved.
A good near post save from ter Stegen.
Get a corner, though. Come on. I want corners till I'm the race to 3 corners, and we're still only on 1 corner in that game.
She can. Well,
good chance for Newcastle as well. Cross came in from the right, and Joe Linton's headed wide. Probably should have scored.
Yeah, Livramento with a brilliant cross, the former Southampton man. And that, well, he had a really good header in the first half that was well saved. That should have been on target.
Question from Lolo Jones. What is Joe Linton? Discuss.
I can't get involved in that other than he is a footballer. That ball should have gone
not
across
prolific.
Goal. That should have gone across goal rather than the shot at the near post that ter Stegen always had covered. But Shakhtar Donetsk not looking bad at all here. Not looking bad at all here.
Yeah, and I like the sort of I like the structure they've got. They're not falling too deep when Newcastle attack. There's still a threat at the other end from them. It's easy for teams, of their stature compared to Barcelona to just, get pressed back by them. But they're not doing that, and they're still offering plenty going forward.
Neverson just absolutely leathered one over the bar in that one. Seeing pictures of Marco Reus, one of my favourite players of the last 15 or so years, Marco Reus, but obviously been blighted non-stop by injuries.
Triple change. No, quadruple change for Barcelona at this point. So coming up to the hour mark, and Xavi's seen enough. He's sending on 4 subs. So this is a real statement of intent then from the Barca coach. Barca 3.2 to turn it around, and 80-minute markets, a little bit bigger. It was about 5 last time we looked. I think that market's just disappointing. Oh, here it is. 6 now. Barcelona are 6 to lead after 80 minutes.
And without saying he should have scored, Joe Linton. I wouldn't hugely disagree with that. Could be a chance here for Dortmund now. There's not a great deal of yellow and black shirts in the penalty area. That's well defended by Newcastle, to be fair. There's a bit more pressure on, but they've given the ball away. I suppose they've just maybe even, how can I put it, jinxed them a little bit, but Dortmund are just moving the ball so nicely here.
Good
Pope,
save.
Another good save. Low to his right-hand side.
Yeah, Lolo Jones spotted it. Pope, great save. And that brings about the 7th corner of the game, I think, actually. It's going to go 4-3 in favour of Dortmund now. You fancied over, was it 10.5?
Yeah, over 10.5. We said earlier on.
We're on our way now, aren't we?
To go. Pedri going off for, Oriol Romeo going off for Pedri in that one. One of, as I said rightly, 4 changes. Dortmund's second goal. I mean, Why is that not being given as a corner? Or was it just a disastrous corner? I don't know. I thought it looked like an absolute corner to me.
I think it was a corner failure, wasn't it?
Okay, 2.74 Borussia Dortmund to win this game. Newcastle trying to pass along their own back line. And yet again have given the ball away. Yet again have invited pressure. Another low strike, which Pope has to save pretty simply. Dortmund are going to score again here, folks.
It was not a corner. It was not. I think it must have been an offside in the move that led to the
shot that was saved.
Yeah,
right.
but then
straight away,
that's not review. A corner's not reviewable, is it, by VAR? No. So why would?
I don't know.
Unless the flag went up really late. Yeah, maybe that was it.
Just again here, Newcastle they've managed to come clear with it again, but this is the thing about, I think we've said this before, passing out of your own back line. It's great when you're confident and when you're flying, but they're not confident, and they are certainly in the back line anyway. And Dortmund are putting the right pressure on, and Newcastle are just inviting more and more onto them. I mean, again, I'm sticking with every bit I've put up here. I think Newcastle might try and create something from the edge of the penalty area, absolutely leathered into the sky.
Yeah, good defending that by Brandt. He got back in there from the wing position.
2.72 Dortmund second goal. Everything we're watching right now might not happen, but everything we're watching, I mean, we should be having another one very, very soon.
Newcastle fans in good voice at the Westfalenstadion, trying to cheer their team back into the game.
I know a few people have gone tonight, Newcastle fans.
Yeah.
And they were enjoying themselves before the game, and it was all over my Instagram. And I was thinking, I'm kind of jealous that I don't support a team who will be getting close to Europe for at least 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 years.
There's a chance for Barcelona comes, and it's saved by the keeper. They've kept it alive. In fact, there's a clash of heads now. Two players have gone down with. The Barcelona players think they're play acting here. They don't think there was any collision at all between these two Shakhtar players who've both gone down holding their heads after that.
They had the possession of the ball, though, Shakhtar, so why do that? If you've got possession, it's in the arms of your keeper. I don't know. Maybe I'm being grumpy. Am I being grumpy, Si?
Well, it doesn't break up the momentum of Barcelona, does it? But maybe it does give... oh, look, he's gone off now.
Well, Shakan hurt himself earlier on.
Yeah.
That was the latest shot he had near post. He'd actually hurt himself in the build-up to that, because after he took that shot, he was kind of doing that with his shoulder. So
they've gone down maybe to give him a chance to get off and get subbed.
Very possibly. But
professional.
Shakan was just doing this after that shot and kind of doing that. And there's someone with chronic shoulder problems myself.
Kevin Kelsey comes on.
I understand that it can be pretty unpleasant.
Kevin Kelsey, who is from Venezuela. Okay.
Paraguay. Is he Venezuelan?
Venezuela, yeah.
Knocked across Dortmund, edge of the 6-yard box. Don't shoot from there, you Wally. No, keep possession, left-hand side. Nice football this from Dortmund yet again. Edge of the 6-yard box, toe poked over the bar. That is definitely a corner side to Borussia Dortmund as well.
So that's corner number 7. There was a bit of confusion about one a few minutes ago. Navidad was saying should be a corner. Referee. And we want cards, of course. Corners we're not that bothered about. Unless you've got a bet on corners, let us know and we'll support corners. Pete actually had a slight fancy for over 10.5 corners in this game, which will be around about the even money mark now, 2 point something. But we need cards. We need 8 cards. Yellow cards, that is. Or 1 red to land the free bet condition. Brandt doing his best to get in the box from that short corner, but didn't really manage it. And now Newcastle have a chance to counter-attack.
Yeah. A little bit of fortune in the way they broke, but actually, to be fair to them, they're coming forward pretty well. Again, though, just all of this nice passing on the edge. You are away from home in the Champions League 1-0 down, and you know you're playing an opponent who will pressure you. I just think it's a little bit of an unnecessary risk. They're not getting too many. If I'm looking at this from a risk-reward point of view, I'm not a manager, but as a manager, I'd be saying, look, we're not getting enough benefit from doing this.
No.
So let's just be a bit more, not necessarily boot it, but just a bit more direct with it out of our own back line. But I'm not a professional football manager, so, what else can I do?
They just don't play direct football, do they, Newcastle, anymore? Credit to Eddie Howe for changing the way they play and changing the results. But maybe on a day like today, it is time to go back to more direct style.
There is a middle ground. I mean, people sometimes talk about how you either play short passy football, high tempo, or you lump it. And there's a middle ground. There's a huge middle ground to that. There's a middle ground where you say, we want to play nice possession football, but when we're dealing with it and the opponents are pressing us in our own penalty area, we're a bit more pragmatic. There are levels to that. which people are often like, oh, it's just lumped forward. Well, it's not the same thing. Shakhtar with a free kick.
They have, yeah. They've got a free kick in a decent position. They've got 6 orange shirts in the box ready to try and challenge for this cross from a wide area. And they've got left and right-footed options to take it. So could this be the moment where they take full control of the game? 1-0 up already. Quadruple change just made by Xavi. But Barca defend that initial situation pretty well.
Not a particularly great free kick, that one. And Shakhtar having to scramble all the way back to their own keeper here, in fact.
Could we be looking at 2 games that finish 1-0 here to the home team?
No.
Okay. So you wouldn't go on the under 1.5 double right now?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I think Barcelona, in my opinion, at least score in this game. I know you say, well, Shakhtar are going well, and they are going well. But I think it might tell, and Barcelona will get at least one. They might not win the game perhaps now, sadly, but they will, I think, at least get a draw. And I could see Dortmund scoring again in this game. Newcastle have had a couple of half chances in this second half, but I could undoubtedly see Dortmund scoring again in this game. So could I see the 2 home teams winning? Maybe. But if they do, I don't think it'll be 2 1-0s.
Okay. So here's Dortmund's chance to go and get that second goal. It's a free kick to be taken by Brandt on the right-hand side. He's not been great with his set-piece deliveries so far.
No, he's not. You're right, yeah.
And this one, it gets through, but it's not really, shouldn't have beaten the first man, but it's fallen into the hands of Pope.
It's England. We have got some really good English goalkeepers, haven't we? Like in terms of, can you remember a depth of this level for England? So you got Pickford, I know Ramsdale's not playing as much, but Pickford, Pope, Henderson, Ramsdale, there's some very good. So England have got real goalkeeping depth. Have got European quality goalkeepers. Not necessarily best in the world, but European tournament quality goalkeepers. There's a lot of very good. I can't remember the last time we had this many at this quality.
Yeah.
Is that fair? Is that madness? I love this noise that Sai does, because this noise that Sai does says he might be right, but I'm pretty sure he's not.
It's not something I've thought about a great deal, to be honest.
You do that noise quite a lot with me. I like
1980s. Does anybody's memory go back to the 1980s?
Where you're like, yeah, maybe. I love that noise. It's my favourite noise that Sai does. Yeah, I think you might be right, but equally, I think you're probably wrong. I just love that noise. It's my favourite thing that you do, Sai.
Should Pope be the England goalkeeper, though? Should he be in ahead of Pickford?
You see, I think Ramsdale gets a lot of unnecessary stick as well. I think he's a very good goalkeeper, Ramsdale. I really do. And I also think...
I think Arteta's broken in, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, yeah. For what I can tell is no apparent reason whatsoever. I mean, the way you manage it... Again, I'm talking like I'm a professional football manager. Goalkeeper's a weird place in terms of how a squad, how a team operates. For me, you should always have a number one goalkeeper and a decent goalkeeper as a backup, but a goalkeeper who also understands they are a backup.
Yeah.
That's the way it works, right?
I think so.
And if somehow the backup can become incredible, then okay, that's you deal with that further down the line.
Yeah.
But for me, you don't ever buy 2 first-team goalkeepers, or loan and buy, or have and loan 2 out-and-out first-team goalkeepers. Goalkeeping is one of those areas where goalkeepers are actually much more likely to be on each other's side than they are to have that competitive spirit. So I don't think it fires that competitive spirit at all. I have theories about the David Raya thing, and none of which I can legally prove. I have theories, but for me, that is an absolute cluster mess of a situation that Mikel Arteta's brought on himself for no reason. It's way too harsh on Ramsdale. Way too. I know he made a couple of big mistakes last season, but he also had a great year overall. I think Arteta's absolutely dropped one with that. I think that is such an Arsenal as a whole, and that is a very, very dumb thing.
Yeah, I question Arteta's eye for a goalkeeper there, because he got rid of Martinez and went with Leno. That was one of the first decisions he made, wasn't it? In terms of goalkeeping at Arsenal.
Leno's not been too bad at Fulham, actually, in truth. But again, I think Leno's confidence was broken by the time Arteta got there, whereas this time Ramsdale was going well, and then Arteta broke his confidence.
Yeah.
That's my thing. I do not think that David Raya is that great of a goalkeeper, and I certainly don't think he's as good a goalkeeper as you'd want to upset Ramsdale. I just don't. Like I said, I have theories, but I can't prove them.
So anyway, that's Arsenal's issues, and they are in the Champions League action tomorrow. They're playing, is it Lens, I think? No, who are they playing? Arsenal in the Champions League.
They played Lens the tie before, didn't they? Tomorrow Arsenal have got Sevilla.
Sevilla, oh yeah. Good game then. Sevilla, who drew 1-1 with Celta de Vigo at the weekend. Celta denied a penalty in stoppage time. Rafa Benitez doing his nut. They've had so many goals disallowed. I think there are 4 goals disallowed questionably this season, Celta Vigo. And they just feel as though the refs are not giving them a fair crack of the whip there. But Sevilla, beneficiaries of that non-penalty decision. And they play Arsenal tomorrow. He's Adeyemi on the attack to the byline. Has he got a corner?
Good tackle from the...
corner's coming again.
I think that was Livramento who put the foot in there. He did very, very well. Tricchini says that the ref's on the pitch. Hello? Yeah, I mean, at the moment, that's a great tackle, by the way.
Barcelona have just got their first corner as well, I believe, in the Shakhtar games. That's now 1 apiece in the corner count. But yeah, come on, refs. Show yourselves. Bring out those cards. We need 6 yellows. 6 yellows still.
Now it's getting...
Or a red.
Now it's getting worrying, yeah. Now it's getting
and 1 red in either. But there will be another chance to land the free bet with hopefully something that has got more of a chance at... Well, not more of a chance, but just something that gives us a bit of a run for our money.
Yeah, we've not had a huge amount of kind of run for the money on this one, have we?
What should we do? Goals for the last 6 games?
I think goals. I think that's a nice, easy, fun one just to tick off. We've tried the complicated one. We'll go nice and goal, nice and down the barrel. Livramento again defending really well there, by the way. We're at 8 corners, I believe, and maybe even 9, in fact, in this Dortmund-Newcastle game. So we'll double check that. But the corners coming in this one, and Dortmund very much on top of them. Kieran Trippier is 3'4".
Yeah, he's marking Schlotterbeck, is it?
2 6-footers there, which is quite funny.
Yeah.
Come on, Dortmund. Come on, lads. Get this second for us. Flick towards goal. That's going to be wide. For,
another corner.
Another corner.
Oh, you're going to land this over 10.5. No problem now.
Yeah, I'm pleased with that. I'm feeling pretty confident
20
now.
minutes to go.
Barcelona just trying to stretch the play a little bit. But again, Shakhtar Donetsk, nice, calm.
I don't think the subs have lifted Barca at the moment.
No, I'd agree. I think Neverton's really causing some problems. I don't think he's kind of doing brilliantly with the ball at his feet, but what he's doing is his movement's causing Barcelona some real headaches. His movement's been... He's covered, I hate the phrase, but every blade of grass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good name, Neverton, as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, Newerton, isn't it, in terms of how it's spelled, but I'm pretty sure it's kind of got like I think he's from sort of Eastern European background, I think, so I think it's Neverton. But I might be wrong.
Well, I'm sure there's a player in Brazil called Everton, spelled EW as well.
Yeah, there is, yeah.
So I would just follow that logic. Not that you can always apply logic to names. So another corner to Barca. That's their second. Oh, look, I'm not going to win the race to 3 here because Shakhtar never got that second or third. Barca now up to 2-1 leading in the corner market there.
Bit of work being done here on Nick Pope, as if Newcastle's injury issues weren't bad enough already. They're now having to see their goalkeeper, Kieran Trippier, is just jogging over to get checked on.
Changing defence for Shakhtar. They're defending a corner. Never like to see that. And it's a centre-back as well. I think it was a defensive player, and Taras Stepanenko's gone off.
I mean, I would say that there's not that many big lads in that Barcelona team.
No, Araujo is the best aerial threat, isn't he?
But, I mean, outside of that, trying the high crosses in from the wings, it might work, but it seems like a slightly risky proposition to try it. And again here, I mean, look at Neverton's movement out to that left-hand side. Done really well there. I've been impressed by him. I have to say.
Yeah, so as Pete says on Telegram, let us know what your thoughts are for those 6 late games kicking off at 8 p.m. Team news will be out now, I think, won't it, for those matches. So we'll see if there are many changes for Manchester City and their game against Young Boys. Is there an Erling Haaland appearance tonight?
I will get to that because I've got the AC Milan PSG game teams up, just dropped in. Mike Magnan in goal, Calabria, Tomori, of course, Hernandez, Tor, Loftus-Cheek, Pulisic, Reinders, Musa, Giroud and Leao. And of course, for the visitors, Donnarumma. Interesting little line there, of course. Marquinhos, Skriniar, who I think is an incredible centre-back and I absolutely love. Milan Skriniar. Hernandez, Hakimi, Ugarte, Vitinha, Zaire Emery, Dembele, Mbappe and Kolo Muani. I think PSG probably win that.
Yeah, they've certainly got the cards to play there, haven't they? That's a very good-looking lineup from PSG, and on paper they win that one, I think, don't they? But you never know.
Yeah. And team news from Manchester City against Young Boys, and I have a line just stored away in case it's a dominant performance. It's man versus boy.
Ha-ha!
Which I'm looking forward to using. In terms of how Man City have started, quite a good team this. Ederson, Stones, Diaz, Akanji, Gvardiol, Lewis, Kovacic, Grealish, Foden, Nunez and Haaland. And then on the other side of things, Racciopi, Benito, Yanka, Garcia, Kamara, Amenda, Lauper, Grinic, Nias, Itten and Elia. And Cedric Itten is probably one of their better players, I would argue.
Yeah.
Had a really good season so far for Young Boys. He also, we mentioned earlier on, Greta Fjord, he was also there. I think he was at Rangers as well.
He was, yeah, briefly. He didn't really make it there.
No, a couple of years I think he spent in Glasgow. But Man City.
So Haaland, yeah, he was subbed off against Bournemouth at the weekend and back in the team tonight. Pep Guardiola has said in his press conference, they want to just finish it off tonight. They want to secure qualification for the knockout phases tonight, and then they can just park the Champions League 2 games early. And then that shows you what Manchester City's mentality is.
Yeah.
They know that the biggest threat that they have to their treble is the Premier League this season. Yeah. So they want to park the Champions League, get it out of the way until February, and then just pour everything into that Premier League campaign.
1.28 Haaland to score any time, by the way. 1.28 Haaland to score any time, which I think looks very, very short, but almost definitely going to land, I would argue. First player to score, if you want to play Erling Haaland as the first player to score, it's 2.5. I like Man City's total to be more than 3.5, which is 2.1. And, the handicap markets as well, I think, is probably fair. Man City to win by more than 3.5 is 1.6.
Okay. Any chance of a Young Boys goal, or is it a win to 0?
I think it's a win to 0.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not beyond, it's not beyond the pale. It's not insane to suggest a Young Boys win. Sorry, a goal. They did score in that 3-1 loss to Man City in the reverse fixture, and they have scored, of course, also in that 2-2 draw against Crvena Zvezda. But I think going to Man City, and let's put it this way: if they score 1, I still think Man City land the handicap. So yeah. It's not kind of a market I'm not bothered about playing. But you could argue, that Man City and both teams to score, you could argue, is actually maybe a value way to play this. The last time these two teams met, of course. If you wanted to play it like that, I'm not against that.
I think it lands more often than it doesn't for Man City, to be honest. Man City to both teams score compared to Man City win to 0.
I think, let me put it this way. It's not a market I would play, but I don't think it's a bad bet.
Yeah, so this season, it's in Man City victories, it is 8-3. No, 8-4. So Man City have won twice as many games with their opponent scoring as not.
Yeah.
So yeah, both teams score Man City 8 times. Both teams score Man City to win, and both teams score no or win to 0 only 4 times. Here's a chance for Shakhtar. They messed up the final pass. They are now 13 minutes away from a famous victory over the great Barcelona.
That would be an incredible result, wouldn't it? And actually, it makes that group a lot more interesting as well. That's the other thing about this. You look at Group X, it's Group H, isn't it? Before today, Barcelona had won 3 from 3. Porto, obviously, who play later, they've won 2 of their 3, losing only to Barcelona. But if Shakhtar Donetsk win that, it all of a sudden puts them right back into a really interesting position. And more than anything, it probably helps them to not quite, but almost guarantee at least the Europa League spot, which is, I think, vital for a club like Shakhtar.
Absolutely. In terms of, they've been dealt such a tough hand, haven't they, by geopolitics as well as everything. And the fact that teams have been able to literally nick their players for next to nothing. Mana Solomon, one of the prime. There were others as well. But I think Tottenham basically paid them a pittance and gave them a friendly as the reward for that one.
Again, like I said, it's a geopolitical thing. But, this is a club who also gambled big on a brand new, state-of-the-art, arguably one of the best in Europe training grounds. They built this training utopia.
Yeah.
The money they put into it was insane. And then a bombshell, whatever it's called, landed in it, I think about 3 weeks later. So it's one of those things that, this was a club that also, not just in terms of where they're positioned, but what they invested in, what they paid for, what they created that was also taken from them. So there's as Si says, they've been through, as a lot of clubs in that part of the world, of course, and many other parts of the world have been going through an absolute hell, and they're one of the ones, of course, who, because of where this conflict most recently bubbled up before last year, that was an area, Crimea, that was part of that move.
It gives it gives everyone a lift, doesn't it? If they get this result now, if they get over the line, it makes massive headlines throughout Europe.
Big chance, Dortmund.
Oh yeah, 2-on-1. Surely
brilliant
now.
Counter-attacking move. Square it, you moron.
He's going himself.
Do not go yourself.
He scored.
Fine, go yourself.
There we go. Julian Brandt, at the end of all that, has finished it off. The 2-on-1 counter-attack. Pete, you said...
Don't shoot.
Dortmund... Well, you said don't shoot, but before that, you said Dortmund get the second goal. You said Dortmund win get a basically Dortmund win the game. You were happy backing them at 1.6. You felt that was a good price.
Yeah.
It's done and dusted now.
It is. This is a brilliant counter-attack. Newcastle, understandably, have thrown a lot more bodies forward for this corner. For me... I was very angry with Julian Brandt for 90% of that before. I was very happy with him for the final 10%. I still think the sensible, smart thing there is to square it, by the way. But it doesn't matter because he's finished it brilliantly. Dortmund go 2-0 up. Next goal, Dortmund lands 1-0 up, obviously, and 1.6, which I thought was a bit of a big price. I mean, they're not playing Barcelona here. They're not playing Real Madrid. They're playing Newcastle, and... I thought that, 1-0 up and 1.6, a bit of a bonkers price, really. I think Sportsbet have given you a very nice price on that one. And that is lovely news. If you played the next goal, if you played Dortmund to win, I've got a Dortmund-Lazio double tonight, which is kind of what I've invested my own big cash in tonight. And this is a nice start because the second half of this could have been very grumpy if this hadn't come in.
So, in order for you to complete the absolute trifecta here, Pete, this needs to finish 2-0 because he didn't put it up as a bet, but before the game I asked you, is it an overs or an unders? Yeah. You felt unders, I felt unders as well. There's no margin for error now. It's 2-0.
Yeah.
Do we go with another goal or not? I mean, you can change your mind, of course, because the game's developed now to the point where, there might be a Newcastle consolation.
I honestly don't know. I think my gut is telling me that Dortmund to score again is not a bad play.
The goal in the game for Dortmund is 3.95. Dortmund to get exactly 3 goals, or 3 plus, is 3.75.
I think I'd rather play the 3.75. Not that I'm expecting Newcastle to score, then Dortmund to score, but I think I'd much prefer... Michael Royce, by the way, has come on. I'd much prefer Dortmund to score again than I think playing the unders now. And again, like you say, I fancied the unders, but I didn't play it as a bet as Dortmund now come forward. This is
poor defending.
Very good from Dortmund. And
yeah, hits it straight down the keeper's throat.
Why are you shooting from there?
Yeah, went for glory.
Honestly, it's like it's kind of a use your noggin. Like you've got players in support. It's going to take a world-class, low percentage strike to score from there. Left, right, hold the ball and wait for support. Don't shoot like that. You're rarely going to score. Anyway, sorry, I could be grumpy about that. Jeremy says boom. Viv says goal.
Good.
Genetics doing the same thing as well.
Well, hopefully a few people have followed your recommendations in that Dortmund were too big at 1.6. They were looking like they were going to score a second goal, and that's transpired. Barcelona, though, they need to equalise here as they pepper the Shakhtar box with crosses now.
Yeah, but Dortmund should not have been above 2 today, by the way. In the pre-match 90-minute money line, if you want to call it, they should not have been above 2, which they were comfortably above 2. Lewis Mardy comes on for Joe Willock. Yeah, Barcelona, I'm really annoyed because I did say that Shakhtar were a big price. But yeah, Dortmund have been exactly as we thought they'd be. Barcelona have not. As they're just trying to... Oh, is this a VAR for a handball?
It could be. I think,
is this a VAR for a handball?
It touches his hand, but it's the proximity thing, isn't it? It's literally 2 yards away.
Not a VAR?
No.
Not a VAR, yeah. I think that's probably the right decision. I think that's quite... And also it's down low. It's relatively close to his side.
He can't chop his hand off, can he?
Well, I mean, that would just be horrible to witness.
Yeah. Here's another chance. Shakhtar offering something on the counter-attack still. But Barcelona defend that situation, and it remains 1-0. I think this is the game we focus on now, the Shakhtar-Barca game, Pete, because it seems like it's the most likely result to change. Shakhtar 1.54, a goal up. minutes ticking away. Barcelona 13.5. The tie is 3.05. There are other ways in as well, though. They're both teams to score. Yeah, 2.2. No, 1.62. Or is there another way? Is there a corners or a cards bet here that you fancy?
Well, I feel a little bit shaken by this game because I've called it kind of wrong. I mean, I thought Shakhtar might score, but outside of that, I've called it pretty wrong outside of that. So I'm feeling a little bit scared. I think maybe the race to 5 corners Barcelona is the play.
Yeah.
They've got 3, as you mentioned. 2.74 for them to get 2 more
and
corners.
they've all been in the second half as well, those corners. They had 0 at half-time, so they've...
I think race to 5 corners Barcelona at 2.74 would be my main bet left in this game.
Yeah, don't mind. Yeah, I think that's a good shout. I mean, Shakhtar aren't going to get 5 corners, so it's basically Barcelona versus the clock, isn't it, in terms of that corners. Here's a cross going into the box. And the fact they're putting crosses in as well helps you. You know, that's not Barca's usual way of playing. But now they've got to the point where they get to 20 yards from the penalty area and they're just tossing the ball in, hoping for the best.
Yep, and again, you know, there's this kind of thing of adding that pressure, 2 more corners, you know, getting towards the byline, playing it in, as you say, for the crosses. I think 2.74 is a really nice price for that, actually.
Yeah.
And again, I've watched a couple of Newcastle games this season, and Dan Burn has been... I keep sort of waffling on about Dan Burn, but he's so important to that backline, isn't he?
I didn't realise how important he was until you highlighted it tonight, but yeah. Fabian Schär's been poor. Jamal Lascelles has been, you know, what he is. He's not good enough to play for Newcastle
in the Champions League.
Now.
No.
He was, you know, for a number of years, and he's a good servant and all that, but he's not a top-quality centre-back. And then, you know, the full-backs have been... Well, Trippier has been his usual consistent self, but, yeah, Dan Burn has been missed.
Still think Trippier is the best crosser of the ball in England since Beckham. That's my opinion.
Fair shout. Chance for the Shakhtar, counter-attack. I think he's running to the corner flag, though, more than the penalty area now.
Oh, maybe he's going to keep...
switched.
And Araujo just toe pokes it clear. So Araujo will toe poke it clear. And yet again, Barcelona will be frustrated. As Dortmund, brilliant win of the ball from Royce there, by the way. The referee falls over, which is always fun to see. And I can already tell you, there's a chance here for Dortmund now again. Brilliant through ball for Julian Brandt in an almost identical position. More Newcastle players back this time, though. That is an absolutely woeful ball from Brandt. Why would you stand one up from there? But either way, Newcastle come forward. That's an open game. That could still have a third in it.
Oh!
We have got a second, though, in Hamburg.
It's offside.
It's offside, so we haven't got a second. Never mind.
Yeah, it just felt wrong, that, didn't it? There was no celebration.
From that angle,
flag went up after the ball went in, so it's being reviewed now. But I think everyone expects this to be offside.
Did he not look onside to you from naked eye? Anyway,
it looked tight. It looked tight.
It's tight. Yeah, it's a great finish, by the way, from Neverton.
Not completely straightforward at offside, is it?
No, it's not. That's a great finish by Neverton, by the way. They might not be reviewing it. It might just be done and dusted. Xavi doesn't look very, very happy. Yeah.
It's offside. Okay, still 1-0. We were looking at some team news for the late games before. I'll just let you know that nothing too surprising in the Atletico Madrid lineup against Celtic tonight with Oblak in goal. Usual defenders. Witsel playing centre-back as he's been doing. Koke midfield. Griezmann plays. Morata and Correa up front today for Atleti. And then Celtic's team with Hart in goal. Back 4 of Taylor, Scales, Carter Vickers and Johnston. McGregor, O'Reilly and Paolo Bernardo in midfield. And then Luis Palma, who had a really good game against Atleti, didn't he, in the reverse game at Parkhead. And Furuhashi and Maeda up front.
Just looking at the team news as well for this Lazio Feyenoord game, because obviously Lazio, one of my big plays this evening as well. Provedel in goal, Heise, Patrick, Romagnoli, Vecino, Luis Alberto, Felipe Anderson, Lazzari, Zaccagni, Kamada, who's a great player, and Immobile, and for Arne Slot's Feyenoord side, Bailoff, Nokope, Hanko, Gertrude, Hartmann, Stengs, Timber, Vefa, Zerouki, Jimenez and Paixão. That's not really changed my opinion or worried me. Maybe would have liked to have seen Danilo Cataldi. I'm a big fan of Cataldi. I think he's a very good player. But outside of that, I'm not. And also, that's not a surprise either, by the way.
Yeah.
So I like Lazio to win this game. Nothing remotely changing my mind in this one. I think maybe Pedro, obviously, we would have maybe seen Pedro scored a couple of goals already in the competition, but we'll see him probably off the bench later.
Indeed. So that's one of the 8 o'clock kickoffs, and we will go with goals. A number of goals. Pete, what do you reckon? 15, 18?
6 games at 3 a game is what, 18?
2.5 games, 15.
And then, should we, because we've not landed this earlier one, should we take it down from, did you say, sorry, 6 games there on, yeah?
6 games, yeah.
So 18 would be the over 2.5 across all of them?
Well, yes, it would be over 2.5 for all of them, but 2.5 exactly gets you 15.
Wait. What?
I know there can't be a half goal in a game.
I'm so confused.
I'm fully aware there can't be a half goal in a game, but if you're averaging out a 2.5 goals over 6 games, that gets you to 15.
So, should we say 17?
What about 16?
All right, let's say 16. Let's say 16 because we didn't land our earlier one, or at least we haven't landed it yet. I think that's fair.
16 goals. So
16.
once we get that 16th goal going in these late games, then that will be free bet condition triggered and names in a hat. Names in the bin of dreams.
Names in the bin of dreams.
Trachini says, is that the smell of a late red card?
Sadly not.
I can't smell the late red card. I can just smell my own trainers right now in the studio. That's what's... What?
Can you? Why are your trainers so smelly? I can't smell them.
I took the dog for a walk a couple of days ago in the rain, and it's not been
How is the dog, by the
properly
way?
dried out. He's fine.
Good dog, that. Nice.
So we got a major shock on the cards in the Champions League tonight. Shakhtar Donetsk, who were 11.00. Pete said to himself...
Well, I said to you, actually. I said to you, Si, that I was tempted, but I didn't play it. It's not a winning bet. It was one of those things where the gut goes, but then the brain goes, nah. And so I can't claim it.
1.23 now, so they're almost home. 4.60 for the tie, but still 6.5 minutes left of stoppage. Simon, Barca in the penalty area. But they're just faced with a wall of orange.
Yeah, as well as they should be at this point as well. Donetsk could be on the counter here if they can just get the ball free.
Stay on side.
Right-hand side. That's brilliant play, that. That's really good play to slow things down. 3 minutes out of Dortmund, Newcastle. I think my Dortmund to win is at least pretty safe there. And, of course, first and second goals have both come in as well. Dortmund to win the first half. That's come in, so I'm feeling pretty happy about that one.
Yeah. I think the Dortmund-Newcastle result definitely shakes up the group in a big way. 6 points
Newcastle! No. Apologies. I've completely forgotten how football works. 6
points out of 6 in this two-headed fixture really gives Dortmund a great chance now of pipping Newcastle to first or second in the group. I don't think it's going to change. Shakhtar's result isn't going to change a great deal for Barcelona. They're still going to win the group, aren't they? With 9 points from 9 going into this one, so they're in a great position. But does this affect you? I mean, I don't know if you did think Barcelona were a contender to win the Champions League before this game, but does it make you think otherwise now?
No, I wasn't backing them to win in the first place. I think they might go okay, but I don't think they're going to... I think they'll get beat off quarters or semis, I think, pretty easily. Rantaru on their Kick. We are on Kick, remember, kick.com. Says, what's the pick for UCL tonight, y'all? I can't get away with saying y'all, can I?
Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah, fine.
Okay, cool. Y'all.
Yeah, we're going out to an international audience. Y'all.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it doesn't sound right when I say it, does it?
Sounds fine.
Hello, y'all.
Sounds fine.
Anyway, Dortmund was the big one, Rantaru, but since then, for tonight's later games, Lazio is my big one, my big 90-minute market anyway. Be plenty of bets to get involved in, but 90-minute market, Lazio are absolutely my play for later on. Thank you for getting in touch on kick.com. You can get in touch on there, of course, if you are chatting away and wanting to get our thoughts as well as give us yours. That's a lovely way to go. I think Atletico probably beat Celtic. That's not a kind of a strong opinion, but it's kind of I think that's likely. And I'm very, very strongly behind Lazio. That's been the theme all the way through today, really. Feyenoord don't travel brilliantly in the Champions League or in Europe, full stop, in fact.
Is there a case to be made for Antwerp to surprise Porto tonight? So Porto are second in the same group as Barcelona. They've got 6 points, 2 wins out of 3. Antwerp rock bottom, 3 played, 3 defeats, 3 goals scored, 12 against. They've had an absolute shocker so far. In fact, domestic form's not been great either for Antwerp, the reigning Belgian champions. They're down in 6th place and some way off the top. However, they've just picked up 2 wins in a row, League and Cup.
Yeah.
They're up against the Porto side, who surprisingly lost at home to Estoril at the weekend.
Yeah, they did. This is a tough one. I like goals in this. So Porto go Diogo Costa, Pepe, Zanussi, João Mario, David Carmo, Estaquillo, Andre Franco, Varela, Taremi, Pepe Aquino, and Evan Nilsson. They have got a lot of injuries. Alderweireld's out, Valencia, Keita, Ondrejka, Vignes, Engels, of course, all missing at the moment as well for Antwerp. But they've still put a decent side out here. Big fan of Jurgen Ekkelenkamp. I think he's absolutely brilliant central midfielder, Jurgen Ekkelenkamp. I absolutely love him. Lammers with Delat.
Richie Delat. Once of Man United, once of quite a few championship clubs as well.
Vindal, Koulibaly, Van den Bosch, Ekkelenkamp, of course, I've mentioned. Yusuf, Vermeeren, Kirk, Balak Vischer, and Illing-Hikhina, I should say. No, I don't think so, but the over 2.5 in that game, or over 3.5 even, would be the plays. Over 2.5 is 1.62, over 3.5, 2.63.
I'm going to put it out there that I think Antwerp have got a decent chance tonight. Better chance than the 9.8 that their market price is.
Yeah. I'd agree with that, perhaps. I think if they lose this, they don't get battered. I think is probably fair. I mean, +2 Antwerp, win, draw, or lose by a goal, 1.45.
Yeah, last season, Porto in the Champions League played at home to the then Belgian champions Club Brugge. At home, they lost 4-0 to Club Brugge. That's about a year and a month ago that happened. I don't know where it came from. I don't think Porto knew where it came from. But Club Brugge turned up that night and absolutely took them apart. Antwerp are in a similar position tonight where nobody gives them a chance. I think they can go there and do something. I think they've got a good goalkeeper, Lammers. I think they've got a good midfield. Maybe they lack that sort of clinical finisher to really... Dortmund on 3... You're right to say Dortmund win. You're right to say Dortmund get a second goal. And you're right to think that it was an unders game. And also in Shakhtar, 1-0 with seconds left. Famous victory for Shakhtar Donetsk. But sadly, no red cards and not enough yellows to trigger the free bet condition in the early game. So we go again.
We do. That's, sometimes they don't come in. That's the way that it goes. I'm afraid we don't give away the simple ones every time.
16 goals for the last 6 games, though, seems pretty fair. You need around about 2.6 on average per game. And we just mentioned some games where we think there could be plenty of goals. Man City at home to Young Boys. I mean, how many goals in that?
If there aren't 16 goals in these late kickoffs, I'm putting this pen right in size eye. Because or up my own nose, maybe. I know which one I would prefer. There is that free bet's going to land in the second set. I have no doubt about that whatsoever.
Marian Shved is coming on for Shakhtar. I really want Marian Shved to wear the squad number 7.
Oh, Shved 7. I like Shved 7. There was another booking, by the way. Neverton took a little while to leave the field. So that is 2 in that game, isn't it? In the end.
Yeah, it's been poor fare from 2 referees with a bit of a record for red cards in their recent matches, but they haven't followed through. They haven't produced the number that we needed tonight, sadly.
Barcelona are still pushing here against Shakhtar.
Seconds to go. Are they going to nick an equaliser late on? Only 5 bodies in the box, though, when this ball goes in. That's an awful cross.
Such a transitional side, aren't they, Barcelona? I mean, obviously, no one would have expected Girona to be top of La Liga at this point, but they are such a...
It's all over.
They're a side in such an unbelievable transition at the moment. That whole era, I think Xavi's not done too horrifically considering what he's had to deal with off the field, but they've lost today. Massive win, 11 Shakhtar were pre-match today, but that's landed.
So hopefully that wasn't too disastrous for anyone's ACCA, the Shakhtar Donetsk win. But we have our own thoughts on the 6 games coming up. We also have, I think, a few minutes where we can squeeze in once more the thoughts of the guys on the vodcast team before we get underway at 8 p.m. So it's James Butler with Gavin Hamilton now and John Driscoll taking you through some of their best bets for the 8 p.m. kickoffs.
Some games, well, obviously some games kicking off at 8 p.m, 6 of them in the Champions League. Can we start, gentlemen, with Man City against Young Boys? City are doing very well, aren't they, this season, as we'd expect? Five of the top 9 in the Ballon d'Or, which seems to have Messi's name engraved on it for the next 10 years, are Man City players, which kind of shows the stature of that club now in terms of European football and world football. They should have enough, Gavin, for young boys on Tuesday evening, shouldn't they? But obviously with Erling Haaland, maybe a doubt with his ankle, that might just change the dynamic a little bit.
Yeah, I think Haaland is obviously the big concern, isn't he, for City ahead of this, having gone off against Bournemouth at the weekend. But that possibly does change the game plan, and it's possible that that things could be shaken up. I mean, there's a few interesting selection dilemmas, I think, for Pep, because this is a chance to bring in some other players, and there's this interesting dynamic, isn't it, between Jeremy Doku's come in and had a real impact, actually more so than I thought he would do.
He was fantastic at the weekend.
Yeah. He was, and to make that step up from a mid-table French team, really, and as a Belgian international, but with not that much experience, to make the step up has been pretty impressive, and it's left Jack Grealish in an interesting situation, isn't it? Yeah. So Pep's got some selection issues, and it's going to be. I think this is one to look for the team sheet beforehand, really, to see how many changes that Pep does make. They've got Chelsea the following weekend, and I think it's so. I mean, he may have one eye on the weekend, the next weekend, and he may make quite a few changes. There may be some youngsters in there that people might not be familiar with, who make it onto the bench. So there's a possible few wild cards in there. But yeah, you would imagine City to be pretty comfortable. But young boys were they scored a very impressive equaliser, didn't they? Earlier, the guy who scored a few times for them in the group stages. He did very well in that game, and they needed Haaland to rescue them in the end eventually in that game. So young boys, top of the Swiss league. They won again at the weekend 4-1. They're in good shape domestically, but it's another thing entirely, I think, to go to City and get any sort of result. So they will be looking to contain City, and it's one of those sort of cat and mouse games, isn't it, for City, that the teams will sit deep, and they've got to find a way through, and it's whether the players are all on the same wavelength. If there are changes. So, but I think City to win comfortably, it may be the goals will come late on in the game. So maybe there's something to look at in terms of late goals and second half goals.
City are 1.09 to win this. You're not going to get too rich on this one, John Driscoll. 31 though, if you fancy young boys, who are the rank outsiders for this one. I mean, if Haaland is missing, John, we talk about his goals all the time, but what he does do as well is he takes defenders with him, doesn't he, and leaves spaces for everybody else to run into. And without that, the kind of change, maybe a little bit of a change in what Man City have to do up front.
If you remember, cast your mind back a year, the great debate was about whether Haaland had made City worse, wasn't it? Because he, even though he was individually scoring, overall they weren't getting the number of goals when he first arrived, and they had to adapt because before he arrived, they'd been used to playing without a centre forward for a while. I suspect we'll go back there. I mean. But we'll see when this gets played out. We'll see, because they might have said whether he's playing or not. It would seem silly to risk him, given that he went off at half-time against Bournemouth at the weekend. So therefore, it opens up the possibilities of playing other people. But I don't think you're going down far in the talent levels, are you, with Manchester City? They've won every game in this group so far 3-1, which is a slightly quirky result. And you know what? If you look at the finishing stats, they're really bad for City, or they're down with the struggling teams for this group. They basically should have won by more. They've been inefficient in those 3-1 wins. I think their XG against young boys 4.2, and they got 3 goals out of it. So I could see City winning very handsomely in this one. To shake off my newly acquired reputation for being overcautious, I'm gonna say City. I think it's a question of how bold you want to be when you're going up and up those goals in the game. I think they'll be good, and I don't think a few changes will ruin their ability to hammer young boys. One, because the players coming in will be good, and secondly, They might just be a bit hungrier. The rest might be a bit of a physical rest and a mental rest for one or two. Chuck people in, and then it's not a bad game to really let rip. And the young boys don't look a particularly good team. Their stats aren't good. I know they're top of the league in Switzerland, but don't watch a lot of Swiss football. In this competition, they look out of their depth.
3-1 to City in this one. If they're going to do it again, is 12. But I get the impression there, John, that you're going a little bit higher than that, and maybe thinking 4-0, 5-0. Are we going to go really strongly?
They have a tendency to concede, City, don't they? So it's very frustrating if you're on them for a nil, because they concede a silly goal frequently. So I think City in overall goals or something like that. I think I can see a 4-1, a 5-1.
Okay, well, over 4.5 goals in the match is 3.1. So there's a starting point for everybody out there in terms of where you can go with the sportsbet.io on that one. 5 other matches, we don't have to go through them all forensically, but AC Milan against PSG for me would be maybe the next in line in terms of its gravitas. And AC Milan, not having the best of times at the moment, could be cast adrift with a defeat against PSG. Not scored yet in the Champions League, Gavin. They're going to have to score PSG against PSG if they're going to get anything from it, you'd think.
Yeah, and it might come down to that man Giroud again, because he's saved them on quite a few occasions. Rafael is not firing as well this season. They've got injuries. There's quite a few people sidelined, and they lost at the weekend to Udinese, so a late goal. So they're not in a great place. And PSG are this enigma that Luis Enrique, I think, is still trying to work out what his best midfield is, and that's certainly the signs are there that he is getting it together. But his natural instinct is to attack, and I think when you've got those players in the front line like Mbappe and Kolo Muani and Dembele, that front three is sort of now established, and it's a fantastic front three. But you need to have a solid midfield to back it up, and he hasn't quite struck the balance right. But I think against the Milan team, who, as we say, aren't firing on all cylinders, I think there's you have to go with Milan. I mean, I think this kid Zaire Emery is astonishing. He was the man of the match in the 3-0 win to PSG in the last round, and he scored again in the 3-0 win over Montpellier at the weekend. So he's a guy to keep an eye on because he's an extraordinary talent and a rarity at PSG, and a youngster coming through, because they have been criticised for not tapping into the talent in Paris and the surrounding area and buying in talent. Obviously, that's that's been going on for quite a while. But Zaire Emery is big talent, and I can't see a way into the game for Milan because of their injuries, because of their lack of firepower and lack of confidence. And I think this will be one of those games where PSG's potential weaknesses and a lack of defensive solidity in midfield, they won't be exposed, I don't think, by Milan. I think this will be one for PSG to sort of hone in on the knockout stages. And it's I think a lot of it will come down to Mbappe. He's the man who steps up most of the time, and if he's in the mood, then I think Milan could be up for quite a big disappointment.
Emery 6.5 anytime to score in that one, so a good price there if you fancy him. And moving on to Athletic Madrid against Celtic, John. Athletic kept a clean sheet in only one of their last 11 competitive home matches. Does that mean Celtic can maybe get at them?
Yeah, I keep it's a drum I keep on banging. Atletico Madrid have changed. They are not what they were. They are not the pantomime villains of BT Sport, come TNT Sport is Athletic. They're not like that. They attack well. They play some stylish football. Their obvious vulnerability is old slow defenders that they need to sort out. They've had injury problems, which has been part of the factor in that. But Griezmann has been magnificent this season so far. Morata's been getting goals. They've got very attacking wing backs who pour forward. I think they'll be too good for Celtic. I mean, I thought they'd be too good the first game, and Celtic got at them and got the early goal, which was got them on the front foot. The Athletic comeback was halted by De Paul's red card towards the end, so it ended up almost everyone settling for a draw in the last sort of couple of minutes or so. But then Atleti were beaten by Las Palmas at the weekend. Again, All Black is not the force that he was. There were 2 or 3 years of which I would have argued till I was blue in the face that he was the best goalkeeper in the world. He's not now. That's Atleti's problem. So when you, in terms of betting, I think they're too strong for Celtic, but there's the possibility of being generous in terms of the goals for this one.
Okay. It's 2-2 in the reversed fixture. Atleti 1.32 to win it. To speed up and get through the rest of Tuesday, I'm going to give the points to RB Leipzig. I'm going to give the points to FC Porto against Antwerp. Lazio against Feyenoord, though, is a little bit harder to call. Very quickly, which way are you going on that one, Gavin?
I'm going to say goals. I think Lazio are in trouble. They're not having a great season. Sarri is a great coach and he has a history of producing attacking teams. But they are struggling this season. They're in trouble. Feyenoord are punching above their weight. They have this fantastic Mexican striker, Santiago Jimenez, who scored in the 2 goals in the 3-1 win. In the reverse fixture last time round. Lazio got Immobile back from injury, but he was on the bench at the weekend. I think there will be goals. Feyenoord's history in the Europa League last season was for goals. So it could go either way, but I think there will be. I think anything above 3 goals would be worth looking at, because I think that's the way that's this game will go.
Over 3.5 goals in that match, 2.8. If you fancy getting on the goal fest in that one.
Covering every game of the English Premier League, Champions League and Europa League, live as they happen. This is Clubhouse TV.
Welcome back to Champions League night here on Clubhouse TV with me, Simon Barlow, and Pete Farries, who is already 1 win to the good with his Borussia Dortmund selection. He's now looking for the second half of his big ACCA tonight, and that is Lazio, who take on Feyenoord pretty shortly. As you mentioned, the fact you give it a great description, Lazio are dominating the chaotic wasteland that is Dutch football at the moment.
Feyenoord.
Feyenoord are dominating the cap.
They're not even necessarily dominating. They're doing all right, but Dutch football, it's hard to take a sensible through line from Dutch football at the moment. I mean, PSV obviously are top, Alkmaar are second, joint second in fact with Feyenoord. We know Ajax's problems, of course, this season, but they're third along with Alkmaar. In fact, I think Twente are maybe fourth on the same points as well. I'll have to double check, but I think Twente are maybe on the same points as well. So I don't think Feyenoord are that great. I don't think they're a bad side. Absolutely not. And Arne Slot obviously has been close to some big jobs. But in Europe, historically, Feyenoord don't do particularly well, whether it's Champions League, whether it's Europa League. They don't do brilliantly on the road. Lazio are having a middling season in Italy, but they are, I think, the better team. I think at the Stadio Olimpico, they win this game. I am all for absolutely 2.68. It is my favourite bet of the evening.
Yeah, so Lazio at home have won the last 3 games. Torino, Atalanta and Fiorentina. They're unbeaten at home this season. That includes... No, they're not. They lost to Genoa first game. But since then, they're unbeaten at home this season. That includes a 1-1 draw with Atletico Madrid, who are obviously a much higher standard, higher ranked team than Feyenoord. Feyenoord did get that win against Celtic in the Champions League, and they did beat Lazio 3-1 in the game in the Netherlands. So this would be a turnaround from the game of 2 weeks ago. What happened in that game? Why did Lazio lose 3-1? They went 1-0 down after 31 minutes.
They started really slowly.
Yeah.
Jimenez was really good.
Oh, it was an absolute card fest. Have you seen how many cards are in that game?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and no red card?
12 yellows, no red. It was that, which referee? It was a German referee, actually, so it wasn't the same referee from one of the earlier games, but still, yeah. Heavy cards game. Now, 2 weeks ago, these two sides played out a game where there were 12 yellow cards. Do you think this game will have a little bit of feeling to it?
I don't think it'll be anywhere close to that, but more than 5.5 total cards is 1.7.
Yeah.
More than 6.5 is 2.25. So you're still getting, 4 fewer cards,
yeah.
But you're getting 2.25. So more than 6.5 at 2.25 might be interesting.
I think so.
Brahi, by the way, doesn't think Lazio will win. Please explain yourself, Brahi. Explain yourself.
Yeah, just give us a brief reason. Pete's given his reasons why he thinks Lazio will win. So if you would just put a few lines as to why, or a few words as to why you think Lazio haven't got it tonight.
Elsewhere, Crvena Zvezda are interesting at 4.6. I'm not going to back them. Leipzig are obviously a much better side than them. Comfortably, obviously, a much better side than Leipzig, but they're not bad, Crvena Zvezda. They can't be completely ignored. They did lose 3-1 in Leipzig, but they weren't awful in that. I think they might score in that Crvena Zvezda. The both teams to score in that match is a 1.56 play. The traders have got there first, but I still think that's a nice way to go.
Draw no bet 3.5. Can I interest you in that one?
Yeah, I'm not against that. I think the only thing I'd say is knowing that we might get a return on the both teams is better than knowing we might just get our money back. But yeah, I'm absolutely not against that.
Right, let's quickly do a little sixfold then, which we won't be able to publish the link to, but we can give you what the odds are and then mention the selection. So we're going to go with Lazio to win at 2.6 something.
2.68, yes.
We're going to go with both teams scoring that game. Crvena Zvezda against Leipzig.
Yep.
1.56 both teams to score.
1.56, yeah.
That's what I've got anyway on mine. Man City against Young Boys. What do you think here? Handicap job?
Yeah, I think the -2, or maybe even the -3 Man City. But I think maybe the -2 is the
-2 is 1.67 for Man City to cover a 2-goal handicap there. So if you could put that one in.
Yeah.
Then Porto Antwerp. We've got different opinions on this one. I like draw no bet. But it's perhaps a bit too risky for an ACCA. So should we go...
Both teams, I think
both teams score. 1.99.
1.99, yep.
Both teams score in that one.
And then the Atleti game against Celtic is the last...
also AC Milan PSG.
Oh, sorry, AC Milan PSG. What we
PSG to win, 2.3. Good enough.
That'll do.
And Atleti Celtic, Atleti win of some description. Maybe... Is it both teams score?
Yeah, I think it probably is, yeah. Well, in fact, I'd rather just go Atleti, I think, to win that.
Okay, well, it's 1.41. It's an ACCA, so we can stick a short one in like that. 1.41 for the ACCA.
44.06.
That's the pick. So 44.06 for the ACCA. And just to repeat what those are, Pete, if I might be able to type them into the Telegram right now as Pete gets the channel sorted in the studio.
Yes, which is what I should have done during the break, but full disclosure, everyone, I was absolutely desperate for the loo. So that's why that happened. And that's why you've now got one man, panicking because he probably should have done this a few minutes ago, but he didn't. Do you mind if I put Lazio on as our main game, Sally? Or
of course.
Would you have a problem with that physically?
Nope, not a problem.
Why is that not a hot game? This should be described as a hot game, but it's not. Okay, yeah, so Lazio, as I've said all night, are my key game tonight. I mean, just as simple as that. I went for the Lazio-Dortmund double before the night began. I thought they were admittedly frustrating in Serie A. There's no question about that, but I think they are certainly still.
Was it both teams scoring the Crvena Zvezda game?
Yeah. So get that into there, and we will get the rest of our games up. Let us know what you're betting on as well. Size popping the information into the old I'm missing one. So we got
PSG win, Lazio win, Man City -2. Both teams score in Porto. Both teams score Crvena Zvezda, and there's one more game which I've forgotten.
Antwerp Porto.
Oh,
you mentioned that.
That was that one. Yeah, I mentioned that one. What was the other game?
To score, wasn't it?
What's the other game?
Atleti Celtic.
Yes, that was it, and we went with Atleti to win.
There we go. Okay. There we go. We're fine. We're sorted. Yeah, I really should have done this earlier. This is entirely my fault, and I apologise to everyone for these next 30 or so seconds of low-quality broadcast, because I completely forgot to do something that, full disclosure, is a massive part of my job. Lazio with a free kick straight away on the edge of the penalty area. That's a very nice start for me. I will undoubtedly take that.
Yeah, I mean... the referee already had his yellow card out there as well, didn't he? I don't know. I mean, I suppose if he takes it out of his pocket, he must be brandishing it to someone. But that is a very early yellow card. Yeah, it's for a final defender for a foul right on the edge of the penalty area, cynically bringing down a player that was bursting into the penalty area, and that has to be a yellow card. Yeah.
Yeah. Good start for Lazio then. A good start if you're playing the card market, if you fancy that, because Bart Neukoop is immediately booked. So Lazio have a free kick on the edge of the penalty area. Hopefully they can score it with, by the way, PSG already looking pretty lively early doors.
Yeah, Milan, PSG, we've got the stats on the sidebar right now. Obviously not a great deal has happened as yet, but we'll make that one of our main focuses because it's two big names in European football. PSG are a team who many think could make big progress in the Champions League this year. They've always got to a certain level, haven't they? Obviously been to the final before, but they've got to that sort of late stages and got knocked out. Milan, semi-finalist last year as well, so that should be an interesting sort of barometer for where PSG are in terms of the Champions League this season.
Yeah, strange side PSG. Very strange side. And Navidad asks what the condition is for the free bet.
16 goals we need across the 6 games, so just over 2.5 on average per game would get you to 16 goals. And then once the 16th goal goes in, I will ask a quick question. First, in fact, no, I think I'll just say, yeah, it'll be an easy question. The first, not the first 10. Whoever answers correctly gets the name in the hat for the draw, which Pete will do. So it's not first in. Yep. It's just any answers in between a certain period. So it'll all become clear. Stick with us.
Yeah, it very much will be. I pressed the wrong button on the old GIF there, so apologies for that. I will find a one that makes more sense. This is why you shouldn't have an old doddery idiot doing the doing the GIFs, because it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever when he presses buttons that he just shouldn't press. So I'm trying to find that now. But it's 16, as Sai says, for that.
Yeah, I think we could get a good portion of that 16 just from the one game. Man City are already dominating in terms of territory, and they're in the penalty area with a cross to the back post, just overhit slightly there, and it goes behind from Phil Foden. Foden starting on the right tonight, Jack Grealish on the left. No Jeremy Doku in the starting lineup for City. I mean, has Doku now almost supplanted Foden and Grealish as sort of Pep's first choice?
Was it 4 assists at the weekend? Was that what it was?
It was involved in 4 goals, I think. Yeah, I don't know,
yeah.
With assists or scoring himself.
He might well have done. I still think to this day, Pep doesn't quite know what to do with Foden. Just in terms of he is out of the team more than you'd think he would be. Could be a chance here for Lazio into the penalty area. Good block. It's a Lazio corner. I'm not entirely sure he quite feels comfortable with Foden, really. But Doku's obviously in brilliant form. And I mean, if you've got attacking midfielder choices like Grealish, Foden, Doku, and the many others he has, I mean, it's an embarrassment.
I would agree with that on Foden. I think it's been long enough now, hasn't it, that he's been in and out of the team and not really always figuring in the big games. So you have to wonder whether Pep is fully convinced.
I don't know if he's about convinced. I think he knows he's a great player, but I just think he's like, I don't quite know what to do with it. It's one thing having a great player. It's another thing knowing exactly how to sort of deal with him or play him or get the best out of him. So could be a chance here for Lazio, not on the edge of the 6-yard box. It's going to be out for a goal kick. Lazio are definitely the better of the two teams in these early exchanges, Si. 2.6 for Lazio to win this game, 2.06 for them to win the first goal market. And I'm all over that first goal market, I have to say.
Yeah, I'm just going to bring up the early stats on that game in a moment. Arne Slot must be pretty happy with well, I suppose the overall situation in the group coming into this, but they're there to be shot at, aren't they, Feyenoord? And I think Lazio definitely started on the front foot in this game, so they've had the only shot of the game so far. There's also been that early yellow card to a Feyenoord player. Our possession stats are saying 100%. It's not quite that, but certainly It's been mainly one-sided with Lazio attacking.
Interesting here, booking in the Zvezda Leipzig game for Sherdan Mihailovic. There's some cards going out in these games early doors. There is some cards. Feyenoord, we've already had one. We've had one in that Crvena Zvezda game. There's been some card markets getting thrown around here. And we have a goal, I believe, for Atletico Madrid against Celtic, the home side. Antoine Griezmann is the one that the camera is focused in on, but it looks like the home side have taken a lead early doors against Celtic. Antoine Griezmann.
Oh, is it offside? No, it's not offside. It's fine. goal appears to have come from a corner, and it's Joe Hart beaten on his left-hand side. Do you remember that period when he played for England and he kept on getting beaten on his left-hand side from long shots, long-range efforts, and this one is, again, a shot from Griezmann that comes through. It comes through Carter Vickers' legs and maybe takes a slight deflection, so I can understand possibly how he's not got to that, but it's come from a corner. Celtic can see the opening goal.
Yeah, and second goal at Atletico Madrid, by the way, is 1.35, which is short, but weirdly, I think, backable. Big chance for AC Milan here as well inside the penalty area. They've put over the bar, should have been on target, as Feyenoord put one wide as well. These are much more busy games, much more kind of enjoyable games than perhaps at least one of our ones in the early kickoffs was. So another goal for Atletico Madrid. I would say go to the first half market, this AC Milan PSG game. First half total goals, Si, over 1.5 is 2.75. So doesn't matter who for, doesn't matter how they come, just more than two or more goals in the first half of this AC Milan game. 2.75, I think, looks very interesting indeed.
Yeah, it's certainly a game with a high-tempo start, as most of them have, and we've had another goal for Leipzig this time, I think.
Yeah, Leipzig take the lead away at Crvena Zvezda. We'd looked at both teams to score in this. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing at all. We expected Leipzig to likely go on to get the win, but they are 1-0 up away at Crvena Zvezda.
Looks like it's Xavi Simons, so it's not been a great night for Xavi, but Xavi Simons has scored for RB Leipzig. He's a great little player.
He is. Xavi Simons is very good, and that was a great little presenter-based segue that sided there as well. I enjoyed that massively. But yeah, I mean, again, Crvena Zvezda just... Oh, that's a lovely finish. Oh, look at that, through a mass of bodies as well. That is a belter. Just opens his body up, doesn't almost no backlift, and just curls it in. That was an absolute beauty. Just seen a few moments ago as well, the ball slotted just wide by Antwerp. So these games are open here, Si. We're 2 goals down. We are 2 goals down for our 16 total.
That's right, yeah. Man City have also gone close again there through, I think it's Rico Lewis. Ball into the box. Lewis is in with a great chance, passes off, and then it's somehow scrambled. So Grealish squares it. Lewis has a chance to side foot home, and it's just scrambled off the line in front of the keeper. I think the keeper would have saved it anyway.
Yeah.
But good chance there for Manchester City to open the scoring. They've got a corner.
Yep, so they're looking pretty good. Porto Antwerp is wide open. PSG AC Milan is wide open as well. Some good games here. Celtic just trying to build something after initially just being a bit sloppy with how the goal went, really. As I said, it might be a bit harsh. There's a bit of a deflection on the way through, but Joe Hart probably should have done better.
Did I press the goal stab for Xavi Simons? I don't think I did I? Never mind. We'll leave it. It's 2. We know it's 2 goals tonight, don't we?
And now there's 1 for PSG, who've taken the lead away at AC Milan.
Goals are flowing.
As well, so we're down to 13 already.
This has come from a corner.
For the free bet.
This is looking very good for the free bet condition. Header from a corner.
Is he offside?
I think he's all right. It's
Milan Skriniar, I think.
Milan Skriniar, you're right.
Yeah.
And the obvious segue there is
Milan against Milan.
Yes, Milan scores against Milan.
Well, there you go.
Can't beat a cheesy pun, me.
But we played the over 1.5 in the first half of that game. 1 down, 1 to go. 2.75 the price on that.
Shocking defending from Milan. Nobody goes with Skriniar, and he just stoops to conquer at the back post.
Yeah,
he's onside.
There you go. I mean, just easy peasy. And I mean, the fact of the matter is here. I mean, don't forget he did play for Inter Milan as well. Milan Skriniar, so that's a little bit of a thing. But I really like him. I think he's a brilliant centre back who probably should have gone to play at other clubs as well. But look, right now we're flying for the free bet condition, and another first half goal in that game would land us at 2.75. I'd still play it now. It is wide open, that one.
Akan on the countdown there as 14. Okay, so 14 down to 13 it is now. So we've not had any gifts for 13 or social media pictures coming up there.
I was going to do them every
Telegram.
2. Because I
okay.
can't bother doing them every 1 because that just feels like a lot.
Yeah.
But I'm going to do them every 2 as part of the countdown. And then there's a chance that you will go into the bin of dreams.
We all want to be in that bin of dreams.
We do. I don't know why I called it the Bin of Dreams. I think I said to Jack, I'm going to call this the Bin of Dreams, and he said I wouldn't. And I was like, well, no, I'm definitely doing it. Chance again for Man City, who've got the ball right-hand side toward the byline. Little left-footed clip ball in and dealt with by young boys Burn on that occasion.
Hey, we might get close to 16 goals before half-time if they carry on like this.
Yeah, it's a bonkers goal-filled early doors here. Celtic just a little bit kind of loose in how they're trying to create chances. Lazio, Feyenoord, open at the moment.
It is. No goals as yet, but that early yellow card puts one of those Feyenoord defenders on a bit of a tightrope. They're blocking off the press. Sorry, they're playing out from the back, Feyenoord, as they always do.
Yeah.
But Lazio, I think, have learned from last week, and they've been more sort of controlled with their press. They're not over-pressing. They're pressing high up the pitch, but they're not getting caught over-pressing and then they're allowing Feyenoord to play through them.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, look, at the moment, this is a really good set of late kickoffs in the Champions League. There's some really good games. Chance again for PSG. I mean, Milan have had chances, one big one as well, but I do not buy Mike Maignan at all. I just don't. I'm sorry, I'm not having him as a top class goalkeeper.
He's the French number one at the moment, isn't he?
I don't buy him at all. I do not think he is a good.
I might be wrong.
Good enough. I think he's in like the Anana bracket. I just don't think he's very good. I just don't see. There could be a chance here for AC Milan. By the way, into the penalty area.
Good save.
Very good save. Overhead kick
It's
the back
in.
of the net.
It's in. Milan have equalised.
7-5.
What a shout, Peter. What a shout. Rafael Leao, I think, is wheeling away in celebration after that Milan equaliser, and it's come from a counter-attack, I believe.
Yeah, it really has. And Rafael Leao with an overhead kick, but it's not quite as spectacular as maybe some overhead kicks. Not that it matters, of course. It's a goal.
He's onside.
Brilliant ball to the left-hand side. The shot is well saved, to be fair, and Leao just able to angle his body and somehow on the overhead just manages to sort of noodle and doodle its way through, and well done to him. And AC Milan have equalised. The 2.75 has landed for over 1.5 first half goals.
Very nice.
And we're in a very lovely position here. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. I mean, look, more goals here in this first half. This game is absolutely bonkers at the moment.
Yeah. So we've had 4 goals so far in the 6 games. Where is the next one coming from? Milan 1-1 with PSG. Atleti 1-0 up over Celtic. Lazio and Feyenoord still 0-0. Man City and Young Boys, surprisingly, maybe to some, still 0-0. Leipzig 1-0 up in Belgrade against Crvena Zvezda, and it's still goalless between Porto and Antwerp.
First half total now. Another first half goal in this Milan game is 1.56. The over 3.5 first half goals is 3.15, which is not. I mean, it's not horrific with what we're seeing. It still feels gut, a bit too much of a stretch. But another first half goal here, 1.53, Si, I don't think is the worst shout in the world.
I totally agree. I think it's open. It's open, and you've got 2 teams with decisive attacking players there. Like Rafael, I kind of forgot about him. He's very, very good. He could play for PSG. And then you look at the PSG team, and they've got Mbappe, Zaire Emery, who's in great goal-scoring form there. There's more goals in that game, in the first half still.
Yeah, no, absolutely there is. And I think at least, the 2 more is possible, but I just don't want to jump in on that. I just don't fancy that at the moment. Lazio trying to come forward and moving the ball quite well there. Feyenoord have defended it pretty well as well, mind you. But some goals going in. Porto against Royal Antwerp, of course. Antwerp enjoying Champions League football at the moment. So I'd say enjoying it, with obviously bottom of the group, but no one thought in a group with Newcastle.
Oh no, they're in the
Newcastle.
They're in the group with
Shakhtar Donetsk, Barcelona.
Barcelona.
They're going to progress from that group.
Yeah, and they're probably going to finish bottom now. Shakhtar have got that result tonight, so that's not great for them. But they won the title last year. They won the title, in epic style. Last day of the season, not Thomas Vermaelen.
What do you call him?
It's his old partner at Tottenham, isn't it?
Tongan.
Yeah, no, it was Vermaelen, wasn't it? It was Vermaelen. I was thinking
he came off the bench and scored in the last minute for the team that he signed for.
Storming goal.
Just before, it was amazing. Porto 1.36. I don't know. Antwerp have been in this. I don't know at the moment with that. This game, and there's a kind of a shot on target each. I'm just not quite sure what to do with that. I'm going to give myself a bit of a breath on that game and just work out a new way into it.
Fair enough. There's a breath being taken in Rome at the moment as there's a Feyenoord player down injured. In fact, there's also Immobile's getting some free spray. No, it's not Immobile, it's somebody else. Getting some attention to an injury for Lazio. So there's been obviously some sort of coming together where players have gone down injured.
Just while you're doing that as well, Slissy's been in touch. He needs Leipzig to win the first half. Wow, that would be a heck of a victory, mate. You are being offered a cash out, but obviously you need to decide what you want to do with that. I think Leipzig will win this first half. Obviously, already 1-0 up. You're in a very good position indeed, my friend. Very best of luck with that, Slissy. He's popped his bet slip, or at least a screenshot of his bet slip, into the chat. If you are doing stuff like that, and of course you know this, but it's important for us to say this, just make sure there's no personal data on any screenshot or anything you put into the chat. Everyone in there is lovely, but of course it's always about safety first. Not that Slissy has, but it's just something I'm going to mention while it's there.
Very good. And looks like a free kick to Manchester City in a good attacking position in the game at the Etihad Stadium. Or is it the other way? Is it a free kick to... No, it's a yellow card to Loris Bento, defender of Young Boys. So it's going to be attacking free kick for Manchester City. And, Haaland is on the pitch, but he won't be taking this. Maybe Grealish could be towards the front of the queue to take this free kick.
We will see in just a second. Arne Slot's going to have to make a decision here because I think Feyenoord... I've still not seen the man who's down here. I don't think we're going to get him continuing. So there is going to be a change here for Feyenoord. It looks to me to be Remo Trauner who will be coming on. But who for? We are yet to see who is actually down. But obviously he's a defender, so you'd imagine it will be for a defender.
You know what? Ruben Dias looks like he wants this free kick. Kovacic is there. Kyle Walker's there as well. So 4 players around the ball. Grealish might be the favourite, but Kyle Walker looks like he's got some intent to take this free kick for Manchester City. They're 1.11 to win the game. There are ways in, though. You could maybe back them to lead after 30 minutes. That could be a way in with the situation they've got at the moment. Have we got 30-minute markets there? Yes, we do. Man City lead 30 minutes. 2.75. Free kick is pushed wide for a corner, but City still with some pressure.
Yeah, Navidart and Lolo Jones are asking Slissy about why he's so successful in the esports betting. So that's part of the community. Everyone chatting away and everyone enjoying themselves. I do like that kind of, tell us why you're so good. I like that. You're good at that, yeah. Tell us why. I like that. Anyway.
Good double save, that, actually, by the
save.
Young Boys keeper. He's pushed the first free kick away and then saved the follow-up.
Serious problem here in Feyenoord. I think he's okay in the scheme of okay. Not going to be continuing the game, so we are going to see Trauner come on. But that's an early change and
head injury,
an early mess here for Feyenoord, and hopefully everyone is okay. Fair play to Heise, who's gone across to give a tap on the stomach. I think he was the man part of it, and so Bart Neukoop was booked early doors and has now been replaced by Gernot Trauner.
Yeah, it's an unwanted reshuffle, isn't it, for Arne Slot? So it may well be that Lazio have a better chance of scoring now from the free kick. The new player has just headed it behind Trauner to concede a corner. Straight to the action.
Big chance for PSG again there. We're looking for another first half goal at 1.56, having landed at 2.75 on more than one in the first half. Yeah, Trauner's done well actually there because there is a player behind him lurking around. Porto want a red card given to an Antwerp player. I think it's going to be just a booking. I think he might be lucky with that, you know. That looked like, I think it's Hassan Youssef. I think he's been lucky. And a booking also in Atletico Madrid against Celtic.
Typical, isn't it? The yellow cards will be flashed around these games when we needed them in the early games and they didn't come. But yeah, the yellow card count is mounting in quite a few of these games. Now let's just flick you through some of the stats then that we've got, starting with Atleti versus Celtic, where we've just seen a yellow card for Dyson Maeda.
Oh, I think this might well be a red card. It's being checked for a red. This was a yellow card, but it is now being VAR'd for a red. Celtic might end up down to 10 here.
Already 1-0 down. Dyson Maeda is under the microscope now from the VAR officials checking a possible red card. In-play prices will be suspended right now because of the VAR check. but they're in big trouble. They were 1.41 Atletico Madrid when it was 0-0, so they'd be even shorter at 1-0 up. And now if it is against 10 men, if this Celtic player is sent off, then you could expect maybe an absolute runaway scoreline for Atleti Madrid. Still being checked, so we'll bring you up to date on developments there.
He's going to go look at it.
The referee's going to look himself.
I think he goes here. I think this is a red card offence.
Well, just describe what Dyson Maeda's done
So
there.
he's just basically gone up foot like that. So that's the leg. And he's gone up foot like that, and he's kind of hit the leg there. But it's not down. It's
the Atleti player's trying to clear the ball, and he kicks up. Dyson's Maeda's leg is coming down.
The left leg. You can't. That left leg there. What are you doing with that left leg? That's a red card offence, I think. You seem less convinced than I am.
I think because they've looked at it so often, it's going to be, yeah. But in a Scottish Premier League, he gets away with that. SPL, that's not a red card.
Well, we'll see what Ivan Krujliak decides.
Maybe a chance for young boys on the edge of the City penalty area, but just ran out of options and ran out of teammates. There is the red card confirmed. He's gone. Pete was right, and that is big issues now for Celtic.
Yeah, red card, and I think that's the right decision as well, to be fair. I think it's very, very hard to imagine going all the way to Madrid and being sent off after 22 minutes. No thanks.
And now he can't get his shirt off.
Now he can't get his shirt off. It's an absolute disaster. Yeah, I mean, look, Let's Go will now score, I think, at least twice more. So,
have we had another goal, Pete? Where's the goal come?
I don't know.
Okay.
I was busy looking at this.
It's come in Manchester. It's raining goals in Manchester. Well, it's the first one of the night anyway.
Yeah, so it's starting to rain. Very quickly, Let's Go to score more than 2.5 goals is 1.5. They've already got one. But 1.5 for Let's Go Madrid to score more than 2.5 match goals.
We're definitely on the right side of the ledger with Atleti in the ACCA as well, aren't we? There's no way Celtic come back and get anything from that game now, I don't think.
And it's a lovely through ball and a little pass back, edge of the 6-yard box.
Stream's behind, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, is that definitely a goal? I'm saying that Haaland has scored it, so perhaps, maybe that stream is that far behind. Let's give it a bit of a refresh.
Yeah. Stop and start again. Oh, it's raining. Something in the young boys' end now. They're throwing something up and down. Maybe they've got the same protest as the Dortmund fans earlier.
Yeah, it is a goal. Haaland has scored. Rotherham Ipswich, by the way, in the Championship is also there, one apiece at the moment there. Ipswich, an incredible season so far.
Yeah, this is a rearranged game from a couple of Fridays ago, I think, isn't it?
It was in that.
It was bad. Storm, yeah, Storm Babette, I think, did for this game.
It was Griezmann's just put it wide. I mean, we've spoken about Atletico Madrid to score more than 2 goals in the match, but what about to score again in the first half? They've just put another one wide. They were looking very, very good. First half here. It might be worth looking towards more goals and not just and only just for Atletico Madrid. They're absolutely all over them here. More than 1.5 goals in the first half and more than and at least a goal in the second. So another one in the first and at least one in the second. 1.97 for that. That looks like it to me.
Like it, yeah. I don't think there's any reason for them to stop going for the jugular against Celtic because the group is still quite early on, isn't it? Around match day 4. Still plenty of points to play for, and they want to win the group, don't they, Atleti? They're not looking to just qualify. They want to win the group and give themselves an easy or an easier second round tie, potentially. Also, the home aspect in the second leg is something they'll want to.
Yeah, but these are good games, There's plenty going on. They're very good games. I'm liking these an awful lot.
The game with the least action, I think, is probably Porto versus Antwerp, isn't it? Apart from that potential red card that wasn't given.
No, I think that's right. I mean, I think Porto have been the better of the two teams, just trying a little lofted ball in from the right-hand side touchline, but nothing's going to happen there. And Antwerp don't quite bring it clear, but have done pretty well.
Stats would more or less bear you out on that assertion that Porto have been the better team. They've had 62% possession. They've had 2 goal attempts to 1, and they've had more dangerous attacks, vastly more dangerous attacks than Antwerp, 12-2. XG, though, is pretty level, but it's kind of negligible between the two in terms of XG.
Feyenoord have grown into the game a little bit as Man City just get into the penalty area against young boys as well. Lazio having to deal with it, and Bart Nokoop's injury maybe fired Feyenoord up a little bit. Just a little bit of impetus, a bit of a bump given to them. Lazio just looked a little bit frail just inside their own half. So anything in and around there, they're not quite connecting with the passes at present.
No, lots of shots off target from Lazio in that game. No shots on target from them. Only one from Feyenoord to really excite the statisticians. Not a great deal to excite the statisticians either in Manchester, although City, well up in terms of shots, 8-0, 82% possession to 18. I mean, they do this to Premier League teams. You'd expect them to do it to Young Boys of Switzerland. 2 corners to Zip and 2 yellows to Young Boys. Maybe Young Boys don't finish with 11 men on the pitch here.
No, it wouldn't surprise me. That's not a bad bowling from the right-hand side that Man City have dealt with. But, yeah, I mean, look, Man City, we thought from the start would run through -2, -3 is... Oh, my word. Celtic almost score, I think, directly from a corner there. Atletico have had to just pull a very good last-minute low block out. But, yeah, almost scored directly from a corner here, Celtic. What a great reaction from his Oblak goal today. A great reaction.
Is,
Look at this. What a reaction this is. Boom. Beautiful. Is there a red card market? Total bookings a red card market in the Man City game?
There is a total bookings market, I was just going to look at that, but the red card market has gone. Total bookings over 4.5. So we've had 2 already. Over 4.5 is 1.85.
I like that. I think it's hard to argue with that, actually. I think that's a nice way in.
Yeah, Man City might get a booking as well, It's no reason why it would just all be Young Boys. I know they've had City have had all the possession pretty much, but breakaway, young defender, and I think Pep Guardiola will make changes and perhaps get a few of his young kids on in the second half if this game is totally going away from Young Boys. As Haaland tries to win a corner, but it's taking a double deflection, that I think, and it won't be a corner.
That's another booking, by the way, in this Leipzig-Zvezda game. So that's 2 bookings to this point. So it might be worth another looking at the booking market. And see where we get their total cards. More than 5.5, 1.72 in that game. As AC Milan have a big chance against PSG. I think Giroud has put that wide. Very good chance, though, for the former Arsenal man and Chelsea man, I suppose.
Yeah, France international against France's leading team, but couldn't put away the chance over on his left foot, which is his strong side. Hits the side netting.
But there's more goals in that game. We mentioned the over 3.5 a couple of times. There's definitely more goals in that game.
We need another goal before half-time as well, don't we? Just hit the crossbar moments ago, wasn't it? That effort from outside the box.
Colomwani,
was that Dembele?
I might have been Dembele, yeah. I thought it was Colomwani, but it may well be Dembele, yeah. As Feyenoord conceded a corner. Yes, good. Lazio corner kick. That'll do. This is what we want to see, lads. This is what we want to see. As Porto just trying to dance their way through. And oh my word, he may have been offside anyway. But if he wasn't, I mean, that's one way you're praying for the flag, really. Very, very big chance for Porto. See if he was offside here. Just scooped wide, by the way, in the end. But this, let's see. Yeah, he's off anyway.
Yeah, Mehdi Taremi, the centre-forward, gets in there and from close range. Well, actually, the cameras are lingering on Franco as if he was the one that had the last chance. Maybe it was Franco.
Booking in the PSG game as well. So the cards are absolutely flying at the moment. Cards are flying in at the moment.
And we needed this for the early games. Koki is saying off, off, off. I forgot to do the off button, didn't I? I forgot to do the red card when Maeda. We had the red card for Dyson Maeda. So a bit of a late one this, sorry. Off, 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 off. It's not the same as it used to be, is it?
No, thankfully. I didn't like that one. I found that infuriating. But that's just me.
Was it too antagonistic?
It's too... No, it's not even that. It's just too, like...
Oh, yeah. Boorish.
I mean? I'm not a bore. That's my problem. I'm not a bore. I don't like it. Although I will boo things.
especially in Panto season. You're a good booer in Panto season.
Absolutely belting Panto enthusiast, yeah. And we're getting to Panto season as well now, so that's the great thing. Feyenoord! Oh, what a stop that is. That was a big moment. The best chance of the game so far by a mile.
That kind of outlines their game plan, doesn't it, Feyenoord? They just sitting in, trying to break when they can, and when they get a chance, try and hit Lazio on the counter. semi-counter attack, really, but a good save. Was it Strakosha who was the keeper there?
No, Ivan Provedel.
Oh, Provedel, that's right. Strakosha's at Brentford now or something, isn't he?
Yeah,
Long gone. What am I on about?
Strakoshka, yeah. I've never really got him. I know I'm complaining about a lot of people today, but that's true. That's who I am. Porto have a really decent chance, well saved as well by the Antwerp keeper.
Yeah.
So we are. These are games that are wide open right now. Are they claiming a penalty? By the way,
Penalty check in Porto.
I think
No, he's dived, hasn't he?
it's a penalty.
It's a penalty. It's been given. So is that given on field? VAR check complete? I don't know, but it's been given on the field. Penalty, I think. And a chance for Porto to take the lead. So this is great news for anybody backing goals or indeed Porto to win. And who's taking a spot kick?
Well, I mean, for me, that is a penalty, actually. I know it's kind of maybe a little unlucky, but I'm almost positive that's a penalty, and it's Ivan Ilson, I think, with the penalty here for Porto.
And he steps up and scores to give Porto the lead. Made no mistake from the spot, so that's another goal into the onto the tally. Where are we now with that then?
We need 10, I think.
10, so 6 down, 10 to go.
I believe so.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you're actually got a couple of 0-0s at the moment. But one of them... No, what? Only 1 0-0. No, it's 2 next. No, it's 1 0-0, isn't it? Lazio Feyenoord is the only 0-0.
The only game that I've really heavily invested in this evening is the 0-0 game. But I'd rather be 0-0 than 1-0 to Feyenoord. Let's put it that way at the moment. So, not the end of the world at all.
Are there any teams that are leading in games that you don't think should be leading, that maybe there's a chance for comeback?
Not at the moment. I mean,
No.
you look at it, we expect Man City to win very comfortably. We expect Atletico Madrid to win comfortably, and they're against 10 men.
Yep.
We expected Porto to beat Antwerp, albeit both teams to score. So, and we expected Leipzig to beat Crvena Zvezda.
They were the favourites, yep.
It's hard to argue against any of those.
Okay.
I mean, look, you're not going to do this, but 1.05 Atletico, 1.24 Leipzig, 1.02 Man City. You're not going to do that because you're barely going to break 2 with that. But it's just that you could do that. I think all those 3 teams who are leading are teams who are going to go on and win the games. But it's just about whether or not you want to risk it for a very short price.
Risk it for that very small biscuit as Feyenoord do some defending.
Yeah, I keep the referee's socks in that game are putting me right off.
Oh, yeah. Just very much out of step with the rest of his kit.
I don't know why, but like when I'm glancing at it, it looks like the assistant referee's run on with a flag.
Now, I can see that Feyenoord are wearing black socks as well, so he perhaps feels like he can't wear black and black, but it's not like he's making the tackle, so he doesn't, needs different coloured socks because like identification things. I don't know. Why would he have to wear different socks just because Feyenoord are wearing black socks?
I don't know, but I will say that I think there may well be another injury to a Feyenoord player here. This time from his own player, from his teammate. I think is that Hanke?
Yeah, David Hanko. Yeah, defender.
So, yeah, we will see. But difficult at the moment, as now Celtic are claiming a red card as well. They want someone sent off. It's not going to happen. But that was a bit of a slippy 2-footed challenge. These have been some good games. I'm enjoying these. These are good games. Lazio just trying to create something, but an awful ball forward. Man City, this is like lion and antelope stuff, really. Man City will score when they fancy it. It's not. They're in no rush. They're 1-0 up already. No great stress. No great fuss or muss. They'll hit a couple more. And the handicap market's a way to go. The overs market's a way to go. Just on perhaps even Man City. Overlapping run here. Clip back across, and Haaland can't put it in and laughs to himself because he probably should have done. -2 Man City, it's all there. The markets, you basically just look at Man City totals. The over 3.5, 2.5 is not the maddest thing I've ever said.
So Celtic's red card tonight is actually... Oh, that's a good effort, just wide from Feyenoord. Celtic's red card tonight is their 3rd Champions League red card this season.
Dear me.
2 in the Feyenoord game. Didn't get one in the Lazio game, but there were quite a few yellows in that game, mostly for Lazio, must be said. And now a 3rd red card in 3 games of the Champions League.
That's bad. That is,
or is it 4? It's 4 games.
Absolute
Isn't it?
lack of discipline. That in 3 or 4, that is an absolute lack of discipline. That. I mean, if you're Brendan Rodgers, you can't be allowing that because you're just under so much pressure straight away. Remember what 22 minutes was it for the red card? And it was a deserved red card.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no need to fly in like that. So I don't know. Seems odd to me.
It seems like the group of red cards, that one, doesn't it? The group involving Feyenoord, Lazio, Celtic, and Atletico Madrid. It seems like every match day there is a flashpoint offence in one of those games. So something to keep an eye on maybe for the next round of fixtures. Unless maybe you fancy another, more red cards, more yellow cards anyway, at least in the 2 games.
We are seeing plenty of cards
still to play tonight
across all of our matches tonight. So it might be worth looking sort of a total cards market across all of them, maybe popping together an ACCA for that.
So we're going to get another goal before half-time. There's plenty of time still. Around 9-10 minutes in each game.
Well, we played another one in this AC Milan game, didn't we, against PSG? And as we know, the crossbar's been hit since that second goal. There's been plenty more. I would say in that one, I'd still be pretty confident in another first half goal. So if you just scroll down to the first half goals markets and total, 3.1 now for at least one more goal in that first half. I think that's a nice way to go.
Yeah, dead level in terms of shots on target, but 8 shots on target in the first half is a really good indicator, I think, for more goals. 15 shots in total in that first 34 minutes. Only 3 corners, but lots going on. 2 yellows as well. I think there might have been another yellow in Italy there, possibly.
Just wide as well for AC Milan. Rafael Leao, the goal scorer of the equalisers, just dragged it wide. There may have been a foot on that, but either way, it's gone wide of goal. And yet again, I mean, AC Milan have been in this game.
Yeah.
Well in it. This is not the PSG show. As Atletico almost get a second, they're going to score a couple more in that game.
Yeah, Morata's suddenly come alive again this season, hasn't he? Again, after some quiet years, he seems to be picking up the goal-scoring thread again. He's a guy who really did go through the ringer, lots of moves, not successful ones, and career really went off the rails a little bit. But I think he's found another sort of a new home again at the Wanda Metropolitano, and he's getting goals.
I never quite knew what he was.
No.
He kind of reminds me of like a Havertz in that there's incredible talent there, but he's not a winger. He doesn't play for the striker. He's not a striker.
He's not back to goal, is he?
So what is he? In the same way as Havertz, they're both incredibly talented players, but what are they? To a certain extent, and I think you might disagree with me on this, I get a little bit of that from Marcus Rashford sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
When I'm like, you are incredibly talented, and I really like you. I really like you. But what are you? Because I don't think you're a striker. I don't think you're a technical midfielder or an inside forward or a winger. So what are you?
5-a-side player?
Maybe. He's obviously such a talent, and because of what he's like, you want to root for him and you want him to do really well, but I don't quite know what he is. And it's the same with Morata and Havertz and a number of players in the last few years. The problem with training young players now to say you're going to be a fluid, sort of adaptable attacker is that when you get into a team, you're like, well, okay, but you need to be specifically good at one thing as well.
I think Marcus Rashford is essentially a 5-a-side football player who's if you're picking a 5-a-side team to save your life, he'd be in it because he's great. But 11-a-side, I know he had a great season last year, but he doesn't go in the box. That's perfect for 5-a-side. Hang outside the box. It's great. You're not going to.
I suppose the issue with him as well is, as with every Manchester United player, is can you judge any Manchester United player's quality from the last few years because they've all been sucked into this madness, this absolute madness, which is what it is. I mean,
there's definitely bigger things wrong in the club than just Marcus Rashford's run of form, without a doubt. Yeah,
the recruitment policy is beyond insane. I mean, it's just the maddest
chance for Morata, and
did it make it over the line?
I think he's offside.
All right. I mean, look, Manchester United. I mean, they've not fixed problems they've needed to fix for years. They've signed players on agent recommendation rather than scout recommendation. They've been through managers, so they're having to change players due to managers, but that's not even the point. There's no overarching strategy. They appear to have kind of semi-given up on their youth system a bit, which is, I mean, look, for all of Ferguson's incredible talent, and his incredible talent, he also stumbled upon overall one of the greatest youth generations from top to bottom in modern football, right? You don't actually, he accidentally sort of fortuitously took over a club with the Beckhams, the Nevilles, the Butts, all of these once in a lifetime generation, basically that.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
He played them.
He played them.
Yeah, you wonder how many more of those generations are out there, but the managers that are incumbent don't have the bravery.
Yeah.
I mean, with Ferguson, he'd got league titles under his belt, so it wasn't necessarily bravery. He just had the, the gravitas or whatever. He had enough credit in the bank to be able to risk it and play those kids.
Yeah, I suppose by 92, 93, you obviously won the first Premier League title in 93, and then you're away, aren't you, a little bit?
But I bet there's a few golden generations that have potentially could have come through, but managers haven't been brave enough to just throw them all in and see where it went.
Yeah. But anyway, just I mean, a ground that's falling over. I mean, the whole thing at Manchester United is just a disaster. I mean, there is that argument that Manchester United are a feast and famine club. I mean, don't forget that before Ferguson came in, they hadn't won the Premier League since the mid-'60s. So, maybe it's another 15 years before they start being good again. That's what Manchester United are, maybe.
It's a juggernaut, isn't it? Or it's an oil tanker. It takes a long time to turn an oil tanker around, but when you get them going in the right direction, they're hard to stop, and was nowhere near that oil tanker being turned around yet.
But to a certain extent, I mean, Arsenal had similar problems in terms of a long-standing manager went, and they stumbled a bit, but they appear to have come to a lot faster. They're not there yet, but they're not a disaster club, Arsenal. They're not doing disastrously.
No.
So after, whenever someone, it sounds silly, but Kirby left Charlton, and when managers are in place for a very, very, very long time, same in politics, same in loads of things, there's a big gap when they leave, and it's kind of, because it's been moulded in their image, it's hard to immediately, but Arsenal fixed it. To an at least an acceptable level. Not to a perfect level, but to an acceptable level. Manchester United, just decision after decision, man. Everything you would do as a football fan, Manchester United do the opposite and get it wrong. It's bonkers. It's absolute bonkers. It's bizarre to me because, I mean, I'm obviously a little bit younger than you, so not too much younger, but a little bit younger than you. For me, growing up, the idea that Manchester United would go this long without a title was just, I mean, it just wouldn't have ever happened. I don't know. Bizarre. Anyway, I'll stop ranting now because there's bets to back.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we're looking at quite a few teams going on big title droughts at the moment because Manchester City are possibly going to win their fourth in a row this season. Again, not quite Bayern Munich standards, Bayern Munich levels, but in a couple of years' time, we might be going, so who's finishing second this season then?
Yeah.
It's inevitable.
Man United never won 4 in a row, did they? Under Ferguson?
No. Only won 3 in a row once.
3 in a row once,
yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say there's behind them there is at least I think the bubblings of some good sides behind them. As in, I don't think I think Liverpool are starting to turn themselves around a little bit. I know they got a disappointing draw, but overall as a club, they've refreshed with Szoboszlai and McAllister and all of these players. They've refreshed and they're moving.
They had a problem. They addressed it.
Exactly.
It's solved.
It's not going to be immediately perfect, but they're moving forward.
I think Man United's problems this season are very similar to Liverpool's last season. The midfield is getting overrun, and it looks. It makes everything else look bad because one key area is lacking. And Liverpool, Jurgen Klopp was probably too loyal to players who'd won in the title. Fabinho, Jordan Henderson, maybe a couple of others. I don't know, but then they've had this clear out, and now they look like they're on the way. Manchester United now need to probably look at that midfield area and say, is Casemiro doing it? Is Sofian Amrabat doing it? Is is Scott McTominay the long-term answer? I know he can score goals, but he's not.
And a striker, and they need another proper centre-back, and I don't think Onana's good enough. And all of these things. You
know what? I disagree with some of those. I think that if you fix the midfield, a lot of other things will fall into place.
Yeah, maybe.
Not all of them, not all of the ones you just mentioned, but I think a few of the others. Like Liverpool last season, you'd have gone, defence needs looking at. Virgil van Dijk's gone, hasn't he? Not now, because the midfield's doing the job.
Yeah, that's fair. I again, though, it ultimately what needs changing at Manchester United is nothing on the pitch first. I think.
There's a goal in Italy, Peter.
And who's it come for is my question. That's my question.
It's come for you, Peter. And it's also come for Phil Foden, who scored. As from a very acute angle, Lazio take the lead. 2 goals in the space of about 3 seconds there. That's big.
Is that Ciro? Oh, Ciro Immobile. Come and give me a close.
I'll do it again. Double. So Lazio have gone 1-0 up. Peter's delighted because they are his pick for the late games, his best bet, and they have delivered. Ciro Immobile from a tight angle rounds the keeper and slots home, and then Phil Foden has scored as well.
Yeah, lovely finish. Have we got VAR in that Lazio game for the goal? I hate this so much.
You've already put the 8 ball up for the number of... So we're at halfway. We're at halfway in the games, more or less.
There's a lot of people who look very much offside. Good Lord, how many people are offside there?
Flag stayed down. Immobile didn't look up. The flag stayed down after he'd scored as well. So this is... It will be checked, but I think he's all right.
Atletico 2-0. Atletico get a second. There's the over 1.5
it's
first
Morata.
half.
Yeah, I love you guys who are on the Telegram message board going, goal at the moment. Goal stands in Lazio, says Marios. Thank you.
Get in. Yeah, Atletico score a second. So he said plenty more for them. That's the second. We back 2 more for them over 3.5. They're flying now. That's good. Lazio leading by 1-0. I mean, look, I'm delighted, obviously, because, we need to be happy about it. But Feyenoord have been all right in that game, so we're going to have to wait and see. There'll be quite a bit of time added on in that final.
Yeah, he's there. John Bon Jovi is on our Telegram message board, Clubhouse TV, Telegram. Whoa, we're halfway there, and James Butler would be singing it right now. We're more than halfway there because we've got 9 out of 16.
Yeah. And that's why I don't want to work with James Butler anymore, because he would just be singing this as opposed to Si just doing the right thing, mentioning it, and us moving on. I don't need to hear James sing.
I'll do a Guitar Hero solo at half-time.
But in a way, that's fine because we're not on air. I find it more annoying when we're on air. But, James can do what he can do. He's my boss, technically. But at the same time, I don't ever want to hear him sing again.
Half-time whistles going across the 6 late games where we have 9 goals and counting. There's a couple of games of stoppage time being played. Obviously, Lazio Feyenoord with the bad injuries we had there, and also Atletico Madrid Celtic with the red card for Diaz and Maeda. But yeah, 1-1 half-time at the San Siro, AC Milan versus PSG. Just a quick mention of this game. You still back in PSG to win?
Less so.
Okay.
Less so, to be honest.
You've been impressed with AC Milan?
Yeah, I have been. I mean, at least I'm not absolutely convinced on PSG winning, which I actually was pre-match. Over 3.5 match goal size, 1.81 in that. I think that's probably the play.
Yeah.
AC Milan have played really well in this game, and it'd be a bit churlish of me to come in and go, well, no. It might be the PSG win, but I'm seeing AC Milan play well, so I'm going to go for over 3.5 match goals there.
Joe Hart's just pulled off another save to keep it down to 2-0 in Madrid. Atleti, no price. We're not offering prices on Atleti. They're 2-0 up against 10 men. 65 for the tie, 85 for Celtic. You going for over 3.5 in that one as well, or more even?
Yeah, over 3.5 still. Obviously, it's worth looking at, AC Milan, Atletico Madrid to do it. I don't think Celtic necessarily going to score. So if you are doing things, you can go towards the total market for Atletico Madrid. Well, maybe a bit later on, because right now it's looking a little bit tricky. Here we go. Over 3.5. Just needed to come back. Over 3.5, Atletico Madrid goals. So 2 more in the game, or more, 1.83.
Yeah, Porto, Royal Antwerp is 1-0 at the break. Porto 1.10, 9.8 the tie, 38 now for Royal Antwerp. I have to say, although I fancied them to score, they've not done enough in that first half, the Belgians, to really make it look like it's going to stick. Second goal, Porto 1.53, okay for you?
Yep. No, I'm fine with that. They've been the better, not by much, not by a ton, but they have been the better of the 2 teams, I think, in that game.
Crvena Zvezda 0, Leipzig 1 is also at halftime, 18.00 for the home, 6.2 the tie, 1.21 Leipzig. Any thoughts on where that second half might go?
Cards was kind of a bit more of a play. I mean, the total cards market, we discussed this one.
2 so far.
Yeah, 2 so far. Total bookings market, total cards I should say, more than 4.5 is 1.7. I could see 3 cards in that second half.
Man City 2-0 up. The Lions are up against the Antelopes at the City at the Etihad Stadium. No price City, 65 for the tie, 100 for the Antelopes. Where are you going there?
-2, -3.
-2, -3. That was the initial play, -2. -3 right now, so that's Man City to cover a 3-goal handicap is 1.98. So they'd have to score 2 more in the second half, but that looks very fair.
Yeah. Ellie Williams says, you guys do tennis betting. We don't necessarily on this service. It's predominantly a football one. But if you've got any tennis questions, I do a bit of tennis coverage elsewhere. So you can give me a shout and I can give you a couple of shouts here and there. But we don't...
Covering every game of the English Premier League, Champions League and Europa League, live as they happen. This is Clubhouse TV.
Apologies, Peter, for just drowned Peter out mid-sentence there as he's talking about tennis betting. Apologies. Do go on.
What an annoying man. Well, we can very quickly run through something, but it's a football mainly service, this, Ellie. But nice to have you on board. This is all on Kick, by the way, kick.com. You can watch us there. Slicker's had a bit of a bad time on the tennis. As long as it's responsible gambling, mate, then you can get back up. Make sure it is responsible at all times. But thank you very much for your message there. And Luke White has been in touch as well. So the Kickers getting a couple of messages tonight.
Yeah.
Do put your messages
Go
into
Kickers.
kick.com if you fancy getting hold of us in there. But as with everything, please do make sure you're gambling responsibly at all times when you're getting involved with us here at sportsbet.io.
Right, let's look forward to some games on Wednesday. We'll come back and get Pete's opinion on the second half of Lazio Feyenoord as well. His double is going well, having already landed Borussia Dortmund. There are a number of games taking place in fact, there are 8 games taking place, of course, on Wednesday. 2 of them kick off at 5:45. Here's James Butler with Gavin and with John again to discuss the 2 early games tomorrow.
Games starting us off on Wednesday evenings. Napoli against Union Berlin. Napoli, surely. Gavin Hamilton take the points in that one. And the Union Berlin yet to get off the mark in the Champions League. Not having a great season, are they? They certainly kind of punched above their weight last season, punching well below it this time.
Yeah, I mean it's an extraordinary story, and we've talked about it a lot about how they've risen up the divisions in Germany. They've got this really tight little stadium in Berlin that they played their home league games in, and the crowd have played their part in that. It's a big community club and everything else. Champions League's completely different. They're playing the games at the Olympic Stadium, and it's a very unfamiliar set of surroundings for them, and they've struggled. And they've yet to score. They've got any points, and Napoli not firing as well this season. But Osimhen has been distracted by a number of different issues, and he's the main man for them, and could be well be on the move, possibly in January, certainly in the summer. Raspadori, the Italian international, scored the winner in the previous round, set up by Kvaratskhelia, who's the man of the match. So they've got the attacking potential, Napoli, for this. So I think it's largely a question, I think, of certainly at home. Union Berlin, very defensive. That's been their strength all along, has been the defensive setup, but that hasn't helped them so far this season. So Napoli to win comfortably at home. I think the question really would be how many goals to score. If Osimhen is missing again, then that's an issue. Raspadori has shown so far that he can step up and compensate for that loss. So I think it's a comfortable home win for Napoli.
Giacomo Raspadori scored 3 and 3, 2.8 anytime for him. Looks like a decent price. John Driscoll, but Napoli, they're a short price to win this, 1.33, but you'd expect them to do it, as Gavin says, pretty comfortably, wouldn't you?
I don't know about comfortably, because all of Union's defeats have been by a single goal, and I know they sort of got a bit of a hammering against Eintracht Frankfurt. There's a run of 12 defeats, so it's hard to make a case for them, isn't it? But
Napoli won there 1-0, didn't they? So it wasn't.
Yeah, and the XG for that game was Union 0.4, Napoli 0.2. I mean that's nothing happened in that game. Yeah. So I can't suddenly see a 7-2 or something coming in the reverse game. So I think a Napoli that is not what it was last season, still too strong. But again, sorry to be Eddie Howe, I'm not getting carried away on the number of goals for Napoli. Napoli 1-0, Napoli 2-0. That kind of thing I can see happening.
If you're watching Eddie Howe, apologies for the negative tag we've given to you.
It's a compliment.
Let's move on to Real Sociedad then. Top of the group on goal difference on Group D, taking on a Benfica side that haven't got off the mark just yet. Real Sociedad, John, stay with you for that Spanish team. looking good for progression at least.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they've got 7 points, haven't they? Same as Inter. And like I said, there aren't many teams with 9. So, it's been a really good group stage so far for Real Sociedad. They're a very admirable team. Gavin's heard me say this before, James, but they at the weekend, I think they had 7 Basques in their starting 11 against Barcelona, and then another couple of Spaniards and only 2 foreign players. Now, it's amazing, the amount of money, the whole industry around the football transfer business. The Athletic Bilbao and Real Sociedad can do what they do and produce this conveyor belt of amazing local talent is incredible. And then, one of the 2 foreign players that they had playing at the weekend is Taka Kubo, who has been sensational this season, has been so exciting, a Japanese international who tried to get starts at Barcelona and Real Madrid. He's relatively predictable in that, a bit like Anthony, a bit like Robin back in the day. He comes off the right flank, he dances inside and he shoots, but he hits the target, whereas Anthony doesn't.
I was going to say that's one of the most insulting things you can say about any footballer who's a bit like Anthony. And
he moves quicker than Anthony. So it's all the things that...
He's better, basically, isn't he? He's better.
Yeah, he's just a much, much better version than the guy Manchester United paid, 80 million quid for. Taka Kubo's been good. They're not a scintillating team, Real Sociedad. They're very typical of lots of La Liga teams. Well organised, well coached, good tactically, know what they're doing. Even a relatively young team, but they're not silly, so they never get blown away. But they rarely blow a team away as well. Benfica have been one of the disappointments of this season's Champions League. We all loved them last season, and I know forever they're losing players, and so they've got to constantly rebuild and rework it all. But in terms of their performance, has been as bad as anybody in the Champions League, possibly with Antwerp aside. And their goalkeeper stats are some of the best in the competition, which suggests that they've done well to be where they are, given how bad they've been, and they haven't scored a goal. So Real Sociedad, once again, winning it, once again, relatively low scoring.
I think the 1.94 that Sportsbet.io are offering on Real Sociedad to win, Gavin, is pretty much double your money. It's quite a decent price, I would say.
Yeah, it is going. That's given Sociedad's performances so far, and as John said, they're organised. They've got that little spark in Cuba, but also Brais Mendes as well is a terrific player, and he scored in the in the previous round, 3rd consecutive Champions League game. So for him to score, so those are the 2 guys, Kubo and Brais Mendes. Will do something for Sociedad. It's whether Benfica can get something out of this, and I think it's got to come a point with Benfica they've got to get something from a game, having pointless so far. So maybe this is the game that they can get something from. Okay. They've got the measure of Sociedad, having played them in the previous round, so in the previous game. So maybe there's something for Benfica in this.
Draw Benfica 1.81, Gavin, for them not to lose, basically.
Yeah, I think a draw. I think a draw would be an interesting one. I know that's a pretty dull prediction, but I think that Benfica could get something at some point from this, because they're not a terrible team. They've still got quite a few players from last season's run in the Champions League. So, and I think Sociedad, they're not predictable, but there are limitations to their game. So I think possibly I can see. I'd be erring on a Sociedad low scoring win, but I think I'd consider Benfica to maybe get something from this game.
I hear you, but I think Napoli, Real Sociedad, if you put them in a double, it gets you 2.8 to kickstart your Wednesday evening. I think you could probably do worse than that as you get the Champions League Wednesday underway.
Covering every game of the English Premier League, Champions League and Europa League, live as they happen. This is Clubhouse TV.
So just the second halves remain on Tuesday night in the Champions League. It's me, Simon, with Pete Farries, who is, he's not smiling at the moment, but he should be, because he's landed the win for Borussia Dortmund in the early game, and Lazio look like they're going to do the business as well. against Feyenoord, or are you concerned that Feyenoord might have an equaliser in them?
Well, it's not about being concerned. I mean, yes. I mean, they've played all right in that first half. They have played all right in that first half. They probably don't deserve to be 1-0 down, but I would argue they probably don't deserve to be 1-0 up either. Look, if Lazio win, I couldn't care how it comes, because that's my double in, and that's the main bet that we put up for everyone at the start of the night. But
1.45 at the moment, Lazio. Draw 4.1, Feyenoord 9.2.
So, but Dortmund were 1-0 up and 1.6, yeah?
Yeah.
Lazio 1-0 up and 1.45.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's bonkers. Dortmund,
not much different, is it?
Dortmund were on top against a much better side. Lazio are not on top, or they're winning, but they're not dominating the game against a much better side, against a much weaker side. But I'm not playing 1.45. That's madness. We'll find other ways into that game. For example, Hakan needs cards in that. Yeah. I'm not sure what's going on here. People are putting in the BSFL stuff, of course. Yeah. So there's loads of that to get your teeth into and involved in with sportsbet.io and Clubhouse, of course, TV. But I think for me in the second halves, goals across many more. And I think this free bet, it's going to stroll in.
Yes, so we need 9. Sorry, we've had 9 goals. We need 7 more goals across the 6 games. So yeah, barely. Just more than 1 goal per game would see us home, and that would mean that the bin of dreams is back in operation. Pete's got it here. He's cleaned it out.
I actually haven't, which I will do now. Someone's put numbers in here. Who's messed with this system?
You don't mess with the system, do you?
Who's put numbers on the back? There's a serious email going around tomorrow. This is for names only. Who's put numbers on the back of these?
Squad numbers, maybe.
I'm texting Jack. I'm furious. Who's done that? Gav, are you watching? Who's done that?
We will get to the bottom of it, but we'll just have to muddle through with names and numbers tonight, Peter. Will you be okay with that?
We're doing just we're just doing just names. Who's done? Gav says I'm Arios. Listen.
They saw him do it. It must have been on Saturday evening when he was here.
No.
On the late game.
No, I know he's my boss, but no.
Just
I'm not
no.
having this. There's a very strongly worded message going out tomorrow. You do not write numbers on the names. The bin of dreams is not a numbers-based bin.
Oh dear.
I'm genuinely a bit annoyed, actually. But part of this is me playing around, and part of this is me absolutely fuming.
Players coming out. So second half underway at the Etihad Stadium in Manchester. That's the only... In fact, no, there's also another game there in Belgrade. So Red Star, or Crvena Zvezda, late trailing 1-0 to Leipzig. That's underway as well. The players coming back out in all the other games. And we need goals. We think there are more goals at the San Siro. Milan versus PSG, that could go over 3.5. We think there's definitely more goals. Atletico Madrid against 10-man Celtic there.
Look, there's definitely 2 more goals in that Milan game. There's definitely 2 more in the Man City game. And I would argue there's probably definitely 2 more in the Atletico Madrid game.
Yeah, so that's 6 of the 7.
Yeah, that's 6 straight away.
Is there a game where we might not, I suppose any of the other 3 are games where we might not see another goal because the team who should be winning are winning 1-0?
I think in terms of that, I mean, Lazio, Feyenoord would probably be the one that you would pick. But even then, I don't want to pick it. I think Lazio might score again in this game, over 1.5 Lazio goals here. So go to Lazio total goals. You can play that, and I think, look, 1.83 to score again in this game for Lazio looks to me to be very, very fair. The over 1.5 looks like an absolute belter. Jack Ritchie just messaged me about something else now. Oh, I bought him a beer the other day, and he just sent me a picture. I'm not going to reply to him because I'm furious with him, even though I'm not entirely sure it was his fault.
Which team has had the most shots so far in the game then? That's Atletico Madrid. They've had 15 shots. 7 on, 8 off target, plus 5 corners to 3. That's all against 10 men Celtic, but they're leading the shot count. Manchester City won't be far behind, will they? They've had 11 in their game against Young Boys, and then you've got a few teams that are approaching 10. Porto haven't had that many, actually, in their game against... 8. Okay, so it's approaching 10 for them. 8 shots to Antwerp's 2. 2 yellows in that game for one of them, well, both for Antwerp. One of them could have been a red card. So they're living dangerously in that game, possibly heading towards their 4th straight Champions League defeat tonight. And sure elimination from further Champions League involvement tonight, Antwerp.
Yeah, look, it's incredible for them to be here, and you don't ever want to sort of say, "Well, here's your thanks for coming award," but no one was expecting a great deal from Antwerp in this kind of competition. It takes a couple of years to properly be able to even chase third in this competition. You know, it's tough. It's tough going. They've done okay. Viv says you just pick the number instead, then count the person that answered on that place, and he wins the free bet. Why not just do it with names? I don't understand. And also, if you're going to do that, don't put the numbers on the back of the names. Create a new set of things to pick out, and then write 1, 2, 3, 4 on them. Don't write them on the back of, like, for example, if I go in here now into the bin of dreams and I see Chi is 18. Well, I mean, is Chi always going to be 18? Is he not 18?
Also, we should be a paperless office, shouldn't we, really, you know, by this day and age? You know, we should be doing this electronically, shouldn't we, these draws?
Well, I tried to get Gav to basically help me invest in the invention of the bin of dreams, but he wouldn't put the money in.
No seed money for the bin of dreams.
No seed money for the bin of dreams. Viv says, I forgot Pete's problem with maths. Okay, well, there was no need for that.
Early chance for AC Milan at the San Siro. That's flashed across the face, and yeah, Milan are they've looking lively, aren't they?
Right in this game, Si. They've been right in this game from the start. I mean, I know that PSG took the lead, but they've been looking good. Look, I mean, I've got no idea who wins this game. Not the foggiest clue, but I do think that the over 3.5 is undoubtedly worth. I mean, it's just undoubtedly worth the play.
50-50 possession. 11 shots to 10 in favour of PSG. That was before that AC Milan shot, though, so it's probably level now. And 4 corners to 1, the only real difference, plus the cards. And maybe the card factor comes into it. You know, maybe AC Milan can get a PSG player sent off with a bit of, I don't know, classic Italian referee baiting or something like that. And then they're up against 10 men and maybe have an easier task.
Yeah, speaking of easy tasks, though, Man City 2-0 up over Young Boys and kind of just pottering around and sort of minding their own business and having a nice evening out, and you can't really blame them for that. I would say in that game, yes, goals are definitely the play. We've had 2 yellow cards in this match. For another 2, that's where the spread is, over 3.5, 1.86. That's a brilliant market. Man City are absolutely dominant, but at the same time, cards, to get 2 more cards in that game looks...
Oh, what a goal! Erling Haaland has just slammed one in left-footed from the edge of the box. Lolo Jones says, Haaland. Goal, la 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 la, says Genetics. And Lolo Jones, again, correctly spelling Haaland. There were too many A's in the original one. And, Pete was ready with a GIF. Look at that.
I'm learning how to do GIFs now. And let me tell you, I am struggling.
That was a good one.
Thank you. I thought his hair looked glorious on that one. So I really want to find a glorious hair one. Cards market, that's the best way to go now. Because you only need 2 cards. Man City's goals is going to be priced, understandably and quite rightly, pretty short. Go with the over 3.5 cards at 1.86 in that. That looks like a belter to me. Possibly the best bet of the entire set of them at the moment.
And AC Milan, Giroud wheels away. The flag stays down. It looks like Milan have got a goal as well, Peter.
All right, let me just let me breathe, everyone. What are we at now, goals-wise? 5 needed? 4? 5?
Yeah, it's 5 now, isn't it? It was 7 at half time. We've only had 2 since then. Yeah, 5.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11. Yeah, we need 5. I'll put in for 5 because I missed
What a turnaround this is from AC Milan, though. They were a goal down, and they've come back to lead 2-1. I'm just watching the replay of it. So Milan play on when PSG don't. So PSG, the keeper's appealing for a free kick.
Oh, great header.
Defenders aren't really paying attention, and Giroud just gets over the back of Skriniar, and he just monsters him.
Straight away, a double booking has now come in the Young Boys Man City game. I think that's only going to count as... I think that counts as still count 1 more card or 2.
A double booking? What do you mean?
So he's already on a yellow, so he's received a yellow, then a red.
Oh.
I think
it's just number of cards, isn't it? I think so. That actually no, that is 2 cards, isn't it? Because he got a yellow, a second yellow, and a red. That counts as 2 cards, I think.
We'll double check that, but I think the over 3.5 may have already landed. There you go. 2 seconds in, 1.86.
Long walk back to the dressing room. It's for a reckless challenge on
Ake, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, Nathan Ake.
That is I don't think that's that bad of a challenge.
No, he's out of control, but Is it really? I suppose it's a yellow, isn't it? It's a yellow, and the yellow means...
Red card, Porto Antwerp as well.
Oh, my goodness. Where are these red cards coming from? It's ridiculous.
I think everyone's going to be chanting off at you here.
And again. Oh, well, that one didn't play, but it's now... How many red cards? Like 3? 3 red cards in the late games. We had 0 when we needed them in the early games.
Annoying, isn't it? But we've been saying goals and cards in these...
Oh, it's a terrible tackle.
So he stretches for it, and then...
And follows through, yeah. Maybe the Porto players made a little bit of a meal of it.
I think that might be a red card, but I don't think that's as bad as it looks on first sight.
Once the referee's given it, is the VAR going to overturn it?
No. Like I say, I think it might well be a red card, but I don't think that's horrific. I don't think I'd describe that as a horrific challenge. I think it probably is a red. Cards markets, you've got to be playing it, Man City. When it comes back, Man City, young boys, especially now, obviously, young boys down to 10. And look at this. Feisty as anything in that game right now. 1.86 we played earlier on for the over 3.5, which is a weirdly low spread with 2 cards already in the game. Like an oddly low spread, but I'll take it.
So what do Antwerp do now? Just stick everybody behind the ball, go ultra defensive, trying to... There's no point because they're losing 1-0, so...
Porto win this.
More goals in Porto now, maybe? Now they're up against 10 men?
I mean, well, how's the best way to play this? I think probably just Porto exact goals again. I mean, 3 Porto goals is 2.25. That's not bad. In fact, I'm going to mention that in the chat.
So that's 3 cards in that game, Porto Royal Antwerp. I'm going to check on the cards in the Man City game now because that will have updated as well. It's only 3 cards in that one, so yeah, it may not have landed the over 3.5 cards because our stats are still saying that's 2 yellows and a red. Anyway, Pete's typing away, so I won't.
Sorry, everyone. I know that I appreciate this is a broadcast medium, but I'm just very quickly trying to type on a keyboard that, if I'm honest, I want to put in the bin.
Second half in the Championship match, it's still 1-1 between Rotherham and Ipswich. Ipswich going for promotion possibly this season, and also in the Scottish Premiership, 2-0 to St Johnstone against Motherwell. I think that is... and Atletico off the crossbar. Hacked away. We need over 3.5 Atletico goals in this, remember. Very, very close. Very close to getting their third. I think it's one of Craig Levine's first games in charge of St Johnstone, and he's getting the desired result there against Motherwell, 2-0 there.
New manager bounce.
11 goals in the Champions League. 5 more to land the free bet condition.
How are there not more cards in this Lazio Feyenoord game? I thought there was 3, and I just looked, and it's 1.
There's a card now at the San Siro, and it's for...
Hernandez, I think.
Hernandez, whose brother will be playing for... Milan.
The total cards market. So this is what was weird. There was 2 cards already in that Man City game, and the spread was 3.5. There is 1 card in this Lazio game, and the spread is 4.5. I don't really understand that. But 4 cards is a bit much. I think it's possible. I think I'll argue it's probable, but I'm not going to play the 2.1.
That's got to be a symptom of what happened 2 weeks ago when there were 12 cards in the game in Rotterdam. Maybe. So they're keeping that artificially high because they remember what happened 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's fair, yeah. Giroud, what a header that was from Giroud, by the way.
It was, yeah. He's absolutely monstered Skriniar there by just jumping up and powering the header over the top of him.
It's not easy to monster Skriniar either.
No, it shows it can be done. I mean, I think his concentration had been broken by the fact that all his teammates had stopped playing, and that's poor. And again, I think that goes to there's something just not right with PSG still as a team. That is a mistake that they would make that Man City wouldn't make.
Yeah, is that Beckham in the crowd? I think that's David Beckham in the AC Milan PSG crowd.
Right, yeah, he played for both, didn't he?
Represented both, yeah. Retired at PSG, didn't he? Yeah, because he went on loan to AC Milan to get in the England squad, and then he played for PSG. He retired at PSG, didn't he? I think.
I think you're probably right. Yeah, I can't remember now.
I haven't watched that documentary yet. Everyone keeps telling me how good it is. I've not watched it yet.
Me neither.
I just don't have time, Si. I'm a busy guy.
No, I'm not really into sports documentaries. I've watched a couple, but...
A mate of mine who doesn't work in the sports industry said it's really good for like people our age remembering kind of that era of football. He said there was a lot more about football than I thought there would be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as a Man United fan, you want to sort of immerse yourself in that sort of nostalgia because what's going on the pitch at the moment is diabolical.
And he was brilliant. And he was absolutely brilliant. And then he married somebody that the manager didn't like, and it all crumbled. Which is a strange thing to say, isn't it, about a profession? Like, if I married somebody that Gav didn't like, and then Gav ostracised me, that's weird, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, if Gav said, I don't like your partner, no more shifts for you, everyone would be like, that's weird. That's a weird thing to do. Anyway.
I think what you would say is that, he went on and had a great career elsewhere, which is credit to him, but I think Man United also went on and won the Champions League without David Beckham as well. So
Yeah, it wasn't a disaster for Manchester United, but I'm just talking about the concept of doing that, the idea of doing that in itself. And of course, maybe I'll quit because Gav messed with the bin of dreams.
Was it about 12 months later they signed Cristiano Ronaldo, something like that? So there was a period there where... Yeah, and again, I don't go to the top of it, but I do sometimes forget he was in that proper Galacticos era, like the Figo Zidane. I forget sometimes he was in that out and out era. Porto Antwerp, another booking in this game, which is getting saucier and saucier, really. Good word. There's a goal line technology in use at the Wanda Metropolitano, but it didn't cross the line. Joe Hart has had a good game tonight. He's made some good saves. I think he might have had a touch on that effort that came down off the crossbar as well. But Antwerp are resorting to foul tactics to try and stay in this game, aren't they? Clearly.
Yeah, more than 7.5 cards in this game is 2.1. Sign me up for that. Sign me right up for that. I think there's loads more cards to come in this game. Yeah, what's
the tally at the moment?
I just had that up.
According to our stats, it is 4.
4, yeah. But
3 yellows and a red.
Yes.
Calvin Phillips, the lesser spotted Calvin Phillips, is coming on for Man City. Usually only gets about 5 minutes at the end, but this is a big afternoon
Calvin.
for him.
Please move. Just leave. Just go. There's no need for you to be there.
Calvin, anymore. You're not wanted. We all know it.
I think Pep knows he's a good player, but it's just like, I can't be bothered with. I mean, Phillips has problems keeping the weight off sometimes. That's another issue for him. And, Bielsa, don't forget Bielsa dropped him for a while at the start of the season because he hadn't met Bielsa's weight, requested weight level. Same with Guardiola. He gets injured quite a bit. And actually with Phillips, he's a professional. He's just his body just won't let him keep the timber off. He just won't let him.
Yeah. Man City as well are good sellers. So they don't, just because a guy's not getting in their team and there's a bit of interest elsewhere, they aren't going to sell Calvin Phillips for anything like less than what they paid for him. He's been there 2 years and not played, but they will still sell him for more than they paid for him because they are a very well-run football club.
It's a lot of money, though, isn't it? I mean, who's going to pay 100 million?
Go! La, Griezmann. That's another for Atleti Madrid.
One to go for the over 3.5 Atletico goals. 1 to go. This has been a very successful night, actually, on the whole so far. I'm enjoying this. Koki says, next goal, Porto, Man City and Madrid. Well, Madrid's already come in, but he says he missed it. Unlucky, mate. But I'd go again, I think.
Yeah, well, you still be some value in that, won't there?
Yeah, I'd go again. I think exact bet again. I think Atletico score a fourth. Although, is Griezmann offside? No, he's not. Well, he's offside in the build-up.
But there's a touch from a defender. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Atleti will score more. They will score more, no question at all. So what are we down to now? 4, Si?
Just 4 required, yeah. And it's been a really refreshing lack of VAR reviews for goals tonight, hasn't it? This is good. This is what the Premier League should be like. But, yeah, if there were 16 goals in the Premier League, there'd be like 34 in the back of the net and 18 disallowed.
Little ball just over the edge of the 6-yard box from Feyenoord, who've not been too bad in this second half so far.
Quattro, like it.
Thank you. I'm learning how to do this on the fly.
Social media expertise. You could put this on your CV now, couldn't you? You're a social media guru.
And then I'd go into a job and they'd go, do you know what you're doing? I'd go, absolutely not. I can do a GIF now.
Yeah. Goal check in Madrid. So there is something possibly wrong with this Griezmann third. He looks a bit worried as well, but he was not offside. There might have been somebody else offside in the build-up, but I'm sure it wasn't the guy who challenged for the header with the defender that came back off. What's he given? He's given goal? It's goal. There we go. We thought so. Nothing wrong with the goal. It's 3-0.
It's 3-0. It will be 4. It will be 4. It's just too... against 10-man Celtic, it's too easy for Atletico Madrid right now. I mean, fourth goal is 1.43 Atletico Madrid. It looks too easy. And it is too easy. Another card, Porto Antwerp. We are flying in this game.
This is a Porto card. It's a Porto... Oh, no.
No, it's not. It's an Antwerp card, isn't it?
Well, I think there's 2 players down.
Ah, right.
And I think they're both trying to get the referee to book the other player.
Book them both?
Evan Nilsson...
Well, that's clearly not Evan Nilsson who's done the foul.
No, that's a foul, isn't it? Or maybe it's giving the yellow card to Evan Nilsson for a dive.
Well, it's. I mean, that's not a dive for a start. I mean, that's not a dive. Surely that's Vindal who's brought him down, isn't it?
Who's the card gone to? The referee wafted it in a general direction of Evan Nilsson, I think. So it may be that this is for a dive, but like I say, a bit harsh if it was.
I don't think that was a dive. I think he tried to get round him and got himself kicked.
And
yeah, it's Vindal.
Oh, okay, it was Vindal. Yeah, he's got the yellow.
That was a definite booking for it. There's no way he could have escaped without booking there. He left his right leg about 3.5 miles out. Look, he's doing the splits.
With a goal lull at the moment, or not?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want a moment to go for that, didn't we? But
still half an hour left.
Lazio 1.41. 29 minutes left. I still wouldn't play that. I hope Lazio get the win. They're not sort of being dominated or anything.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they're not comfortably leading. They're only 1-0 up. I think they might score again, but obviously that could be, the situation of the game could be anything by that point. And I think they're taking Immobile off here.
Maybe
taking Immobile off. That's how it looked.
Well, maybe they're going a bit defensive. This might help you get secure the result here, taking off Immobile and bringing on somebody more defensive.
I will say, if they bring Pedro on, then it might well be that this is a guy who scored a couple. Yeah, but there is Pedro. So Tati Castellanos is coming on. I think Pedro is coming on, which is an attacking substitution.
Yeah.
Pedro has scored in back-to-back Champions League games, by the way. So Pedro is a very interesting one once he gets on. So Tati Castellanos comes on, and we are going to see Pedro in just a moment as well. Yep, replaces Zaccagni as well. I really like Pedro. I think he's a very good player.
Just want to go back to the Crvena Zvezda Leipzig game because it's still only 1-0 to Leipzig. They've not exactly killed it off yet. And the stats in the second half are... actually, they are with Leipzig as well. So they've got an XG in the second half of 1.17, so they should have got a second by now. The home side's XG second half is 0.37. In terms of goal attempts, 5 for Leipzig, but 7 for Crvena Zvezda. This is a game which I don't think finishes 1-0. This is a game where you could perhaps back over 1.5 goals.
I agree. Lazio coming forward, right-hand side of the penalty area. Nice little ball in, but Feyenoord get it clear. That's better. That is better, folks.
You're not going to get rich for over 1.5 because the market Asian total is 1.33 for another goal in this game. But I think maybe just give it another 10 minutes. That'll go up to closer to 2 as long as they don't score. And it's still going to be worth playing. As we check in on the Milan versus PSG game, 2-1 up to the Italian side. They're going to be lifted off the bottom of the table, I believe, and they're going to be going above Newcastle, who will now be bottom of the Champions League Group F, if Milan can make this stick.
It is all kicking off here. Tomori now is getting involved, and I think there's another card. So
that'll be the 5th.
That'll be the 5th of the game. I mean, again, I don't want to get to the point where I'm just going cards, but the fact is that tonight we're seeing a lot of cards. So we're just going to wait for the market to come back, but I'm not against the idea of more cards in this, I have to say.
Yeah, Viv is doing his happy dance. He's doing his Carlton happy dance on the Telegram chat. Trachini. Poor puppy.
Goal. Atletico.
Atleti. Get a 4th.
It's 4. The over 3.5 lands. The next goal lands. Everyone, mainly me, is happy.
Which takes us down to, I think, 3 or 2 required now for
hang on, yeah, I need to do the button thing, don't I?
the goal tally. Slissy says, I need Leipzig to score in the second half. Yeah, you backed them to lead at half-time successfully, and now to score in the second half. They're on top, and they look like they should score in the second half. Second goal, Leipzig 2.00. Second half betting, Leipzig are 2.18 if you want to get involved with what Slissy's already backed now.
Is it 3? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13. So it's 3.
Yep, 3 to go.
3 to go.
The Bin of Dreams is warming up.
I think I'm going to do this GIF.
Okay, there we go. Oh, yes. I'm not sure who that is.
Nor am I. I'm a bit worried now, actually. I don't know who that is. Who is that? Have I done something bad?
No, I don't think so.
I'm going to put another one in just in case there's a problem with that person. Let's do this guy.
Okay.
That's not Ice Cube. Is that Ice Cube?
No idea who that is. No,
it's what do you call him from NWA?
Easy E.
Hang on. Sorry, everyone. I know this is not sports based, but I just need to double check something. It's Ice Cube.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Ice Cube. I shouldn't have doubted myself. I used to live in a house that had the nickname Compton House.
Okay.
So my friends used to go, "Where's Pete? Oh, he's coming straight out of Compton."
Yeah.
Which was.
Did you hear those AI songs last week? So this.
Fine or just wide?
Somebody just hit the woodwork. I think Celtic have just hit the post. And a rare foray forward, Celtic have hit the woodwork at the Wanda Metropolitano. That is unlucky for them. No, sorry, it was Atletico. Atleti have hit the woodwork.
Feyenoord have put one just wide as well. And let's go score again, by the way, folks.
Yeah, there was some AI-generated songs last week. So they've basically fed in certain singers, and they said, right, we want to make, I don't know, Madonna sing a song by... and this is how Madonna would sing this song by...
Carpenters, yeah.
Yeah, and the funniest one I heard was Hank Williams singing... NWA straight out of Compton, and it is so good.
Is it?
Yeah.
Don't really like AI stuff, but I might have a little look at that.
Yeah.
That might be quite good. Viv says that's Ice Cube. Sissy says that's Ice Cube. Viv says he is from NWA. What you on about, Pete? I said he was.
Yeah.
In my defence, I did say he was. In my defence, I did say that.
Oh, you did, yeah.
There was a brief moment where I was like, "Who is he?" And then I was like, "It's Ice Cube, and he's from NWA." So I got that. I'm not a big rap singer liker, but I don't mind NWA. Yeah, another goal for Atletico. That's the more important thing here.
Yeah, it went close minutes ago.
1.61 fifth goal. Atletico looks very, very good to me.
Well, we're into the final 20 minutes, and we still, in some games, not all of them, 20 minutes in the Man City Young Boys game. And we still need 3. So it might go down to final 10 maybe, but I think once we get, it should be done and dusted by the time we get to the final 10, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it probably will be. Everyone's talking about disc records now, and I am firmly out of my depth. Lazio still, there could be another goal in this. And let's go score again. That is what I'm absolutely convinced on. More cards in that Porto Antwerp game, convinced on that. More cards in the Man City game as well, by the way. We mentioned the over 3.5 earlier on. There is actually technically, that can't be right, only 3. So technically, there's actually that market's not landed. No,
that's what I'm saying. According to our stats, it was the second yellow just became a red, and wasn't it like 2 separate cards for that incident? And there's not been anything since then, which is a bit strange. I thought there'd be more.
Yeah, I thought there'd be more as well. But look, let's put it this way then. That bet that we put up earlier on, I think is still probably safe.
Man City reverting to type, not being a corners team as well. They've had 18 shots tonight, but only 4 corners and 67% possession. Why don't they get corners?
I don't know.
Just don't need them, do they? They just score goals without corners, so why change it?
And there's another chance for Man City inside the penalty area. They're just sort of running around now with sort of almost free reign. Ball is wide. Another booking in the Feyenoord game. Yeah. Yes, come on.
Zaruki has joined a few of his teammates in the book.
So we played plenty in this one as well. We're at 3, so I think we need 2 more. I'll put somebody up now. I'm trying to remember which one's which. Azpilicueta comes on for Atletico Madrid.
Yeah.
We all know him, of course. PSG trying to noodle their way through. AC Milan are now in thumping the ball clear mood as well.
And in the Championship, it's still, as it was, I think, 1-1 between Ipswich and Rotherham. Time running out there. You be keeping an eye on that one because...
Oh, good save low from the Antwerp keeper. Sorry.
Will you be keeping an eye on that one because Middlesbrough challenging for promotion again now?
Yeah, we sort of are. I mean, the squad's not... I stand by the fact the squad's still not good enough to do what people want it to do. We've got Leicester at the weekend at the Riverside. I think we're 12th, but we're not. I think we're only 4 or 5 points off the playoffs. The fact is, I'm sorry that I don't think Ipswich will keep this up. I think Ipswich will finish in the playoffs, but I don't think Ipswich will keep this up. I think it's going to be Leicester and Leeds, and then a horrible playoff. I mean, Southampton, West Brom have been surprisingly good. I think they'll drop away as well. But they have been surprisingly good. West Brom, Preston having a great season. Sunderland, young squad, they will only improve as the season goes. Southampton, I heard someone on the radio the other day saying Southampton have been absolutely dreadful this season. Russell Martin should be fired. They're 4th.
Yeah. They're just sneakily getting results again, aren't they now?
The fact is, and this is a problem that a lot of owners run into in League 2, League 1 and the Championship. Those are incredibly difficult leagues, right? If your team, no matter your budget, if your team is in the playoffs or above in those leagues, you should not be sacking your manager. Even if your form over the last 3 weeks has been garbage. If you are in the playoffs of League 1, League 2 or the Championship and you sack your manager,
Birmingham.
You are a moron. You are a moron. You do not sack. It's so hard to get into those playoffs, right? Let alone challenge further on. If you're in the playoffs and you sack your manager, you deserve everything that you normally get.
Yeah, I mean, I like Wayne Rooney, obviously. Great player for my team. And I don't think he's that bad a manager. I don't think he's necessarily a bad appointment for Birmingham, but getting rid of John Eustace was a bad decision by Birmingham.
Oh, yeah, he was doing a great job. Now, what's going on in this Feyenoord Lazio game? Something's happening. There's a bit of an argument going on. On the other hand, Pete listens to opera, says Viv. That is unprovable.
Hashtag true story.
Not a true story, and you'll be hearing from my lawyer.
What's your favourite aria?
Oh, dear me. Of all the arias that I love.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just going to type in the word aria, just to give myself a refresher, because there's so many. Ariana Grande. There's a lot of arias. I quite like The Magic Flute from Queen of the Night by Mozart.
Definitely.
If I had to pick one, which I presume I do. I like music with guitars. That's my personal music.
Okay.
But not country music. I don't like country music. I like weird experimental music as well.
Jack Grealish is down. He's usually the target for a few kicks here and there, especially in a temperamental game. And we've just seen another yellow card brandished to a young boys player, and it's for basically just bullying Grealish
offense,
there.
Yeah, a bookable offence, effectively. You don't think you can really argue with that.
Goals have dried up. What's going on? It must be at least 8 minutes since we've had the last goal. We still need 3.
I like classical music as well. I like all music, to be fair, apart from country music. I like it all. I think if it's good, it's good. I don't care.
Porto have just wasted another good chance as well. Porto are playing 10-man Royal Antwerp. Eckelkamp was sent off earlier. They've just made 2 double substitutions, Royal Antwerp. I don't know. I think there's another goal. Over 1.5. Still a play for me. Over 1.5 in that game.
Feyenoord into the penalty area. Of course, this one's a later tie than a lot of them. Lazio throwing bodies in here. Feyenoord still edge of the penalty area. Onto the left boot. Drilled low. Blocked. Still bouncing around. Some danger that Lazio, as of yet, can't clear. Feyenoord are really pushing. I think Man City score again. I think Atletico definitely score again. And the Porto Antwerp game, so I find that one very hard.
Yeah, it's at 1.74 now for another goal in that game. I think Porto are looking for a second. I don't think Antwerp are necessarily looking for the equaliser. Have we got one there in Spain? Morata celebrates.
I think 5.
I think it's 5.
And I think we've had a goal in the Leipzig game as well.
Which will be huge for Slissi and anybody else who backed Leipzig at better than 2 to win the second half, because I think they have just taken the lead in the second half. It's now 2-0.
There we go. 3, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15. Is that right? 1,
15, one to
4,
go.
5, 6. Do you know what? At home, I have no problem counting, but as soon as these cameras are on me, I panic. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12,
Morata's finish was
13, 14, 15.
superb. Left-footed sort of volley from the edge of the box. One touch, the ball bounces, and then he slams it in beyond Joe Hart. Great finish. And Leipzig's goals confirmed as well, so that is 15. And that's game over for Crvena Zvezda. Lois Openda, who's been in the goals this season since he's moved from Lens, fired that one in for Leipzig.
And that shows you how well Lens have done to lose Openda and then still obviously do as well as they
Possible
have in
penalty.
Europe.
Possible penalty in Porto. This would be the 16th if it's given. Is this a spot kick?
No, I don't think that should be.
They're screaming for it. They are screaming.
I don't think that should be a penalty. So basically, for me now, I mean, obviously this tight game between Lazio and Feyenoord, it has been one of the most evenly balanced ties of the night, throughout the night. You know, look at these, a lot of these. Porto dominant, Atletico dominant. Obviously, been tight between AC Milan and PSG, but Man City dominant. Lazio and the AC Milan games, they've been the two Italian sides have had the games that have been the tightest. Another card, yes. Come on, lads, more cards, please.
In the final game.
Yes.
No, yes. This is why there's only one card in the game, and they were saying over 4.5 for the market. They just knew this was coming. They knew there were some scores to be settled from last week.
They did indeed.
So how many are we on now? Let's have a look. Lazio Feyenoord.
I had this up. Sorry.
3. Okay, so there's still a bit of work, unless the fourth hasn't been added yet. Maybe.
Yeah, I thought it was 4, but I'll
is 4.
double check, and I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it's 4. Yeah, Lazio Feyenoord's 4. Ravela coming on for Matheus Vecino. And who's that? I can't quite make them out on the left hand side. Is that Pellegrini? I think it might be Pellegrini. Anyway, young boys just trying to find a route in here to just get something in the game. As Atletico put one wide, they are still pushing. By the way, Atletico Madrid. They are not. There is no sort of softening up of the attack.
Well,
they are still going here.
I don't know whether they got some stick for only drawing 2-2 with Celtic in Glasgow a fortnight ago, but they're definitely letting Celtic know who are the better clubs. I suppose they've had the advantage of an extra man since very early on, but they've absolutely demolished them, haven't they? And Joe Hart's made some good saves as well tonight.
Yeah, they have done. Look, Celtic, they were struggling a little bit already, and then the Maeda red card, and it's another booking in the AC Milan PSG game. The cards are just all over the place here. Milan Skriniar is the man who is booked in that tie as well. So there's loads of cards knocking around as our pictures have just abandoned me.
Not for all the games, though. I can still see that Manchester City are just gone into keep ball mode now, sort of training ground mode in their game against Young Boys. But Antwerp on the attack, a rare foray forward for Antwerp in Porto.
And we have got a goal side.
Have we?
I believe Crvena Zvezda have got one back.
They have.
Which means the free bet lands.
Very good. That is 18 for the night. We'll just wait for the VAR check before I press the bet lands button, but I don't see much wrong with this. It's a good delivery in from a short corner, and yeah, nothing wrong with that. So here we go. As you know, we have gone to a different method for deciding the 10 free bet winners because tonight it's the Bin of Dreams. Peter.
Hello, everyone. The Bin of Dreams is now with us, and we will be asking the question in just a second. Don't put your answer in until I say free bet go, but it will be quite quick. But don't be putting your answer in until I say free bet go. Then I'll say stop. Then I'll go through all of the names, and we will pull. Will pull 10 out. So
let's keep the question simple. As long as you've been watching tonight, you should be able to get this one, and you might even know it anyway, I suppose. Let's go with. Let's go with. Can you think of a question, Pete?
Okay. Calvin Phillips came on for Manchester City today. Who did Manchester City sign him from?
Good question. Yep, just a simple answer. As soon as Pete puts the go into the Telegram chat, simple one-word answer will do, or 2 words if you want. The name of the club that Calvin Phillips was signed from by Manchester City.
And your username, of course, as well, please, folks. We need your usernames as well. So usernames and answer. Where was Calvin Phillips before he signed for Manchester City?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to put free bet going any second. I hope everyone's ready. And let's go.
Yeah, get your answer in, and we'll give you a minute or so to get this.
I will put
done.
stop. I will put stop in when I want you to stop, basically. Oh, God, there's so many.
Plenty of entrants. Good.
Good, yeah. No.
Yeah, maybe some new names to be added to the bin of dreams,
Do you know
which is
how easy
always
it would be
exciting.
if someone hadn't written numbers all over the back of this? Honestly, Gav, I'm going to have such a strong word with Gav when I see him. This is unacceptable. I mean, there's just, and some of them just got numbers on. There's not even names.
Yeah. So anyway, AC Milan still leading 2-1, trying to shut the game down at the San Siro against PSG. PSG on the attack at the moment, though. There might not be completely home and dry Milan in that game. Just looking at the stats. More shots PSG, more shots on target, and more corners. Also more cards, but we're down to the final knockings of that one. Is there anybody out there who thinks maybe the tie at 4.7 could be a play at the San Siro? We've seen a bit of attacking from Royal Antwerp, but not enough to convince me that they're a play to get the draw at FC Porto. 1.0 on Porto, 19.0 the tie, and 100 for Royal Antwerp to turn that one around, but they are down to 10 men. And Crvena Zvezda have just given themselves a little bit of a chance of nicking a draw at 7.6 against RB Leipzig, or 1.12 with that goal that confirmed the free bet condition was the 16th of the night. Another shot from Atletico Madrid. They're 5-0 up already, searching a 6th. You can still back Atleti to win on the 0-5 handicap, i.e. to score another goal and not concede. From here, that is 2.8 for Atletico Madrid to win by 6 goals or more. As Pete gets the admin done for the draw to happen shortly. Have you pressed stop yet?
And I'm going to say it now. Done. Okay. Stop. Over. Done.
Okay. So we've got about 10 minutes now left in the game to get that sorted out, and then we'll do the draw. Hopefully do the draw before we head into stoppage time, and then we can give out the free bets before the end of the show. So it's been quite well timed. This
yeah, it's nice. The only problem with this is, and I always feel a bit bad, is now that I've got to do this, and my brain is now focused entirely on this, whereas you've got to just keep going. So I do feel a bit bad about this a little bit, but at the same time, I don't. So if someone can give me a better system, then feel free.
I think Man City are happy with 3-0. I don't think there's another goal in that one. You can back under 3.5 at the Etihad at 1.47. Don't forget, Erling Haaland came off about 20 minutes ago. Since then, the number of shots on target and attacks from Manchester City has dropped off dramatically. Also, they have only had one corner, I think, since Haaland went off. Corners market, by the way. Total corners now over 5.5, so one more corner in the game, 1.92. Under 5.5, 1.8. But there is about 7 or 8 minutes left there in the game at the Etihad Stadium.
This is like doing an infuriating jigsaw. You know when you have to do a jigsaw and it's infuriating?
I do, yeah.
It's a lot like that. No, there's your name, Navidad. I've been looking for you for ages. Hope you're happy with yourself.
So there's a bit of jeopardy on a couple of games at the moment. I think the San Siro is not done, completely not done. I think the PSG have got the quality to grab a goal. And also Feyenoord, they haven't given up the ghost either, have they? In Rome against Lazio, there's a bit of an attack going on from Feyenoord at the moment. Over 1.5 goals in that game, 2.88.
That game's been kind of worrying for me. I mean, even before Lazio went into the lead, that game was worrying for me. Feyenoord towards the edge of the penalty area there.
2.5 for 2 more cards in the game. It's at 4 at the moment, so over 5.5 cards, 2.5. 1 card for Lazio, 3 for Feyenoord as things stand, but 3 of those cards have come in the last 10 minutes, so it's coming late with a flurry.
It is, and we've still got, there's still a bit of time left for someone to, but now there's so many teams who are so comfortably ahead that you're just kind of like, well, are they at a point now where they're just kind of, it's easy enough for them just to see it out?
Man City, definitely. I'm not sure about Atleti. I think they are looking to absolutely send a message to Celtic. Something might have gone off there in the dressing rooms, in the tunnel last week after Celtic got a draw. Rodrigo de Paul got sent off, of course, didn't he?
Yeah.
And I just think this is like slapping them down here, Atletico Madrid, and they are going for more goals even when it's not really required.
Where's Black Dog's name?
Not last week, it was a fortnight ago, wasn't it? But you know what I mean.
There you are. I've been looking for you as well. Thank you. Yes, we're almost done. I'm almost there, Si. I'm almost there, mate.
Late equaliser for Motherwell. They came back from 2-0 down to grab a draw against Craig Levein in one of his first games in charge of St Johnstone. That's finished 2-2. And we're closing in on full-time in the Championship. Rotherham 1, Ipswich 1 would be a good result for neither of those teams, I think.
Yeah, it's a weird... I mean, look, Rotherham getting a point against Ipswich, that is not a bad night out, right? It's just not a bad night out for them. I'm just going to... Okay, there we go. That's easy enough. Ignore that one. And we're done. We're there. We're there. I've done it.
Okay.
I've done it. We are there. I am a brave boy.
So, good luck to everybody who is in the hat. When do you want to start the draw?
In a minute or so.
Yeah,
I feel bad because I've made you just do loads of talking for a minute.
No,
so let's get this done first, and then we'll draw in a minute.
I think we got it right with 16 goals, though, didn't we? Because there hasn't been any... Like I say, I think there's a couple of games where teams have stopped looking for goals, Man City in particular.
Yeah, they perhaps have.
Lazio as well. They've stopped looking for a second against Feyenoord. They're just all intent on defending as well now.
Atletico Madrid, though, have pushed and pushed and pushed. And what's been impressive about them is, yes, they're against 10-man Celtic. Yes, Celtic haven't been brilliant, but they've not stopped. I mean, I don't think it's even about Celtic being bad. I think they've just been way, way too good, and they've just kept going.
Atletico Madrid are fourth, I think, currently in La Liga, and I don't think anybody's seriously considering them to win the Champions League. There's a chance for Antwerp.
Oh, wide a goal.
Wide.
Lazio coming forward as well down this left-hand side.
That was the chance they've been waiting for, Antwerp. Chance to equalise late on, but they couldn't manage it.
Go on, thread it. Oh, that's awful from Lazio.
He's giving the bin a shake, I should say, not the box, the bin. So, are you ready for the start of the draw to determine the 10 times 10 USDT free bet winners tonight?
As you can see, look.
I'll put you on full screen. Here you go.
See, look, completely there, like that. Random as anything. I'm even going to do this. Do you want to pick them, or shall I?
No, you pick.
Okay, number one.
I know you can't see.
I can't see. Marios is number one.
Congratulations. I'll write these down.
Marios, number one. Number two, Navidad, number two.
Okay.
Number three, Brahi, number three.
Congratulations. 3 down, 7 to go.
Bedri Hamza, I think. Well done.
Bedri Hamza, very good. Goal in the Champions League for Porto.
Yeah, 2-0. Viv, on the world's smallest piece of paper.
Congratulations, Viv.
We're almost there.
Halfway
there. This one is simply O.
Okay.
O. Well done, O.
Yeah.
And next up,
Slissy, our director of corners, director of Bolivian football, is going to collect a free bet as well tonight.
Bonafrita.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
2 more. Is that right?
That's 2, 4, 6, 8. Yep, 2 more.
Trucchini.
Been with us all night, sending GIFs and GIFs and things like that on the Telegram chat. Well done. And the last one.
Moo Gamer. Well done to Moo Gamer, Trucchini, Bonafrita, Slissy, O, Viv, Bedri Hamza, Brahi, Navidad, and Marios. The Bin of Dreams is closed for another day.
Had a very well conducted draw there by Mr. Pete Farries there. Yes, we got there in the end. 16 goals, now 17 goals after the one for Porto there, which has sealed their victory. And they go rolling on. They'll actually go level with Barcelona at the top of their group tonight because of Barcelona's defeat to Shakhtar Donetsk earlier.
I don't think this is going to happen, but considering that Barcelona have kind of leveraged a lot of their finances on consistently being in the Champions League, I don't think this is going to happen. I think they will qualify. But it would be very interesting to see, obviously, if Porto get the win tonight, it's a 2-goal lead. It's a 2-goal win, isn't it? So that puts them on same goal difference and points as Barcelona. Shakhtar have got into a bit of an interesting position. If Porto beat Barcelona, Shakhtar beat Antwerp, as we would expect.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it, at the end of that group? Just, the heat on Barcelona might be very, very interesting indeed. But look, ultimately, they didn't deserve to win today, Barcelona. They huffed and puffed a bit, but they were nowhere near the better of the two sides.
That's right, yeah. And Lewandowski wasn't a factor in the game. Xavi made a quadruple substitution in the second half. That didn't improve matters too much. Yeah, they lost the Clasico as well, didn't they? El Clasico a couple of weeks ago, was it? A week and a half ago?
Yeah.
So, big problems for Xavi. He had a bit of a frown on his face. In fact, he wasn't just a frown. He looked lost at times, didn't he?
Well, he's just masterminded a loss to Shakhtar Donetsk, so he's going to be a bit upset, I think.
Yeah, he'll know the headlines will be against him and his team tomorrow.
Yeah, it was a weak performance from Barcelona.
All over in Madrid, Celtic have lost 6-0. And there was a late goal there, was there? 6?
Yeah, 6-0 and just pure comfort. And now I'm just hoping Lazio can see this out. That would make my pre-match, before the night started, I said a Lazio Dortmund double was the play. It was over 6 tonight, I think.
Yeah, there was a late goal for Atleti that I missed, actually, so I'm going to press the goal stab now.
Yeah, Sal Niguez with the goal there, I think, for their 6th. But yeah, I said pre-match around the 6 mark for Dortmund and Lazio to get the wins. And just got to hope and pray and see this out now, Si.
Yeah, I think so. Your initial sort of assessment of the game was pretty good. That Lazio were a good thing at 2.5.
Yeah, around that, yeah. 2.46 thing, yeah.
I think if you look at the general stats, you'll see that the away side final just haven't had enough chances. 2 shots on target is all they've had. I mean, Lazio have only had 1, but they scored theirs, and they scored early. So you'd expect the away team, or you expect the team that have been behind to create more than just 2 shots on target when they've been chasing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact is, Feyenoord have not been bad in this game, but they've just not been what they need to be, which is they've not been ruthless. And yet again, away from home, Feyenoord struggle, because that's what happens. Feyenoord struggle away from home. That's how it tends to go. I thought it was one of the. It's hard to say that AC Milan winning is a shock. Do you know what I mean? It's not like a giant killing, is it? But
no.
You'd have thought PSG would have won that, but then I suppose they went away to Newcastle and lost that too.
Yeah, maybe they're just not good travellers. Maybe that's going to be their downfall in the Champions League this year. Maurizio Sarri, good manager. Discuss.
Yes, he is.
Yeah,
that's my pretty quick answer to that. He is good.
Fair enough. Yeah, because he was under big pressure, wasn't he? Was it late last season or early this season when things weren't going well? There was some talk that he might get the sack,
and also because of his personality. When he's on the verge of that, people would rather get rid of him. More often than not, he's a very good manager, Maurizio Sarri. He just is, and he's someone who I don't really hold. I mean, you forget sometimes, don't you, about his time at Chelsea? You forget about him being manager at Chelsea sometimes, but he was.
Yeah. I mean, where did Chelsea get him from? Because he was kind of a little bit of a left field, wasn't he? It was a very much smaller club in Italy they got him from. He'd been great there, though. Dragged him up through the leagues.
Was it Lazio? Napoli.
Before
Napoli.
that. No, before that it was, wasn't it?
No, he went to Chelsea from Napoli.
Sorry, okay. Where was he before Napoli then?
Empoli,
that's
Sorrento,
what I'm thinking of.
Alessandria, Grosseto, Perugia, Verona, Avellino, Arezzo, Pescara, San Giovannasse, Sansovino, Tegliotomo, Valdima, Antea.
He served his apprenticeship all right, didn't he?
Faliese, and
maybe a chance for Lazio to go 2-0 and put a smile on Sarri's face. He'll be getting that cigar out right now as it's over the bar.
Deflected over.
Yeah. He certainly served his apprenticeship in the lower leagues of Italian football before Empoli really got his name noticed, and then, like you say, it was Napoli who had him before Chelsea.
Yep, onside as well, so that was a good chance. Everyone in the chat about multi-accounts, I've made this point a million times. If you've got an issue with that, bring it up with Gav. All I can do is do what we have to do in terms of the draws. So we don't know. If there's an issue, Gav is your man to ask about it. There's nothing else we can do. We can just give the prizes to those who come out of the bin.
Yeah. maybe would if we reduced the amount of time you had to answer. So if that was like literally just 3 seconds you had to get your entry,
Maybe.
would that reduce the chance of multi-accounts?
But also, we're dealing with people in some cases, obviously, where English isn't the first language.
Yeah,
so
no, you've got to be fair, haven't you?
It's hard to process.
Yeah.
Necessarily, I've got a really not that strong a northeast accent, but still a northeast accent, and we need to give people time to kind of get everything sorted. So it appears from the chat people know who they want to talk to. Please feel free. As far as we're concerned in this room, if you're in that chat, you are eligible until we're told otherwise. Sorry.
Yeah, but we do appreciate all of you staying with us, watching us tonight, enjoying the action with us, whether you are commenting on the Telegram chat or whether you're just watching back there. But
also, let's not try and lead any kind of witch hunts as well. Let's try and keep it nice. I know people might say, well, I know for sure, but whatever. Just let's keep the chat nice and nice, because we don't give away the free bets in order for the chat to become horrible with people getting angry with each other. I think we're going to get a yellow card here.
Yeah, and that's going to take us to 5, I think. Or maybe 6. This might be the over 5.5.
It's someone off the field.
Okay.
Someone off the field.
Won't count.
Not going to count.
Okay, we are on 5. So another yellow card. Man, just the seconds left. It's probably... Oh, hang on. The referee's getting involved with something. Bring out one more yellow. It gets over 5.5. But he's not.
But again, let's keep the chat nice and let Sportsbet or whatever deal with it if you want to deal with it. But let's keep the chat nice. Let's not go after anyone for now. And if you have anything to say it to the people you need to say it to, not to the people in the chat, please, if we wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Last chance for Feyenoord to get an equaliser. In the box it goes. Good header away by Lazio. Still, they're trying to get a corner. They get a cross in. Headed down. What a save.
No. Oh, thank God.
Providel with the save. I mean, that is why goalkeepers are, that is...
Thank the Lord.
Concentration levels are needed to be tip-top. He's done nothing, really, for 90 minutes. And he saved in the 98th minute to preserve the win. It's all over. Pete's celebrating. He's in the currency tonight. Are you? Have you had a good day with the Champions League betting? Don't worry if you haven't. We're back tomorrow. We're back. There's more free bets on offer tomorrow.
There is. There's always free bets, of course. Double on nights like this as well. So try and keep it nice. And if there's anything to say, ask Sportsbet or Gav to look into it, and we'll keep the chat nice. But thank you again for all of your correspondence. It's been fun as always in the Telegram chat.
It has. It's been a successful night for you, Pete, with some of your selections. And we are back tomorrow with 2 new guys in the chair. I think it's probably James, Butler, and somebody.
Oh, God.
Sorry. James is back tomorrow. He'll be in this seat, and it'll either be Jack or Dave T, maybe, in your seat.
I don't know. I'm not back until the end of the month now, so there's no more of me until the end of the month, which I'm sure everyone will be absolutely thrilled about. But let's have a look. In fact, I've got the rota right in front of me, Gav. Tomorrow is James and Tyndall.
Yep.
Then you've got Butler and Redmond. Then on Saturday, you've got Critchley and Pushkovsky, as well as James and Dave, James and Simon, James and Dave, and James and Simon.
Yep.
And then I'm back Monday the 27th with...
We look forward to it. Yes. Great. So anyway, that's it for us tonight here on Clubhouse TV with sportsbet.io. I do hope you've enjoyed the show tonight with the coverage of the Champions League. 8 games coming up tomorrow with James, Butler and Dave Tyndall in the studio to guide you through it. There'll be more free bets to be had there and more fun and more jokes, and probably James getting his singing voice out at some stage. But from us here on this Tuesday night, it's a very good night.
Covering every game of the English Premier League, Champions League and Europa League, live as they happen. This is Clubhouse TV.